Back again, baby. My bad for being just a little tad bit late. Um, like always, we're trying to make this thing happen. We're working it out as we go. Getting it ready for the show. Let me actually make sure, as always, that I'm even coming through to you guys and you're hearing my voice. We're working it out as we go.
I think I'm feeding back through there.
That's nice. How my Bluetooth even get turned back on? The world will never know. We're not in control of our own technology anymore. That's for fucking facts. I love it. All right, so we're clear. We're clear for takeoff, baby. Let's go. All right, so welcome, Sitting Politic Podcast. I am James. If you didn't already know that, this is your first time tuning in. Make sure you subscribe. Sandor, you're the fucking man, bro. You're the man. Hey, I appreciate you. What you told me last night about our the post that I put out about not being able to go live. I ended up getting that myself today at like 4 p.m. Hello. You're coming through loud and clear. Yeah, hopefully not too loud though, but love it, brother. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Today you already see we're going to talk about the Sweeney ad, the advert that got put out and people are torn about. Some people feel like it's white supremacy. Some people think it's really hot. Some people think America's back. You're on the list. I'm definitely on that list. That's why we got this thing right here. That's me. That's me, though. And that's Netanyahu saying that to me. But hey, at the end of the day, it's a list of glory. It's a list of principled people, I'm sure. And then also some legitimate anti-Semites are probably on that list. But not me. Not me. As I've heard said ad nauseum, as far as like on the media and things like that, I'm in a swivel chair today. That's gonna be a problem for me. The involuntary swivels are gonna be just nonstop. But NYC shooter man, we're gonna talk about him fucking shooting up the NYC building that had the NFL headquarters in it. So allegedly that was his target. He was a scorned high school football player. All right, we all want our brain back, buddy, but that's not the way to go about it. What the fuck? We're gonna talk about it. Allegedly, by the way, these are liberated F-bombs I'm dropping. Supposedly they changed that. Probably hasn't went into effect yet, I imagine, but on YouTube, I guess they're easing up a little bit on the cursing. I guess they realized that, well, hell, if American Eagle's gonna run straight up eugenic commercials, then shit, we can get in on a little bit of cursing. You know, they're not the advertisers, they're not going to run away from just a little bit of cursing and good fun. But we're vibing. We're definitely going to talk about that guy shooting up NYC. What the hell, brother? And then Shannon Sharpe, news came out today. Sandor, do you give a damn about this on the other side of the world? I'm sorry to say, but Shannon, we got to talk about it. Shannon Sharpe got fired from ESPN after settling a civil lawsuit. Oh, there was essay involved. There was heavy allegations thrown at Mr. Sharpe, and ESPN decided to go ahead and cut ties. You have to remember they are. Shannon Sharpe should have seen it coming. Yeah. Hey, shout out to you, Caesar. Thank you for tuning in. That is 100% true, but I think if he hasn't already seen it coming, he's already put himself in a good position with his podcast that he has with Ocho Cinco to just put his focus into that and make that bigger than ever. But we'll talk about it as far as like, was Disney in the wrong? Is it consistent what Disney's doing? I don't know. It's new enough to where I haven't really seen the internet backlash. I haven't seen how the internet has responded yet. Is it going to be a situation like, because you have to remember Disney also washed their hands with Jonathan Major after he had a domestic issue. And so I am curious if it's going to end up being made into some kind of like racial issue, especially since the Dr. Doom character and Jonathan Major's character Kang, it recently came back up in the news because Kevin Feige was saying like, hey, we were moving on past Kang before he beat his wife, if that's what happened, allegedly. We're going to talk about it. Like Good Mythical Morning. Let's talk about that. So Well, I guess settling means guilty. Give him a couple of years. He'll be back. Yeah, I don't even think he's going to miss a beat, to be honest with you. I think there's a huge portion of that audience that's going to be like, honestly, that we're unfazed by it regardless. I think for the most part, First Take's popularity has been on a decline just organically. Just there's better outlets as far as like, and that's the case with pretty much every kind of mainstream television. It's like you can find a better version of what you're watching on TV more times than not online. Definitely a more honest version. If the production value isn't to the level, at least you'll know, and this isn't always the case, but if you do find somebody that you feel like you can honestly trust the version that they're giving you, and at least that they believe in that, and people can be fooled as well. Poor Tucker Carlson, he thought the election was rigged, right? Isn't that right? No, I don't even think I think behind closed doors. Oh, I know behind closed doors, Tucker Carlson was like, yeah, this is bullshit. We're going to go out there. We're going to sell this to our base because that's what we're paid to do. So, I mean, just a perfect example. Tucker Carlson, who some of his content recently, I'm ashamed to say I've enjoyed. Discuss it with myself with the enjoyment I've gotten from the Tucker Carlson network, but at the end of the day, we can't choose who ends up telling the truth on certain things. And we will obviously, I didn't put it in the title because I also didn't tag it. We're going to do a little test tonight and see what's up, but we are going to talk about starvation in Gaza. Has nothing to do with any specific group. We're just going to talk about that. But yeah, didn't tag that tonight. Didn't put it in the title. We'll see. We'll see how many people we see tonight. Sandor, you were with me last night when we were super. The view bots were very thick. They were thick in the groove, and some of that I wonder those might have been Israeli bots. I'm just being watched by a fucking surveillance state. Yeah, but by the way, but Sandor, well, I guess settling means guilty. More times than not, we do have to look at a situation with a raised eyebrow. I understand there are obviously situations in which people settle because the social ramifications or even the money long term may not make sense. But you do have to it's like, if you're not going to litigate the accusation, then it's like you have to accept that you are leaving it up to speculation at that point. And I'm not even speculating on that necessarily as much as Disney certainly was, So, I mean, I don't know. Are they justified? I wonder how that works. I don't know where they're based out of, but Florida, which, just so anybody that doesn't know, this is a right to work state. So that's a law that we have in the state, and several other states have it. And basically what that means is that you can be let go for any reason. There doesn't have to be like proper cause for you to be let go. Yeah, well, Prince Andrew, the perfect example, brother. Perfect example. Yeah, I don't know. I got to pull. You remember I'm sure you do, the Prince Andrew fucking interview where he's literally sweating bullets. The man is melting. You see a lizard man melting under the lights just based on a few questions about an island. It's just a couple friendly questions about an island that you went to that your friend owned, and he was fucking melting. I do see a little bit of a force field around me, so that's something I'm gonna have to try to fix. That was another thing that I got on here a little bit late tonight because I'm selling my house, so I'm taking part in that, in a little bit of capitalist trade, if you will. And so I'm trying to sell my house. So out here was all rearranged so I could, act like I don't smoke drugs out here. Weed, to be specific. Weed, not drugs. And for medicinal purposes only, and in a responsible manner. So let's just be clear about that. Don't discriminate, YouTube. I have to, once again, you got to have those feelers up. What's YouTube okay with, and when are they gonna just say no? You need to go in fucking Pandora's box, or is that Pandora's box from fucking Hellraiser? I don't know how much of a cinephile are you, Sandor? We've had a few movie references in the chat, so I'm just curious. The fucking, what are those demons called? The Cenobites or whatever they're called. Which actually Cenobites, I might be getting that mixed up with the delicious treat from Taco Bell, the little Cinnabons with the icing on the inside. So Sandor says nuance is coming back. It's not all black and white. Reminds me of the old days. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think to a certain degree, definitely. And I think a lot of what's loosened that up is the conversation online. The conversation online has allowed people of all different kind of backgrounds and viewpoints and ideologies to really honestly intersect, and it not just be a situation where you're getting, you know, the whole controlled opposition back and forth, people taking on, I mean, not to make this stupid about a sports thing, but Stephen A in our politics right now is, I guess right now he's kind of dying off, but he was really gaining momentum. And something that was really frustrating with me was hearing the Democrat conversation where they're like, who are the good candidates out there? Maybe we get Stephen A. Smith. It's like, I don't like, that's the only thing I could have ever thought, the only job that I could have thought to select, that I guess there's other jobs I can think of, but equally, at least, as corrupt as, or not corrupt, but just fake as politicians. It's like, this man is paid to go on a TV show every single day, take whatever the opposite position of the person sitting across from him is, whether he believes it or not, let's just be honest, and argue that point as if his life depends on it. And then, by the way, scream about it. If you watch fucking First Take, then you know, like, holy shit, why would you want that man to be in fucking office? It's just, but that's how honestly pathetic Democrats have been. So I mean, I get it. But then again, like I said, fuck you, I don't get it. Just craziness. The Dallas Cowboy hater, the motherfucker that's known for just being a Dallas Cowboy hater and admonishing people that enjoy cannabis. Come on now. Not for my fucking liberal president, the fuck? Like, and honestly, sucking off fucking Donald Trump whenever he gets the opportunity, and there's something that Donald Trump does that's even remotely moderate. He always takes that opportunity to fucking suck him off real quick and talk about how we need to come together as a country, bro. Does the other side feel the same way? Be honest. The extent of my Hellraiser knowledge, hey, there's no expectation. I don't have a lot of I didn't watch a lot of the Hellraiser movies, but I do remember going camping one time and watching Hellraiser because we were limited in movies, and we were like, at the time my dad had like a small trailer, and I was watching it in there when everybody was asleep, and I was just up late as fuck. I don't know why the fuck I was watching that. Somebody else must have been watching it. I wouldn't have chosen that. Yeah, I just remember the movie, and I remember the demons walking down the street, and they were busting in their pants while they had like crazy shit in their head and all that. It was some really crazy satanic shit. For its time, it was definitely, I think the most recent Hellraiser, they like put Meg the Stallion in it or something. Just fucking around with that. Which would be fucking crazy, but why not? They did go lady, which, you know, I honestly don't have as much of an issue with that. I like my Hellraiser to be a woman. That's one gender recasting that I could actually fuck with. Let's tell it how it is, like Bobby Boucher's mother said. She said women are the devil. That's what she said. Let's just be honest. That's what she said. Shout out to him, by the way. Adam Sandler dropping fucking Happy Gilmore 2. Going to the well one more time. Can't be mad at him on that. Like, at the end of the day, $100 million to make the same movie again? Fuck yeah, and I'll just have nothing but celebrity cameos throughout. A lot of actors missed out on jobs with that film, I will say. But fuck them, who cares? So Sandor says, bro, you're a natural on the mic, in front of the camera. You need to really pursue. Oh man, I appreciate you on that. Your stand-up career, I think you'd be really great at it. That is very kind for you to say, Sandor, genuinely. Yeah, kind of you to say, brother. It means a lot coming from, you know, just somebody you've devoted a lot of time to sit here and kick it with me. And that's one thing, like I said, I'm selling the house. That's part of that. I would like to move to an area where it's more convenient. Just the type of person I am, if I'm not making it at least somewhat convenient for myself to go to the comedy club. And then there's other things that honestly, I wouldn't mind if I go up to Tampa, Sandor, for you, brother. I'm signing up for a fucking wrestling school. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what they say. I'll be like DDP. I'm hitting the WWE by 32. I don't give a fuck. So I mean, look, hey, there's options, but that's why you want to, in my opinion, you know, where I'm at now, it's a beautiful place, a wonderful place to live. But there's just not as many things that are easily accessible if you want to explore those kind of things. You really have to go out of your way. So like I said, like Tampa for me is like 2 hours. If you're a fucking psychopath on the road, and I do have some friends that can make that trip in an hour, but for me, it's an hour and a half. I like to go the speed limit and not die and not get DUIs. That's not a shot at anybody. That's not a shot at anybody because I love everybody, but I'm just saying, like, come on. But Miami's like fucking 3-4 hours. So it's just, I'm right in the sweet spot. Those were not the kind of things that really I had been considering so much. It's not till later on, as far as like getting into the workforce, pursuing school, things like that, schooling, where I fully kind of felt like I found that confidence to step into like doing stand-up as far as like open mics or doing this. So like I said, it's not something I had to build to that. So I'm happy that we're there now, and we will for sure. And brother, if ever you're in the States, or if ever I find my way over there, which would be incredible. You know what I mean? I want to go to fucking Middle Earth. I want to go visit the fucking Shire. Was that shot in New Zealand as well? I know the Middle Earth, like, I know a lot of it was. I don't know. I don't know if the Shire specifically. That seems like they might have taken that over to the good land of the IRA. Shout out to them. But I'm not supporting any you know, terrorist organization or anything like that, but it was beautiful. Yeah. Hey, legendary films, love it. And I would definitely like to make my way out there and just see the landscape. I'd like to see where the battles took place, brother. And I don't know, I'd like to see, you know, what are the ladies out there in New Zealand looking like? I'm just saying, just out of curiosity, the as far as like the native population, how much is there similarities to Australia? Because obviously over here we associate the two very closely. So you just being oceanic countries and shit like that. So very, very curious. If I can ever find my way out there, brother, I will. I'll find any excuse. As long as I'm not on the rat wheel of the USA, you know, and that's a tough one to get off of. So, but I will have a tad bit of time if we end up selling this house. I'm gonna, like I said, go on the road, and then my goal is gonna be, I'll go visit some family, end up circling back around and landing in Tampa probably. But I'm gonna be open minded as far as like what opportunities we have and all that, what other places are looking like at the time. Excuse me. We'll say if this fucking garage is hot as shit. To you guys, it looks like I'm on Mars. I'm somewhere way fucking hotter. It's my garage, and that's where I turned this thing into a studio, and I am hot as hell in here. I got a AC. That shit cannot compete. And honestly, the AC in the house can barely fucking compete with the heat right now in Florida. Like I said, I'm trying to fucking sell a house, so anybody seeing this, but I'm just saying, whoo, it is a fucking fight all goddamn day long to keep this bitch fucking. I don't know how they do. Sandor, question, because this is another thing, ignorance, and I'm just open about the ignorance here. New Zealand, what's the AC situation look like? You know, I've heard in England, obviously, like in a bunch of European countries, there's just not as much of a. It's more of a premium thing if you're getting AC, you know. People aren't necessary. Now, I mean, I understand the argument for maybe in some of those countries it's just not necessary, but in Florida, I don't give a fuck what those Spaniards were doing. They were wild men. Nobody should be here where it's air conditioned. Genuinely, that's fucking psychotic. We've got some attractive ladies. My city does not have much talent. Yeah, I mean, like I said, over here, I can say I've never met anybody who has. I've never actually in my personal life met a person from New Zealand, genuinely. Which is a good thing. It seems like, you guys don't come over here because I'm assuming you guys like it over there, or there's other places that maybe people from New Zealand are more likely to end up immigrating to based off of location. But yeah, I can't say I've had much. I have had zero opportunity, and with Australian people as well. So I mean, people, I've met a few Japanese people. I worked with a few Japanese guys, and trying to think. There's a girl that I worked with one time who was Vietnamese and stuff like that. So I mean, like from these countries, not just not with ancestry from the countries. So we have heat pumps. Okay. Most houses have them, heat pumps, air heat, but they also cool in summer. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that, brother. I need to maybe get one of those fucking heat pumps in this garage. It might actually help me out a little bit because this AC is just not doing shit. I need to pump some heat out of this bitch. It's the real problem. Let's see what we got. We do have, like I said, we have some interesting topics here tonight that I wanted to get your opinion on. Obviously, Sandor. Anytime you're in the building, always curious about your position on things. And then anybody else here in the audience, and like I said, make sure you share this thing because we're talking about real shit. Sometimes I get put in timeout by YouTube, and we're still trying to just grind and build this channel. We're shooting for 1,000 subs. Make sure you subscribe. If you're tuning into this and you're not subscribing, you're a hating ass bitch. Because I've been nice to you this entire. If you've been watching for 20 minutes, for fuck's sake, oh my God, come on, we've been very nice. We've been chilling and we've been having a very personal conversation. Subscribe. You feel like you know me. God damn. I want to get to know you. That's the thing. Subscribe, stick around, hit the bell. When it works, it works. It doesn't always work. Sandor, you've experienced that firsthand now. And then I've experienced it too, but I'm always questioning myself when it has to do with something like that. Because I don't want to make any excuses. I want to pull myself up on my fucking bootstraps. And if they're going to shadow ban me and they're going to fucking send me into outer space, I'll land on Mars and I'll set up a camera. Or maybe I'll just sit in a fucking chair and pout like Dr. Manhattan. Just watching. I mean, but still at the same time, experiencing everything at once. Fucking legend. Yeah, what do I want to play? Because I mean, in case people want to hop in here later, I had some videos that were more like just random of interest to me. So let me find something that is, what, actually, let's just start it off hot. Let's just get into the Sydney Sweeney shit. I'm ready, and I'm already fired up. Hit subscribe, show some love, hit subscribe, notifications, hit like on this bitch. We're about to get into Sydney Sweeney and all their shit they're up to. American Eagle. The fuck are you doing trying to do all that crazy shit and tell us that white people are the only people that are cool? Let's see if that's how I feel, actually. And then I faked you out because I need to put my headphones on. Oh, Sandor, brother. Be right back. Hey, all good. But hey, just for Sandor, I have to pause this shit. Not even lying to you. If you're watching, you just got faked out. No. Oh, back. Oh, shit. Okay. You just had to grab the lotion. It was a quick thing. I was going to pause it for you, brother, because I do want to get your insight on this. I don't know how much you're following it. It's kind of just a silly pop culture thing that's like the conversations happening on Twitter, as many do, around the Sydney Sweeney ad. So just to give it anybody a clear view that's not on the internet like that. Sydney Sweeney, actress, huge bazungas, beautiful. And I'm talking about the Bazungas. I'm not even talking about her at this point, but she's a nice looking lady as well. And she did an ad for American Eagle. This is a clothing company in America. They make jeans for fucking teenagers. Well, they're trying to reach a bigger audience. Also, teenagers don't even wear jeans like that anymore. If you see them out in fucking public, they're fucking damn near fucking naked out here in America. It's fucking crazy, begging to be fucking taken to Epstein Island. It's nuts. But thank God we're trying to get him back in jeans. That's one thing Trump is doing. I'll give him credit for that. Executive order. But so American Eagle, anyways, they're doing their part. They're trying to get the fucking teen and adults back wearing jeans again in America. And so they decided to put Bazungas in the fucking commercial. And in the commercial, we're gonna watch it here. Actually, I'm not even gonna spoil the twist. We'll say. And you guys let me know your opinion of this in the comments, please. Let me know your opinion. How are you seeing this? And let's go. Oh, wow. Hey. We're running it back again. I faked you out for another time. You got to hear the door, the trunk slam.
Sydney Sweeney has very jeans.
Oh, yeah. You hear that? You hear that American motherfucking muscle in that car? That's the most impressive part at the end, actually, that they really get into. No, but the thing that offends me the most is that Sydney Sweeney has great jeans. Who the fuck is that guy? So, guys, how do you feel about this? Is this... Well, first of all, I'm seriously curious your opinion, Sandor. Let me know. And I got to spoil it just because I want to keep the conversation flowing. But I'm wondering if anybody would even pull this genuinely from the ad that is the same person. But what the internet is taking from that, because everything in the internet must be divisive, and if we can fucking shoehorn race politics in there in America, we'll do it. We don't give a fuck. Yeah, brother. Shout out to you, Andretti. Good looking out, brother. Make sure you hit fucking like. I know you will. Hit like, share this bitch. We're going up right now. It's big. Very big. It's the biggest show you've ever fucking seen. Listen, Sydney Sweeney, speaking of fucking giant, big bazungas, fucking watermelon chest. Love this woman, and she's in the American fucking Eagle Eye ad. That's what we're talking about, guys. Spread the word. But yeah, I'm curious if anybody pulled from that. Obviously, the tagline of the ad is she's got great genes, or whatever the fuck the weirdo, the fucking Epstein Island voiceover guy said. I have no issue with it. People have been saying great genes forever, got nice teeth, great genes, etc. Okay, so yeah, so you're feeling what was being laid down, and I'm willing to give that concession even. So yes, the point of the ad with the she's got great genes is this kind of double entendre that's happening. One, it's like, hey, she looks hot, great genes. These are jeans you want to buy American Eagle. People aren't thinking that right now, but they're trying to bring the two together. That's the whole point of the ad. Great jeans. Do you dumb motherfuckers understand how marketing works is the question. Oh, brother, I'm sorry about that, Andretti. I'm sure it was golden. Sandor might be able to see it, or myself, I might be able to see if I pull it up. On YouTube, I can see some of the bullshit. Last time I checked it later on. But no, so do you guys understand how ads work? You understand the double entendre? It's supposed to be catchy. It's supposed to stick in your brain, is the point. You motherfuckers act like you've never sold anything in your life. You put the big-chested woman of any color. They have great genes. With the birthing hips. You put them on your fucking ad. You put them on the front of the fucking magazine. And you say, wow, great genes. Whenever you say that, people don't have to make the determination. Like, in what fucking world, in that little commercial that we just played, free of charge, American Eagle, if you want to sponsor this podcast, I'll put some American Eagle jeans on right now with the jacket. I'll put a fucking Canadian tuxedo on right now for the people. I don't give a shit. American Eagle fucking branded right on my chest. Let's go. Put me in the commercial with Sydney Sweeney. Put us in a fake relationship together for a PR stunt. say we both have great genes. Allude to possibly it's because maybe our people come from the Caucasus Mountains. Maybe they don't. Maybe we both have beautiful blue eyes. Who knows? Let the people decide. Maybe we're talking about the genes. Maybe it's just because we're both hot. Me and Sydney Sweeney. Has anybody ever thought of this shit? I'm just saying, guys, loosen the fuck up. Anybody that looks at that. I like if you hear that, and then you first off, you're a fucking self-centered psychopath. If you see this commercial and it says Sydney Sweeney has great genes, and then you're like, oh my God, they're saying my genes suck right now. What kind of fucking crazy narcissists are sitting in their fucking living room and that commercial comes on and they don't go run for the fucking lotion cabinet? No, not like a normal person does. They go and they sit there and they go, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. That means my genes must suck. Now, they probably do, to be fair. Pussy ass YouTube comments wants to show my last comment. Andretti says it was about my meat, so I understood. Hey, fair enough. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it just does cross the line. That's why even when I got on here talking earlier and we were tiptoeing around some things, I understand if we already got put in fucking the phantom zone. But that's why it's almost a blessing. Once they put you in the phantom zone, you could just really start firing off and just fucking. Now we're talking about Sydney Sweeney's titties, and it is what it is. Sandor says it's culture war nonsense. 100% agree. And the thing is, though, is like I feel like there's legitimate culture war issues if that's your kind of purpose in life, to really fight around these kind of like cultural divides. I personally find that more times than not, those culture issues are put there specifically to distract from the real material issues, and specifically like the class issues and wealth disparity, things like that. The fucking government wants you to talk about trans shit all day long. They honestly also want you to talk about fucking white supremacy all day long. Let's just be honest. More times than not, it's horseshit. More times than not, it's fucking you. Do you honestly think, guys? And I know nobody here thinks that. You guys are all fucking gentlemen, fucking scholars. Sandor also said, and she does have great fucking genes. What's the problem? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people on the internet are fucking mean. They're like, great genes. Great genes. That mongoloid bitch in the jeans. I mean, shit, her jeans that she's wearing are okay, but her genetics are fucked. Like, if anything, if anybody's making a comment on whether somebody has good genes or not, it's the people shitting on this ad and acting as if this lady who, I mean, is in tip-top shape and has the fucking tits of a fucking, I mean, come on. You know, let's talk about it. What the hell's going on? Like, sometimes you just got to salute the game. You have to just give it. Just got to give it up. She got a fucking bag for a good reason, because she put those jeans on, and legitimately people are bitching about it now. But when school year turns around, or, you know, young girls in their 20s, whoever the fuck honestly gives a fuck about what Sydney Sweeney's wearing, which is who their demographic is, they're putting those jeans on, baby. They're rocking the American Eagle attire. They don't give a fuck about all this. Was it a commercial? They're gonna be like, damn, she looked good in those jeans. I'm putting them on too. I'm trying to be like Sydney Sweeney in the fucking, what car was that she pulled off in? I was kind of jealous. Like I said, it made me want to get the jeans. If I wear those jeans, can I fucking pull off in a fucking American Muscle Classic? Like my girl Sydney Sweeney here? Jeans are immaculate. Wearing the shit out of those jeans. Before the there's fucking Trump covering up for fucking pedophiles, surely. So Sandor says she wasn't wearing a Hugo Boss uniform with lightning bolts on her collar. She didn't even refer to herself as the chosen one. Bro, nothing. Yeah, there was no kind, and there was really no overt kind of like signaling to people that look like Sydney Sweeney. It's not like they had a bunch of Sydney Sweeney lookalikes in the fucking commercial. So it's not like an overall statement on like her genes are superior necessarily. I mean, although they fucking are, not to not to people of other races, because there's plenty of women, multicultural women you can put in that commercial and say she has great genes. And I'm gonna be like, yes, run the commercial back. I'm not done. Run the commercial back. Matter of fact, we have the power. Fuck it. At the end of the day, we're taking it back. We took America back already. Trump did it. That's a little fat. I'm not gonna lie to you. What the hell's just holding it down? Hey, whoever stopped doing this, shame on you. Shame on you for hating America. It is what it is. That's American muscle, baby. Fucking 7 days out of fucking the week. Come on. Look at the smoke she left behind. She probably dragged out on her own too. No stunt double. But yeah, it's like, look, it's the commercial is a double entendre relating to her specifically. Do you honestly think that there was fucking some fucking ad company or whoever, you know, that they fucking outsourced and hired more than likely, or people that work at American Eagle? Do you think they're sitting in there and they're like, all right, so yeah, let's we gotta come up with an ad campaign. It's summertime. Maybe we should do something around eugenics. Maybe anti-Semitism is at an all-time high. You know what we could get away with doing? Let's do a eugenics commercial, obviously, for our genes. Nothing sells genes like fucking eugenics. The hell? Germans don't buy genes like that. The fuck? Come on. They're trying to sell it to fucking girls who are trying to fucking dress like hot ass actresses. Andretti says the propaganda is ridiculous. Cindy is an American sweetheart. Literally the new Jennifer Aniston. All right, so this, Cindy. So, okay, the reason you have me confused there. So I'm sure that's just like it autocorrected or something. Because we're talking about Sydney Sweeney. But I was talking to my lady about this a little bit, trying to like get her opinion where she was at. And she said that this was a Cindy Crawford kind of remix to an old commercial of hers. So I don't know if that was true. That might be, you know, women disinformation, a different kind, to be fair, of disinformation that's out there. But just throwing it out there so it could be a part of the conversation. But yeah, this is absolutely silly. This is just divisive, just muck in the water. And honestly, people that perpetuate this shit, especially if they're politically active and have any kind of like political intelligence about them, then you have to consider that this is potentially on purpose, or they're just completely brainwashed ideologically. And either way, it's not good. Either way, it's not something that really, I think this is, it's not something that I would sit there and I think we should get in the weeds and argue with people about all day long. But I mean, if you hear somebody say some shit like this, I think it's fair to say that is a dumbass fucking point of view. In no way. Let's see. There's a blast from the past. Crawford was stunning. Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, I guess I could look it up and see. Would you suck her toes? Great question, brother. Bring those little piggies on over here. Bring them on home. Bring them on home right to my fucking mouth hole. But I think that, and honestly, the same for Cindy Sweeney. Put all fucking 20 of those piggies right in my mouth. The Cindy Sweeney commercial, though, right now, like I said, it's just being turned into this like divisive cannon fodder. One is just sad for Cindy Sweeney, to be honest. I mean, baby, if you need anybody to talk to about this, if you need anybody to fresh out the boot, yeah, right in my face, fuck it. But yeah, honestly, it's unfortunate for her because to get involved in this ad campaign, which, like I said, I just don't see any honest interpretation of this, to look at this and say there's genuine malicious intent to put forth some kind of like white supremacist message, some kind of eugenics message. Like, I think to come to that conclusion, you have to have already some kind of like brain rot baked in that you're running this commercial through this filter of just total racism, brain rot, victim shit. Where, dude, just American Eagle does not give a fuck about offending you. They want to sell jeans to you. They don't want to offend you. Trust me. They're fucking stone cold capitalists. They want to put some big tits in the commercial. They wanted to sell some jeans to people. That's what it was. Honestly, like to think that it's some fucking crazy ass psyop. Why wouldn't it be the other way? Let's just keep it real. Not I mean, not with like multi races or anything like that, but why would it necessarily be some kind of like fucking SS message? Fucking, I just think you got to update a little bit. It's like a Marvel movie, you know, where every fucking bad guy, every supervillain ends up somehow being connected to the National Socialist movement. At the end of the day, there's other bad guys in history, you know. Not that that's not a really interesting one, because I think it is. Andretti said fresh out the boot. Hey, I stand tall with you, brother. I stand extremely tall and proud with my chest out, my back straight. Sydney Sweeney, bring it on, baby. Sandor, and also Sydney Sweeney, I feel so bad for you. They didn't treat you right. They did not treat you right through this entire situation. It's really fucked up and down and dirty how they did you. And I hope American Eagle comes out and just makes it clear, not with an apology, with a how the fuck could you guys do Sydney like that? She's a nice girl. She's a nice fucking lady. Blame Kevin Gates. Yeah, the fucking sexual deviant Kevin Gates. The fucking demon himself. That man comes from a different fucking dimension. Just to wreak fucking sexual degeneracy on this plane. Man talked about drinking piss. The hell? I'm not one to sit here and like kink shame. I say people do what they do, but drinking piss, brother, bro, if you're gonna let somebody empty their waste into your fucking gullet, God bless you. That's a fried brain. He has a fried fucking porn brain, or like something deeper and darker that I don't want to say on stream, but let's just keep it real. Something maybe under addressed generally in society, as far as like, you know, sometimes they don't protect the babies. We're talking about Epstein Island. Come on, man. Drinking waste is hilarious, and it's fucking disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting, bro. When you're surrounded by, listen, brother, you can get water in a lot of places in this beautiful country. You do not have to resort to a lady pissing in. I mean, I get not wanting to stop off and pick up, you know, the Aquafina, and you're just like, hey, I am parched. Man smoking a fucking woody in the driver's seat. He's feeling a little parched. He asked for his lady to empty out a fucking Dixie cup full of urine. Come on. Kevin, no. Kevin, no. The thing is, I'm not going to put that standard on him. I was going to say, would you do that in front of your mother? But I mean, you're not going to like, there's a lot of things you're not going to do in front of your mother. You know what I mean? Like necessarily, but come on. How would you feel if God knew you did that? Kevin Gates. He's a God-fearing man, so I'm assuming he's coming from a place that he believes God did see him do that. How do you have the fucking gall to call yourself a religious, God-fearing man, and you're running around here drinking the piss out of women? Sick. This world is forsaken. There's some childhood trauma there. No, definitely some childhood trauma, for sure. For sure. Oh, man, there's more. We're definitely getting put into the Phantom Zone here, but we've talked about this on the podcast before because I covered it as this fucking sick freak. Honestly, I'm ringing the bell in America. I'm like, guys, can we please pay attention to this fucking psycho? You know, he's out in our fucking communities. He could be talking to your fucking daughter. I'm sorry. This man drinks piss, and I've seen him talk about trying to get fucking ladies to fuck his dogs. I put it out there. He put it out there. We're both talking about it now. Kevin Gates. We're both talking about it. He came out and said that. Brother, would you be okay with God knowing you did that? I would honestly like to ask him that, with maybe like some like plexiglass in between the two of us. And maybe if he had restraints on, I'd like to ask him that. Otherwise, I would not associate with this fucking sexual cretin. It's a disturbing, like the whole vibe behind him is honestly disturbing in my opinion. He's watching too much Naked and Afraid. He forgot the part where they purify the water. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's on the Bear Grylls shit. But the thing is, he also forgot the part where they don't fuck animals. Kevin Gates. You don't invite women over and let them fuck your animal, brother. Does somebody need to explain them? Did he forget that part? I feel like that part's reiterated several times throughout life. That's not something you're told one time. You know, many times throughout life, whenever you might hear somebody fucked an animal in a public sense, people wince. People are like, holy shit, that is fucking savagery. That is some subhuman fucking vile demonic shit. And Kevin Gates went ahead and did it and then got on Instagram and talked about it. Whew. Guys, look inward. Look inward into your soul. It's worth more than that. It's worth more than the possible once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see a human woman mounted by a canine animal. But that's not okay. The fuck, Kevin? Like, somebody really needs to talk to him. Like I said, this is one guy. It seems like I'm talking about a myriad of different offenders. This is one human that's free and is allowed to travel across state lines. Boy, oh boy. I'll tell you what, if he's in my motherfucking city, I'd like to be notified. Lonely farmers need love too. The sick part is, what if it's not a lonely farmer? And this is a man who has access to a woman. And he turns the animal on the woman. It's fucking sick shit. It's sick shit. Bear might have been fricking some animals. I mean, listen, Bear's doing it to survive, though. It's the difference. Like I said, it's the difference. This man is, instead of having this woman, instead of him fucking this woman, he's like, you know what? Actually, I think my dog Skippy should. Just deranged. Look, we talked about the Sweeney ad. Oh, actually, so I had more with the Sweeney ad. I kind of talked about it in detail, how I felt. So I maybe got a little bit ahead of myself. I need to. Hey, Sandor, I'm happy for you, brother. He said, I need to Google this Kevin Gates. Who is he? He's an American rapper from Louisiana. Who is, I mean, I wouldn't say he's like a super popular rapper. He's kind of like a middling, not like, I don't mean that in a negative way even, but it's like when you're talking about like people, for example, that you would know internationally, he's less so of that, and more of like a, you know, he had like a hot moment and he's like sustained some of that popularity for several years now, and is kind of I mean, damn near a legacy act. I feel like I'm shitting on him right now, but I'm not meaning to. I'm just kind of laying it out how it went. And now he talks about drinking piss on the internet and, you know, fucking dogs. Big Sydney. Yes, 100%. And by the way, Deuce, I always tell you this. I appreciate you in the comments always. It's always helping boost the algorithm. Anybody that's watching this, if you don't mind hopping in the comments, get involved in the conversation. It gets wild, and we're nice here. We're gonna treat you well. We're gonna have a good conversation, and so you don't have to be shy. But I understand anybody that gets in here and they're just not big talkers. But I do want to say I appreciate you, Andretti. If you ever want to hop on here, speaking to Andretti or anybody else that's on right now, if you do want to hop in the comments and say, you know, drop the link or whatever, as long as I have confidence that you're not, you know, going to flash the camera, honestly, then you can hop on here and we can talk about whatever. You tell me to go fuck myself, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. You can get on here and say, Sydney Sweeney's a racist. She did it on purpose. She's one of the Fuhrer's youth. All right. Well, hey, at the end of the day, Germans buy jeans too, like the great Michael Jordan said. Diddy left a vacuum. He's trying to fill it. This is why regime change is bad. That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I got you on that, Andretti. Yes, sir. I'll do that here in a second. But no, I absolutely feel you on that. And I do think there's a little bit of that with Diddy, as far as like there being a vacuum. But the thing is, I see people opening up the doors and welcoming Diddy back in some way or another. I mean, I'm sure to a certain extent it'll be undercover, and people will be slow to admit that they reconciled with him publicly. But yeah, I don't think he's going to be losing a step when he gets out of prison. from a at least from a public standpoint, and like the people that he's connected with and the people that he's networked with. I think a lot of those people are happy that he held it down, went through the trial, and then didn't take them down with him. Any seen Jay-Z? Yeah, no, that's a great point. He went into straight up fucking hiding. Beyonce had to step up. God bless her, and she did. She put on that fucking cowboy hat. She's like, we gotta make some money. These fucking 27 properties, they cost about $1 million a piece upkeep every year. We're burning through that shit. I do have more videos, by the way, here though, with related to Sydney Sweeney. Like I said, I already kind of laid out how I feel. Andretti will hop on here in a second, probably while we're watching this video, and he'll let you know how he feels. But I wanted to watch the debate around it because I wanted to see kind of how that conversation is happening online, specifically with people that I trust. You guys know here, one of my favorite platforms on YouTube is Breaking Points. I fuck with Breaking Points heavy. I like Sagar. I like Crystal Ball a lot. And I like also Ryan Grimm and Emily as well. So I just like kind of their sort of mission statement as a YouTube channel, and how they really try to represent both sides. And I think, for the most part, it's very good faith conversations, and the guests that they get from time to time are good, and they always hold their feet to the fire. I actually will react to just a little bit of a sneak peek, as long as I'm on here late enough. I'm going to react to the other conversation that they had with Alyssa Slotkin. And that was very contentious. I haven't watched it in its entirety, but I've caught little pieces of it. I definitely am excited to react to that. So you guys got to stay tuned for that. They have a lot of conversation surrounding the Gaza starvation strategy. That's a huge sticking point in the interview, for what I could see. So I'm excited to get into that. That's something that we feel extremely strongly about here, as I think anybody who sees that conflict and has a soul, can look at that and just, recognize that it's a just unspeakable tragedy and something that needs to be stopped. So at any cost, at this point, an interesting conversation to be had is surrounding the defensive funding. Obviously, AOC has been getting a little bit of pushback, not to get off topic, but just because we're kind of free flowing here. AOC was getting some pushback, not signing on to Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill, where they were going to reduce Israel's funding by, I think it was $500 million, and specifically Iron Dome funding. I get the kind of emotional blackmail there. You're like, oh, it's defensive funding. Are you really going to let that go? And I think there's a debate to be had there. And I think that's where the interesting debate is. Any of this other shit that we're funding in regards to Israel, I don't even see how it's up for debate at all. It needs to be cut off. Any kind of like offensive operations and just standing complicitly to the side, that needs to end. And I don't think that America can continue to stand on any kind of like high ground when it comes to countries like China and Russia if you're going to be complicit in this engagement. So very clearly needs to stop. So we're going to talk about that. Breaking Points is good. Yeah, I'm with you. I love their channel, love their content, and the variety of content, even the little documentaries that they put out from time to time, or the kind of video essays that they'll have from their contributors on the side. I like it. So I mean, if anybody wants to get, like I said, even if it's not straight down the middle, it's not neutral. So I'm not going to say that. So when I'm saying good faith, don't take it as I'm like, they have no opinions. It's definitely not that. The opinions are clear though. They're transparent, and you know where they're coming from. And at the end of the day, you could trust more times than not. And I feel like you could trust in all cases that their intention is to give you the true information. Now, obviously we know nowadays there's plenty of times where stories change quickly and things are unveiled to be, misinformation or this and that. But Breaking Points is a good one. So I co-sign Breaking Points heavily. Slotkin, the CIA cosplaying as a country bumpkin, fake as fuck. Yeah, I'm familiar as a little bit of that. Her career, and she was like in the Middle East, did something to do with like Middle East analysts or something of that nature. So I'm excited about that conversation. I know a bit about her past, but I'm curious how she's approaching, the Gaza situation. I saw a bit of it, and it was just really contentious, it seemed like. So to see that in full context is going to be interesting. Excuse me, my bad. But first, we're going to play not that video. We're going to talk. This is Breaking Points. They're talking about this Sydney Sweeney ad, the EuJeanics ad, as I like to call it. Just if nobody was going to mention that tonight, I mean, what the fuck? Come on now. I put that. That's very intentional in the title, guys. I was looking for a high five on that one. Because I was trying to get EuJeanics in the title without, getting fucking banned. But we did that regardless, more than likely. Slotkin is CIA cosplaying. But yeah, so I mean, I agree with you on that. I'm curious to see how she holds herself in this interview specifically. And just I have faith that, Crystal Ball, I don't know how Sagar's going to handle it. I didn't see much of that, but I have faith, regardless before even seeing this, that Crystal Ball is going to, at least stand on what she feels was right and justified. And some of what I've seen is like, hey, wake up, political commentators. There is equity to be built with your audience. If you don't sit there and just bring these senators or whoever you end up bringing these political officials on, and you just have these like fucking, you drop down on your knees and give them a fucking blowy on camera. What, for example, the Nelk Boys with Netanyahu, where they turn around and they say, Kyle from Nelk openly said that they gave him questions to ask. Like, holy shit. Hey, thank you, Sandor. I'm just fucking around, really, but I do appreciate it, brother, of course. Yeah, I think that when you see, and I'm gonna see this in context, but I've seen a lot of people receiving this really well. You don't have to have these political leaders come on and give them a fucking foot massage. You can ask them serious questions, and your audience will respect you more if you do it. And also, if you have a reputation for holding a certain viewpoint, your audience wants to see you more than ever in that moment actually stand on the viewpoint when you have an opportunity to hold somebody's feet to the fire on it. And I think when you're talking about people who are directly in Congress, these people can have an actual tangible impact on their coworkers. And at least represent that voice. And then many times they fall in line just because it's not politically advantageous, clearly. But I mean, I would even argue on that point where that's more of a dirty game where I think it's not as clear. I think with the media aspect, it's very clear that it's beneficial if you hold these people's feet to the fire and you actually you ask them real questions. But as a politician, I'll say that isn't as clear because it seems like a more rigged game. And if you don't play ball, I could see how, your effectiveness can be haltered. So I get how there's a little bit of like just playing politics, but I'm not even sure if that's true. That's just something I'll admit. I want to kind of think on that a little bit more, but you see plenty of times where these kind of trailblazers, in a way, they're rewarded more for when they are counterculture and they're willing to push back against the establishment. Like think Bernie or something like that, for example, or AOC. She gains capital with the public when she rebukes these kind of like establishment positions. Whenever she takes the other end, she takes a hit for it. So like I said, I'm not willing to really stand on that yet. I really want to think about that fully, but I do think there's a challenge to be made there. And I think that at the end of the day, you're there to represent the people and the people will get you elected. Now, a lot of this is just recognition, and probably why fucking Slotnick when she went on here, she was probably assuming like, oh, it'll just be good for my exposure. And I'm curious if that is true. Like just if this name recognition, if it's worth, taking the public beating from Crystal Ball, but we'll see. I mean, I hope not though. I hope people end up, I hope it's not just name recognition that outweighs principles. I understand that both, and I definitely understand that name recognition and things like that are important, but at a certain point, like what point do you have to get to where you kind of mitigate the effect that that's having on the election and things like that? So either way, so Sandor says we're not meant to idolize and pander to them. Totally agree with you, brother. 100% agree with you on that. And they're not our friends and should be tested with contempt until they actually do things to help their constituents. Absolutely agree with that. Should be treated with contempt. So, I see Deuce in here. I'm about to let you in here, brother. So heads up. But Sandor, just so you know, absolutely, I think this is extremely well put, and I think that the people, to a certain degree, especially in the position we're in now, where we have a low trust society, like the government should be thought of as adversarial to their people, because they are, and they have been. And Deuce, I'm gonna let you in here right now because I see you're ready. So, and hold up, because I don't have my headphones on, but you can talk to the people if you want.
Man, what's up, Sandor? Yeah, I mean, I don't know who we're pandering to, but yeah, let's not pander to anybody. Fuck the pandering. I don't know who we're talking about, but I don't like pandering.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, and pandering to. I'm trying to get your sound right real quick, but pandering to the people that are supposed to represent us. That's exactly the wrong way that relationship's supposed to work. If anything, they're supposed to pander to us. You just hope that there's some kind of like actual legitimacy behind the pandering. And what I mean by pandering is you hope that you're able to withhold your vote to be able to extract some kind of like promise from these politicians that they're actually going to follow through on things that are beneficial to their constituents, like what Sandor was saying. So I think we're definitely
go ahead. They're supposed to do what we want them to do. Like pandering to them is like fucking crazy to me. And I see people that do that, and I'm like, dude, like these people are supposed to be working for you. Like they're supposed to be your employees. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, and that's the biggest problem with our politics now, in my opinion, is these people don't do anything that we want them to, and they lie to us to get into office. We'll vote for them and stuff. And let's be honest, a lot of people don't vote in like local primaries and stuff like that, which they should. Sure. But like even when you do, you get these people in office, dude. And I remember one time we ended up campaigning for someone, my family and shit like that, and it is nothing beneficial for the city that came out of it. I mean, there's so much.
You good? Wow, shit. I might have fucked up your mic. I was trying to turn your mic up because Sandor just put in the comments that the guest needs to turn up his mic. So I was trying to do that on my end, and it ended up like cutting out your mic, I guess. Can you try to talk? Are you talking? Okay. I'm not sure why it's doing that. You might have to drop out and then maybe get back in. And it might have been my bad, to be completely honest. But I don't know why that would have made it where I can't hear you anymore. What was that? I can't hear you. You jump back in. Yeah, I got you. Perfect. Yes, sir. All good, brother. You can come right back in. I'll even, if you're still watching this, I'll put the link back in here so it's easy to find. You don't have to dig for it. There we go. But yeah, boys, we're vibing. It's a beautiful Wednesday night. Paul, I see you in the comment. Oh, I didn't get to read your comment. My bad on that. Paul said the people should remember who the government should work for. Absolutely agree with you on that, brother. I totally agree with you on that. I think that's a lot of, I think, the difference between where we get caught up on ideologies, because some people have been convinced, and I mean, I think there may be merit to this kind of thinking as politically, but some people have been convinced that to expect things from the government is bad and you shouldn't expect anything from the government. Go ahead and try to talk, brother.
Hear me now?
I mean, I can hear you pretty good. You have your mouth full of food, so I'll have to hear like how you sound. I can hear you. I'm just trying. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Beautiful. So I'm just trying. I'm curious about the volume now, but I think you sound better. And you guys have to let me know.
My volume all the way up. I turned it all the way up.
Cool. Oh, perfect. Okay. And then here, Sandor, I'm just gonna read the rest of these comments. And I can pass it right back to you if you have anything to say. And then I got a video to play, or like I said, if you have anything really to get into, please don't hesitate. I appreciate you hopping on here. Sandor says,
I got something.
Beautiful.
Talk about it.
Beautiful. I haven't talked about the Shannon Sharpe shit. I'd love to get your opinion on that, brother. We gotta get to it.
Brother, that's my mind. You got my mind, brother.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. You seen that shit with Gil?
I don't think I did see the shit with Gilly the Kid. Nah. What would it have?
No, not Gilly the Kid. No Chill Gil.
Yeah, I did see it with the gambling.
He got picked up by the feds.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I feel like I can hear a grumble of a demon. Just want to point that out. Okay. It's not you, maybe. I promise I'm being serious. I don't know if you need to have a priest come and exercise your house, but every once in a while you're talking and then it goes like, I just hear like, but I don't think it's you. So it's like, just saying, the grumble of a demon is in your mic. That is like some. I don't know if you ever watched. It just happened again. I'm just like, whoa, okay, all good though. I can rock with that.
Dark, brother. Let me switch it off for my headphones.
Oh, you're all good. It's not even that distracting, to be honest. So if you can't fix it, I don't think it's the end of the world. Okay. Sandor says, be right back. Got to get my rubbish bin. Guest needs to turn up the mic a lot. So that was the comment I read to you. But and then Paul said, rubbish bin is awesome to read and hear. We just say trash. Sandor says, Sandor's from New Zealand. I don't know if you knew that. I know you were on here the other night with Sandor, but
he's from New Zealand?
Yeah, he's from New Zealand. So he gets on here when I do these lates. He's been hopping on here with me and really rocking and just we've been talking.
How's the beer out there, brother?
Oh, okay, good question. Yeah, how's the beer, Sandor? Tap us in on that. He said false alarm rubbish truck has not been beautiful. Oh yeah, it's also earlier for him. It's funny enough, I got to get my trash out because my trash does come tomorrow. So that's something after I end this live, I got to take my ass right outside to get the trash bins.
Take care of that already this week, brother. Thank God. You missed that
good move.
You get fucking flies and maggots and shit. Oh man.
Yeah. Sandor says it's better. He's still a bit quiet. Then he said volume is good now. So hey, and guys, let me know. Do you hear the like grumbling of a demon underneath his voice?
Please let me know.
Yeah, please let us know. It could be on my end. That's why I think we should probably we should troubleshoot that.
just to take care of myself.
Yeah. Paul says my garbage day is on Thursday as well. Sandor twinsies. Yeah, same over here, Paul. We're all rocking. And then Sandor says lots of good beer, all different kinds to cater for taste and budget. Hell yeah. And I was talking to Sandor earlier actually in the chat, man. He was talking about when he was talking about the beautiful women of New Zealand. And I'm like, hell yeah. A lot of good genes over there. And just also he just talked about the vibes.
There's beer over there. You know, I didn't miss that.
So this week, actually, I was reading a little bit about.
I ain't cut that pure white with nothing. Got that pure over there, buddy. Yes, sir.
I'm actually not. So as stupid Americans, and you may be different than I am as this. I know a little bit about the Maori people, or however you say it, but it's like I'm very ignorant to like whatever the indigenous population of New Zealand would be. Like I told you, we conflate over here. Not that some people probably would think Australia and New Zealand are fucking the same thing, but we conflate those two countries a bit and just relate them quite a bit to one another. So I'd say we hear more about the Aborigines.
They must be close then.
Yeah, they're both like oceanic. Hey, what's going on, Jada Spade? Shout out to you. Thank you for tuning in. We have been in here chilling for sure. We were talking about the Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ad. I'm curious your opinion on that and your kind of insight there. It's definitely dividing the internet, I would say. Not equally, but it's dividing it. And also, once again,
you can't hate America's sweetheart, man.
Yeah, no, she's back, baby. You can't sit here and fucking claim American sweetheart status for Mike Tyson and hate on who raped a person, and hate on Sydney Sweeney when it's like she was just in a. There's like an uncomfortable entendre. And by the way, anybody that's uncomfortable with it, in my opinion, that's your problem. You're interpreting and applying some like extra racist intentions to it. Damn well it's just some guy that was like, we're gonna put big tits in the ad. Like,
and the ass was looking good in the jeans too. I think that was the whole point. Like,
they're about to be flying off the show,
but she had some booty. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Look.
They were hating.
This is Jada. See, Sandor, this is an example of the plight of American education, but not wrong in his face. Because this is the same thing I said to Sandor as well when he came in here. I was talking about his haka. I was like, what's that haka like? And then I went ahead and culturally appropriated him. But ever since then, we've been super locked in. That's the thing. He got to see my haka. Which I get in there too. What the fuck? Ah! No, yeah, exactly. No, I love it. When I see the football teams do it, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I was on the other side of that, I'd be like, well, what the fuck is up over there?
Yeah, I'm the American rugby team, and I'm looking across, and I see them doing that shit. I'm like, all right, let's pack this shit up.
Better. Yeah, that was more
let's
of
let's not break our necks with fucking with these dudes. they might break your bone. It's seeping through blood cup. They might drink your blood. You know what I'm saying? They might give you strength.
You gotta respect it, because, and I've seen a few videos. I don't remember what it was in New Zealand now. I talked about it. This was a little bit ago, but there was some kind of like fight around the native people, and what you might remember, because it was all over the news. Even
the farmers and shit, right? Yeah, the farmers and shit.
No, that's South Africa. They had the
that was Africa.
Yeah, it was New Zealand, and this was longer ago. This might even, you know how time goes, man. This could have been a year at this point. Who the fuck knows? But it had something to do with the indigenous people, and they felt like there was some kind of like encroachment there happening. And I remember like people in the parliament or whatever your political system would be like, they're straight up coming in there and they were haka, and they pulled their haka out in the fucking in the chamber.
We're going to war with y'all motherfuckers. Like, what y'all talking about? Like, what y'all want to do?
Yes, I was very curious on this, because you mentioned this the other day that you're South African. So Sandor is actually South African, but he grew up in New Zealand. So
like Driscus, do you play South African, or like Israel Adesanya South African?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a big difference. I'm first gen NZ. My family came over in '81 from South Africa. I'm 81. Let's see. Okay, so in 81, this was in 81. In 81, the South African team was touring. Lots and lots of protests. My family was not popular. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, what do you like, royalty, brother? Like, what's going on?
Well, I think it's just the South African people. They're viewed as like hardcore colonizers. Yeah, I got you, brother. It did take me a minute, but I appreciate you. You're the man for that. Always coming through with the fucking corrections.
Isn't South Africa ran by a bunch of like black people and shit now?
Yeah. So I think the government has been like turned over a bit, and that's what they're dealing with currently, as far as like they're trying to like, I mean, they're trying to address some of the inequity that's been going on in South Africa.
Trump tried to press him.
What was that?
Trump tried to press the president.
Oh no,
he tried to press him. Oh, brother, yeah. If you ever find that video, that's a good watch.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
He's like, he pulls up. He's like, so what are you gonna do about the poor white people? You're starving over there in South Africa. And the guy's like, he's like, what are you talking about?
Maybe it was that, because I kind of do vaguely remember Trump addressing it. I just didn't remember that it was directly to the president of South Africa. So that's probably true, though, because I don't remember the situation clearly. Hey, look, somebody had to.
Damn.
Somebody had to, for the poor white farmers of South Africa. Somebody had to.
I was like, damn, bro. Yeah, I'm like, giving people their land back, dog. Y'all just taking people land and shit.
Yeah, some of this I haven't looked deep enough into that to honestly feel like I have a real solid grasp of it.
What is it, the West Bank, brother? Like, we just taking people's land and shit?
Well, I mean, brother, it's like, the thing is, like I said, for my very basic understanding, it's people trying to take back farmland that has been in like use from these like Dutch families that have been there for generations, and they're like, well, fuck you, and we're not giving back up the land whether you feel like you. So it would be similar, I guess, in a way, if you're fast forwarding that, though. So I mean, at a certain point, when does it's like
they did take the land. I think they took the land from the Dutch people and gave it to the black African people, and I think that's where the problem is, because you threw these people on the street now, and that's where I'm like, that's kind of fucked up. You don't just take.
Well, so some of that might have been happening, but I know like the issue was around people killing the white South African farmers. So I don't know why would they kill them if it was given to them by the government? You feel what I'm saying? Why would they have the need to kill them?
So they're killing them and taking their shit.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not as familiar with that. I haven't taken the time to read into it. You got to make decisions.
Oh, you're right. You're right about that. I think what it is the government's turning a blind eye to it. They're not doing anything about it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah, but that, like I said, that's most of that is like a lot of times when I get on here and I'm talking, I've at least done some like firsthand research myself and taken on other, I've listened to other sources and things like that and other people's opinions on it. In this, I barely heard basically other people's takes on it. So I'm hesitant to just parrot somebody else's take when I haven't really dug into it on my own to really make me feel confident in that take. So, I mean, I can't like. Yeah, like I mean, from what I've heard, like my instinct is obviously like, well, don't kill people. That's not the right way to handle it. There's like a legal way to go about handling that, but that's like it's just an ignorant kind of take from me, and just based off of like a very like an intuitive feeling on what I know about the situation. But Sandor might have more information on it actually, so I'll get down here and read these comments. Sure. Paul says not familiar with her or the ad. That's not in my algorithm. That's very interesting, Paul.
I'm sorry for you, brother. Sorry for your loss.
Yeah. So yeah, you gotta check out the ad, my brother, and sometime when you're maybe privately alone, or maybe watch it with your wife. Maybe watch it with your wife on fuck it.
Go to the bathroom, brother. Go to the bathroom.
Yeah, but she's an actress. She was in, I think she was in the show Euphoria. I didn't watch that show myself, but I'm pretty sure that's like where she like got big on.
Definitely in Euphoria. She's in a few movies.
Yeah, she's been. But I honestly can't recall. I'm not like a Sydney Sweeney fan, but I'm aware of her. She's definitely like a. I'm surprised because even outside the algorithm, in my opinion, it seems like she is a bit of a. I don't want to say pop culture icon, but she's a she's a celebrity for sure.
She's fucking knocking.
Yeah, she's in all the rags, talking about whatever the fuck bullshit that she's in, and all like whoever she's dating, this or that. So it's like she's one of those celebrities. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's active out here. But initially, the initial reports from this, I read that American Eagle had risen like their what's that called? The fucking evaluation. Their evaluation had risen like $100 million in a day, based off of. I mean, obviously, people are correlating it to this ad. But honestly, when I sat and thought about it, I'm like, there's some, that makes a little bit of sense. Because I mean, if you think that obviously the ad's not for you, Paul, correct? It's not in your algorithm. Sydney Sweeney is not particularly in my algorithm, but the people who buy American Eagle or the American Eagle want to target, those people are extremely aware of Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, and it's like that one show, what? So they used to get a whole bunch of like advertising. It was like 501 2.0 or whatever. Like, I gotta tell you to speak up slightly, brother, because it's hard for me to understand you, so I know it's hard for them. No, I'm trying to think. Like there was that show back in the day. It was like on MTV. It was based in California, and like it was like a bunch of blonde hair, blue eyed people.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Fucking
Huntington Beach or whatever, some bullshit like that. And like they used to get a whole bunch of ads.
It was something Lagoon or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like Blue Lagoon.
Blue Lagoon. No, I wanted to say Blue Lagoon, but it just kind of sounded funny. But I think you might be right. That's what I wanted to say as well.
Yeah, I think it was that, and like they had that Heidi Montag, and that one. No, they're still famous. Dude, I seen them in the airport. It was crazy. They were like celebrity. I'm like, what? They're really
bro, fucking just brain rot. Think about how fucking horrible that shit was, and just we were just taking it in.
I'm like, these are just people. I saw these are people, bro. Like, what are you people doing? Like, these are like fucking tripping over each other to fucking go talk to these people, man. I
don't know how your parents handled that, but like when my parents would see me watching shit like that, they would acknowledge that it was stupid and retarded, and but then they would not be like, you shouldn't be watching this necessarily. They'd just be like, oh, this is so fucking dumb. Now I'm thinking of like if my daughter was watching Jersey Shore, for example, and just watching girls getting their fucking back blown out while they're fucking inebriated and by the way can't consent. Holy shit, some crimes were committed on that reality show, for fuck's sake.
Recorded
and profited off of by
it was like fucking Epstein's Island on shore.
Exactly.
On homeland.
Don't make me put my prosecutor hat on, because if I put that shit on, we might end up some people might end up behind bars.
Where the fuck was Tony Busby? Jesus Christ.
Tony Busby. For the love of God, where was Tony Busby? Our hero.
Fucking Miss Millions.
Sandor
millions on that one.
Sandor says apartheid was still a thing then. It was just before everybody sent them into isolation. And there was some like ethnic cleansing, people getting pushed out of South Africa and stuff, which I think is what he's referring to. Crime is outrageous over there. It's bad for everybody. There is no white genocider. So he's saying there's no white genocide. And as far as like crime being really crazy over there, I did see a little, like I said, this is something where I saw people.
So Trump is fucking lying, is what he was doing. So
the countries that surround South Africa, kind of like what Sandor is touching on, where he's saying like the crime is crazy. Crime's not great in South Africa, but the countries immediately surrounding South Africa have like some of the worst crime rates in the entire world. So, and I mean, some of that I'm sure comes based off of people being pushed out of South Africa based off many different things and having to relocate into those areas. But so Sandor says there have been land reforms made by the ANC. However, they're losing popularity due to running the country poorly. They have a coalition government now. Interesting. It has been ANC power alone before now. They gave consent. Paul said they gave consent on Jersey Shore. All right, brother. They wouldn't even be able to tell you their fucking legal name. You would ask them. How could they say yes?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Them bitches were drunk.
Yeah, how could they consent to the risk of fucking pregnancy? And some of them failed that sword. The show basically ended because of that.
Hey, Polly! That bitch consented? Come on,
oh
dog. She can barely fucking stand.
Yeah, no, there were rough times. Guest needs to fix up his mic, distorted and uneven volume. Yeah, like I said, I definitely hear the demon growling.
Yeah, hold on.
You work on it as much as you can, but if we got to deal with it, we got to deal with it. It's something we could always just do better in the future. I'm not tripping about it too much. Oh, I hear myself. I hear myself.
You said what?
I hear myself super clearly. Like I'm talking over myself right now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you. You got any fucking headphones, like the earbud headphones?
Nah, brother. You know it's all wireless shit.
Well, bro, this isn't gonna work because this is way worse. Because they can. I'm
worse?
sure they can hear. Well, it's from your perspective, but from my perspective, now they can hear.
Oh, you know why? Because my shit's probably too loud now.
Maybe your shit's too loud. Yeah, good call. So maybe you could turn that down a little bit. It might fix it.
Is it better now?
No, I can still hear myself as well. You have to get consent to be on the TV show, brother. The point isn't. So the point I'm making, and I mean, I'm not even really making a serious point, but we can turn it serious because it's like the point isn't did they say yes or did they say no. The point is whether they say yes or no. It's irrelevant if they're inebriated. So it's like you can't even obtain legal consent if they're fucking blowing a 3.0 alcohol content. Paul said also, we all knew that those girls were an embarrassment to their families. This is America and we allow people. See, but do we stand by and say, hey, this is a great thing to profit off of and let's put it on TV? That's a different thing than saying like, hey, we let people be slutty and all that. Do we culturally endorse it is another question. You either adore it and laugh at it or that's just who you are. And then Sandor said, don't move. It's better. Don't fucking move. Yeah, go ahead and try to talk. I'm curious. So I can't hear myself now. So I'm curious. Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. Bad timing on my part. Yep. I can't hear you, brother. I can't hear you. It's all good. It's all good. The if anything, the hello, fellow gangs, brother. Wiggy. Salute to you, my brother. Hope everything's good. I can't hear you still. Yeah. The IDF, they're shutting down fucking Deuce Andretti's side of things. I'm just having fun with it. I get what you're saying. I'm just having fun with it. No, hey, brother, you know, I like the arguments. So I enjoy a little debate if it's something that we could really, that we feel strongly on. And sometimes we have those little disagreements.
Is the demon back, brother?
I hear you. I don't hear any growling, but it wasn't consistent. So we'll just sit here and talk and then we'll see if it pops back up. But I think your house is definitely haunted.
Yeah, brother. I gotta get up out of here, though.
Oh, bro, I'm seriously thinking about that, man. I'm like, just as far as the area, I'm like, what does the area honestly offer at this point to where it's like I need to stay here? I just feel like I don't.
Not shit.
Um,
Not fucking shit. I mean,
yeah. So it's
bro,
like, bro, I
as
can.
far as like living, it's just fucking dog shit. It's, don't get me wrong, it's nice, but it's dog shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%. So it's
It's
like
not shit to
it is
do.
nice.
Not
Well, it
shit
is
to do,
nice.
though.
And if you're talking about like a retirement community or something like that, it could make a lot of sense. But it's like if you want to get into any kind of
Yeah, if you're looking for a
shenanigans,
retirement home, just call me. Just hit me up. I got
exactly. Me too. I got one.
you. we got two for sale. We got two for sale. Give you a good deal.
So Sandor says, Jesus fucking Christ, set up the mic the way you had it the other day.
This is how I had it, Sandor.
Yeah, sometimes, bro, electronics are like that. You leave it, you come back, you pick it up, and it's like, well, what the fuck happened? And what happened was a Mossad agent stuck in your house and changed the settings.
No, they fucking put a bug in this bitch.
Fuck around and hit you with the heart attack gun. Once I saw they had that shit, I'm like, well, it's over for all of us.
They hit me with that fucking pager in my ear.
Exactly. Every fucking goddamn electronic product in your house explodes. Oh my god.
It was a gas fire. It was a gas fire.
Yeah, these malfunctions happen.
Fucking house.
Sandor says people on Reddit will cry grape if somebody.
Ooh,
okay.
Wow.
Yeah, push me down there. People on Reddit will cry grape if somebody says AITA. What's AITA? I'm not great with the internet language, brother. I'm sorry. That's my bad. AITA for yelling, huh? It's an acronym of some kind, I imagine. AITA for yelling at my husband when he touched my coochie in bed. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, hey, but the thing is, that's not great.
Well, first off, he paid for that coochie. Let's talk about that.
I'm interested in your angle on this. For sure.
He paid for it with his soul, brother.
Yeah, I'm interested in that angle for sure. And I mean, I could just obviously imagine the scenario that you're talking about, Sandor. If we're just following it to its conclusion, I could see that going. I could see that going the direction of Deuce Andretti here. So I don't know. I agree with your initial point. I'm just saying if we continued that same kind of thought experiment there, it could get dark quickly. Sandor said, "Hey,
Henry and the other bowling girl."
Bowling girl. Oh, okay, Anna. Yeah. Am I the asshole?
Oh shit.
No, I got to get. Where did Wiggy? Because right here. Wiggy said, "Yeah, dude, evil. Reddit is evil incarnate." Yeah, 100%. That's not on you. I've seen some wild shit on Reddit, which at some point we probably could just pull Reddit up here and just read people's Reddit posts and just sit here for 8 hours.
Let's talk about like the sadistic black market shit on Reddit, dude. Oh my god. You want to see some crazy shit. You want to see some wild shit. Yeah, definitely go check out Reddit.
Let's see here. That's better. He said, "Am I the asshole?" And then Wiggy said, "Good, Sandor. Saw you hanging out the other day. I was a bit busy." Yeah, we were vibing. It was definitely we were vibing in here. Okay. I see. Yeah, here I didn't put it together, so I'm glad you literally spelled it out for me here. So AITA is "Am I the asshole?" Okay. Yeah, Reddit. I'm not. I'm not as tapped in on it. So I know they have a lot of different threads that have these kind of like.
That's a thread.
Well, like Reddit threads. So like they'll have threads around just like anything you can imagine, just about, and like crazy shit. Like the weird sexual stories that I was reading on here back in the day.
Oh
yeah. So like that was from Reddit, like where they were just people talking about just like crazy ass confessions, and they would just say the wildest shit. And I've seen some people get in there and they're like, "This is fake. I can't even whack to this. This is fake."
I knew a coworker that's how they used to get off. They used to go read them shit.
Bro, you needed something real. My boy was on.
It was a girl, and yeah.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, you don't want to share anything else.
No, it was funny because the shit she used to look at was crazy, bro. I was like the shit she used to read. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I'm sure that's an interesting story. We'd love to have her on here if she ever wanted to just spill it all out, because I'm sure most people talking to people on Reddit in like a sexual manner, they're probably assuming they're talking to a dude that's like sitting there fucking beating his meat, telling you how he's, this girl that lives in Florida and I want you to fuck me so bad. It's just like, okay, is this
it was so vivid, brother. I was like, oh my god.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, I mean, just the shit that I read on there was fucking wild. So it's like, you read shit that makes you question, like, wow, these people are in the world, like shoulder to shoulder with me, like at the store.
50 Shades of Grey, the writer, he just stole all that shit off Reddit. Like, that's all he did.
Oh, wow.
He stole it off of a fucking Reddit post. He made a whole movie and book off of fucking Reddit fucking porno flick. Someone came up in that head. I mean, dude, some of the shit on there was so vivid. I'm like, this shit is the most detailed, descriptive shit I've ever read in my life.
Wiggy's a savage. Wiggy's a savage, and I fuck with you, Wiggy. Thank you for tuning in tonight. If I didn't already say that, my brother. He says, I hate its echo chamber moderators. So I agree with that, though. It does get a little echo chamber. It's just like kind of mean in there because you will get some threads where there are these like shit talking threads, and it'll be like they'll create one for Sit and Politic. Anybody that wants to do that, please feel free to do that, and let's boost these numbers up, baby. We're trying to hit 1,000. But they'll create a Reddit thread, and they'll just like clip shit that people say and just shit on. They'll tie things to real life things with the people. The one obviously that I'm not super familiar with because I don't watch the podcast, but have you ever seen the H3 podcast?
I feel like I just watched the podcast from H3.
From H3, yeah. So I mean, I've seen their thumbnails and stuff a lot, and I've watched a few of them, but I don't want to say marketing because it's just they have a huge audience, but so I see their shit is just basically my point. They're a popular podcast, but they got a lot of shit because people ended up exposing them for the main guy's wife, who is like kind of a co-host. Mm-hmm. And if I'm butchering this at all, and anybody knows better, let me know because I am only aware of this really because of the drama. I don't watch the show. But yeah, so she actually served in the IDF and shit, so people exposed her for that. They're like, she was in the fucking IDF. She's Israeli, and people knew that she's Israeli. So if you had any common sense, you would know. If you wanted to expose her on that, you would know to look there because every Israeli has to serve in the military.
Mandatory service, baby.
Yeah. So I mean, by the way,
that's kind of weird.
Jaded says Sandor must have a spreadsheet on how to talk internet. Wow. Hey, I mean, I think sometimes you just get in there and it's about using the language. You get on Reddit and you start
education. Because
that's right.
I tell you what, boy, that motherfucker Sandor is smart as fuck.
Yeah, no, Sandor's a man.
Or you using the fuck out of Google. One or two.
Hey, look, but it's a talent to know how to use Google. We've had fact checkers on this podcast before, brother, and we know how that's going.
Yeah, that shit was fucking like two monkeys fucking a banana.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's a perfect way to explain it. When he says Reddit moderators are free speech haters, yeah, I agree with that. I think let the shit fly. If it's not a direct threat, imminent
Reddit,
threat,
dude.
just let it go. Who gives a fuck?
It's a bunch of fucking degenerates on there anyway. Who gives a fuck?
I mean, I really think in most environments, like even YouTube, I would say let the free speech go on YouTube. We talked about it last week or maybe a little bit before that, but I just had this kind of thought and I wanted to talk about it on the podcast where you know how heavily they censor people talking about pedophiles, right? Yeah, you might have been on this podcast this week ago.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah,
it is weird. So it's like for me, I was thinking about that and I'm like, who does that benefit to censor that language? It's like what do you think the percentages of people that are talking about pedophiles on YouTube that are talking about it positively versus the people that are talking about it negatively? It's got to be fucking 95% to 5% or more. So it's like for what fucking purpose? Yeah, for what purpose do you have to censor that unless you're trying to censor the people talking negatively about pedophiles? Honestly,
right.
And aside from like treating it like
people who beat pedophiles to prison, that's just like, what are we doing?
There you go. Well, I mean, in that content, to a certain degree, I understand like when they start beating them up, even though I find it awesome content. I understand why they kind of have to step in there, but I'm saying like even to the point where people are just talking, people will say that their videos get demonetized talking about that, or they get like deboosted in the algorithm because they're talking about that. Why the fuck would we prevent that? Like I said, legitimately, just do the thought experiment with me, where it's like, if we just let that go and went full free speech on talking about that, what are the numbers of people that are talking positively to negatively? And I challenge anybody to come up with an argument where it's more than 5% of people that would be speaking in any positive way at all. And I'm including the people that would be like, it's a mental fucking thing. Sure, you would
funny? They
Yeah.
let the people that try to defend it and say that it's a sexual preference and all this.
Yeah, they let that fly.
They let that fly, no problem. But as soon as I'm saying, like, yeah, you should beat all the pedophiles. Yeah, punch a pedophile in the face today. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you're not going to let that fly, though. But this dude could tell you how, well, I have this thing where I just can't control it, but I just think about little boy penis every day. It's just like, no, that's not okay. It's not okay, but
No,
they
exactly.
will let that shit fly, though. You know what I mean? It's
and honestly, can I keep it real, though?
And you're right.
Can I keep it real?
Benefit, right?
Well,
Who's the benefit to stick 100%? A bunch of pedophiles in one small town where no one is fucking watching them and seeing what they're... Who does that benefit to stick all the pedophiles in a city in Florida where it's just a bunch of pedophiles?
That's a great point, and that is true, and that does exist. But I am saying that
who's watching over those people to make sure they're not stealing children and bringing them back to have a pedophile
fortress. It's a fortress of pedos. Yeah, but I mean, to your point though, even to engage with your initial point that you're kind of touching on, it's like even the people, like let's just say we let it completely fly, and we even let the people that are talking positively say whatever they have to say. That's not really a bad thing. I think overall, I don't think it's a good thing that they're speaking out about that or that they have those preferences or whatever. But I do think like to be able to know that somebody is a good thing.
That's your brother. You would want to know, right?
Oh, bro. Yeah. And all the people in the comments saying like, keep on going, brother. You'll get there. Yeah. We're going to hit 1,000 subs one day. Yeah. If that's like, if that conversation, or if that guy, or if that guy's employed, say you employ that person or whatever, like all the things, think of all the things people lose their job because of this or that they said on the internet. If we aired on the side of personal liberty and let people talk about what they want to talk about, then it's like, yeah, I think that would kind of like solve itself in a way. And I think it would definitely be, regardless, it's not perfect, nothing's perfect, but it would be better than completely shutting down anybody talking about it and punishing people for talking about it.
I'll agree, dude. 100%.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Fucking just letting people just not speak on the atrocities of pedophiles and the trauma and the damage they cause to young children. And like the anxiety that they put in fucking society for parents all over the country. Like, I don't know. I think it's the weirdest fucking thing I've ever seen in this world. I mean, to me, it's fucking ass backwards. It doesn't make sense. And then when you realize, like, most of these politicians have these fucking fetishes and shit, so they justify blocking policies to fucking catch child traffickers and child predators and shit. It's like Ashton Kutcher came out like 10 years ago with a program that could literally catch all the child predators. And he's like, hey, if you just give me more funding, I can make this bigger and we can literally like cut this shit down by like 60-50%. Government looked at him and said no. It's like, what? But
no, I agree with that.
You're gonna go spend fucking $3 million to fucking Israel. Yeah.
No, 100%, bro. 100%. And Paul says here, whacking to stories is weirder than whacking to anime. I don't know if I agree with that, brother. There's something.
No, because there's people read books for that shit too.
Yeah, those people are just
sex books.
They're mentally stimulated in that way. So it's like, I also wonder because I've read some studies that say like people that like, because I've had these debates before where it's like, is porn a negative or is it a general positive? So I've read a little bit about this where some people have had struggles with like ED and shit from overuse of like just the overstimulation of like traditional porn, and probably anime porn is probably like a whole nother fucking level. I mean, when you're watching bitches get fucked with tentacles by squid beasts, I mean, it's like, I don't know. That's got to like, then you go back to having sex with your wife and trying to procreate. You're just like, well, this isn't the same as the 8 tentacles.
Yeah, I was thinking about exactly. Like some Sailor Moon type shit, but you just went on some like Attack on Titan, fucking crazy.
Oh wow, yeah, no, 100%, bro. They have all of them. You could see fucking Lois fuck all of her kids basically. So it's like, yeah, anime porn gets kind of crazy.
Yeah, see, them Japanese guys, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, for sure.
what the fuck?
The plus, I mean, yeah, where's the fucking line? I don't watch this shit, so it's like I do know that not that I don't watch porn because I've seen the like ads on the side, and that's where I'm saying I've seen like the lowest shit and all that like many a time. So just fucking wild. Yeah, it's wild. It's like
I do
like
think
some
they're cutting
serious
down on
overstimulation.
porn access, though. They're
You
cutting
said
down
what?
on porn access.
Oh yeah, bro. It's the thing is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? I mean, here I'm basically completely off the tube. You feel me?
Yeah, facts. I mean,
yeah, they're asking you for the fucking for your license when you go to get on the website. Well, I'm like, well, fuck that. I guess I gotta tap into my memory banks.
That's just weird.
I gotta go have sex with my wife. All right.
Yeah.
Oh god damn it. Okay, I gotta go be nice.
4 guys in arguments, man. I mean, what are you gonna do in that?
Oh,
argument
true.
Now?
They have nowhere to run.
Kiss ass. Go buy that Birkin, brother.
Yeah, the amount of men that are actually standing on business is at an all-time low after
it's dwindling.
It's dwindling quick. Wild stories, so weird that Lauren wasn't happy about us reading and talking about it. Oh yeah, it was extremely wild. I got to get back to it, brother. I got to get back to it. That's the thing. The Reddit stories where they were just like over the top, fucking crazy. I don't remember any of them specifically, but they would just be like, people talking about like fucking their dad and shit.
Yeah, he sat me on the kitchen table and took out a cucumber out of the cabinet.
It was Thanksgiving dinner. I debasted the turkey in front of everyone. Oh, okay. Oh no.
My fucking grandmother fell asleep and he fucked me in front of her on the table.
It was like those unforgivable videos. And I fucked grandma. Unforgivable.
All of a sudden, this black man broke down on the side of the road and came to the door.
Sandor, I don't know. Did y'all? Because I'm assuming you probably did see the unforgivable videos. I'm wondering if Sandor saw those in New Zealand. Did they break through? Did they break the hemisphere?
They probably get some wilder shit over there. They probably get some BDSM shit. Fucking.
Yeah, it was like fucking legendary YouTube video on the really at the beginning of the height, or not the beginning of the height, but the growth of YouTube where it really started to get crazy. Look up the Hebrew term Hezbollah. Okay, all right, fuck it. Let's go ahead and look it up.
All right, well, that sounds like some sexual.
Let's see. Did I just say some shit I shouldn't have said?
What if it kicks us out right now?
Yeah, exactly. I get fucking abducted by aliens or Jews. Who knows? You guys will have to keep an eye out.
It's either Mossad or ISIS, brother. One of the two.
So, public diplomacy of Israel. The public diplomacy of Israel, or Hasbara, includes mass communication and individual interaction with foreign nationals through social and traditional media, as well as cultural diplomacy. Organizations involved. So here, I'm gonna read a little bit further because he might have told me what exactly we're supposed to look at. Hila volunteered to serve in the West Bank just to see. Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. Like I said, I'm not that tied into it. So he's talking about the H3, the main host, Ethan, I believe, right? So correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm going to call him Ethan because I'm pretty sure it's his name.
Why did you go to Gaza? Why did you want to go to the West Bank?
Well, I mean, just the fact that she wanted to go to West Bank. The West Bank, though, the West Bank is even more kind of because, I mean, they're settler camps. So it's like that's tough. So, I mean, Gaza really kicked off after October 7th to another level. Not that it wasn't already, open air concentration camp like what it was being referred to as
at the
time.
Like a city, though.
But it was a city, yeah.
They had like stoplights and shit. I mean,
the problem is that they didn't have control over their necessities, so like bare minimum utilities of like running water, electricity. So I mean, they really weren't their own separate. I mean, they were a city, so I feel you. I'm in agreement, but like an argument could be said that they weren't their own kind of.
No, I agree with what you're saying. I completely agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, they were definitely fucking ruled over by another country that could control their water and power. It's just like.
Yeah, and then they shut that off. I think they shut that off on like October 13th.
They lied. They're
maybe
like,
October
we
17th.
can't control their power and water. We never did that before.
Yeah, we don't know what happened.
When the war started, you literally shut it all off. What the fuck are you talking about?
By the way, Wiggy says it has no English equivalent, so I'm assuming this is the Hezbollah thing. So I'm going to get through these comments real quick, and then I'm going to go back to it. We read the very beginning of it, but I just wanted to see if Wiggy Wom had anything he wanted me to kind of key in on specifically. So Sandor says Wiggy is the real brains around here. In the comments, much knowledge, very much knowledge. But brother, you definitely strike back with plenty of good information. Like minor attractive person, yeah, definitely. That's as far as like what we were talking about earlier with the people kind of like co-signing the pedo shit, that's the whole minor attractive person thing. The maps shit that you were talking about, remember?
Yeah, I can't even.
You had brought that up a while ago.
I can't even process that information, but that doesn't confuse me.
Wow, but like I said, even if you let those people go, I'd rather those people be able to say what they're saying if it meant that we could still openly talk about, we could openly admonish that, and not kind of like if you just
be able to chisel their names into an iron book.
Well, I mean, I think there's, by the way,
it can never be removed.
Well, it's tough because it's probably not really controversial for the internet, but it is a serious thing. There's a question to be had as far as like castration around pedophiles. So this is the shit that if they are protected pedophiles, yeah, this is the shit that would put us in fucking YouTube jail for sure. But but I mean, I think, of all things, and I mean, I'm really big on trying to be bullish against protecting our personal liberties in any way that we can. So, I mean, the government being able to castrate you is, not something that I take lightly, to be honest. But, I think there's an argument to be made there. And by the way, Sandor said that he clipped you for posterity, and he says, sorry, Deuce, you just lost your job. Because we were talking about letting people say whatever they say, and then like if people are saying wild shit, then they'll lose their job based off of the crazy ass shit that they say. So there's no reason to police it and just allow people to be better about hiding in the shadows. Sandor says back in my day, letting people talk was the best way to know who to avoid. Yeah, and I agree with that. I think that's a good principle to have.
Like if a guy's talking about shooting up a fucking bar, you're like, yeah, I'm probably not gonna go to the bar with that guy. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Well, I mean, and maybe you're able to, maybe you or somebody is able to intervene before that actually happens. If you're,
I gotta go the other way, brother. I gotta just go the other way.
Well, but maybe like inform the authorities or something. Who knows? I mean, maybe you wouldn't.
If I had my gun on me, it's one thing, but
I would just shoot him right there. Wow.
It's like we just gotta take care of it.
I'll take care of it. Me.
I'm saving lives.
I've been waiting for this opportunity. I've been fucking waiting around for this opportunity at this bar every day, every Friday for 13 years.
You go throw that little goes to pull it out, boom, shoots him right back.
You can already see it in your mind. This is the mind of an American, Sandor, right there. That's how it really works. I'm disgusted with us. So Sandor says, not every anime enthusiast is a PDF file, but every PDF file enjoys anime. That's probably a good probably a good line to hold. I mean, I enjoy anime, I will say. But
don't say that too loud, brother. I don't know. That comment's kind of like a fucking trap.
Well, but the protection is already built in when he says, not every anime enthusiast is a pedo. So I fall into that group of which may be a minority. Who knows?
Jesus Christ, I hope not.
Sandor says Reddit is a good source of pornography, according to my friend. Well, I mean, that's one thing I will say. Look, they might push you onto Reddit because that whole you got to put your license thing in doesn't apply to Reddit. So, I mean, you actually might have just opened up a door, Sandor. So Hezbollah is propaganda or propagandist, isn't it? And I was definitely picking that up from the very beginning of what I read, but we'll read into more of it after I catch up here. It's all about keeping the diaspora connected and Zionist. And Sandor says, in the West Bank, it is illegal for Palestinians to collect their own rainwater. Sure. And then MAP is just another example of soft language that Carlin talked about. Yeah. And then Wiggy says, yeah, the Hezbollah shit is what causes people to extend their disagreements with Israel to all the Jewish people. So kind of the straw man of the argument where you're talking about something that Israel's doing, therefore people kind of conflate it as, well, you must be an anti-Semite because you're against children being blown up.
That's basically what the definition of Hezbollah is, basically.
Well, that's what he's saying. Here it says historically these efforts have evolved from being called propaganda by early Zionists when the term was considered neutral, with Theodore Herzl advocating such activities in 1899, to the more contemporary Hebrew term Hasbara, introduced by Nahum Sokolow, which translates roughly to explaining. This communicative strategy seeks to justify actions and is considered reactive and event driven. So this is kind of like what he's saying, as far as like, their actions that Israel's perpetrating now. This is like a propaganda wing. It seems like that would be responsible for kind of justifying their actions and muddying the waters and kind of conflating things, like the whole. I mean, I want to say Texas Wiki. Let me know if this is true. I didn't read too much into this, but I really do need to because I think this is really scary. But I think I was reading something that Texas has laws that prevent businesses from not selling to Israel. Like you can't boycott Israel in Texas, or so. I mean, clarify that for me, because I'm not too read up on it, but I did kind of catch it in my periphery. So I'm curious as far as like
Well,
what
you know what
seen.
the dude said. The dude said it's the right to do that because it's in the Bible. So that's what he did.
Okay, well there you go. There you go. You heard it. Wiki says it's like if we as Americans spent all of our day justifying our murder of the people in the Middle East to foreigners. Oh wait, we already have. Yeah, well, but a lot of us haven't. But there is definitely agencies in place that's kind of their role. Sandor says, "Wrong, Wiggy. You're just spreading freedom and democracy." And Wiggy says here, Dave Smith, people trust him because he criticized Israel. He was just running damage control. So are you saying that he's kind of like controlled opposition type deal? You'll have to let me know. Are you saying Dave Smith is Hasbara?
I think what Dave Smith does is because he knows his kids are Jewish.
Yeah.
He somewhat is trying to persuade the minds of people who are Jewish and then not Jewish to kind of push back on what's happening, because he knows the outcome will only lead to more hate. I'm not saying it's justified or that it's right, but I mean, when you're killing, like even with Gaza, right? They're saying like, oh, it's only 100,000 people. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, dude. Oh, it's between 15 and 100. No, motherfucker. It was at 46,000. It was just at 46,000 people 3 months ago. What the fuck are we talking about? The whole place is leveled. All those people are underneath those buildings. You didn't evacuate nobody. Egypt didn't open the border till the last minute. Like, you're still killing people. So it's like,
yeah,
with someone like Dave Smith, I feel like he generally speaks about it enough, and he speaks about a lot of different issues. You know what I'm saying? But there are people like the Ben Shapiro's of the world where you just listen to him speak, and you're like, bro, like someone needs to just slap the shit out of you. Like, just stop. Like, you're literally lying to us, and it's like it's so evident. And then you have the ones that are a little bit more subtle about it. You know what I'm saying? That kind of will try to cozy it in there, soft landing, but the Ben Shapiro's, they disgust me, dude. Oh, we gotta support Israel. They're the greatest ally. Oh, what do they do for us? Oh, well, intelligence. Well, didn't they just get attacked on October 6th? Oh, well, yeah. So what the fuck? What? They can't protect themselves. How are they gonna protect us? Where were they at when 9/11 happened? You get all this intel. Well, you're trying to get us to go to war to get Saddam Hussein, but yet you couldn't tell us that he was going to attack the United States. Don't you think that would have been enough for us to go to war? I think so, but no. And then it had nothing to do with Saddam Hussein. It was fucking a guy we trained to go coax Russia into a war, and then he turns around and uses his training to get us to go into a war.
Just randomly stumbled on a little truther note there.
It's just crazy.
I'm with you though. No, I'm with you.
It's just crazy, dude.
Well, here,
it's a clusterfuck.
So you can kind of contend with what Wiggy's saying here in the comments. He says Dave Smith, people trust him. So that's what we read already. He said down here, and this is in response to what I was saying, that you think he's controlled opposition, things of that nature. And he said maybe unconsciously, but he has an affinity for Israel's existence. Sandor says, yeah, that's true, Wiggy. And he says Dave Smith has never been. And then the BDS, so he said BDS is illegal in Texas. So that is the boycott, divestment, and sanctions. And so they're saying that, so that is illegal. So that's what I was kind of referencing. So that's just disgusting, though. That's absolutely disgusting. And to be happening in Texas is really like.
So as an American patriot and probably the most American state in the union,
yeah,
you cannot decide to not sell your house to Israel.
Well, it's not sell your house. It's like, I mean, I guess that could be the thing, but they're just like products in general. So you just can't boycott them. You can't push for like schools or whatever to divest from, or businesses to divest from Israel. And then sanctions, you'd like to see sanctions put on them. So they're saying like, they're saying that's a form of anti-Semitism. So they're saying to do that is like based around not, basically they're saying like to do that is to not do business with them based off their race and not do business with them because they're Jewish, which I disagree with. And I think that's a complete conflation of the state of Israel and Jews.
All right, I would like everybody in here to look up the word goyim.
Right. Oh God. Okay. They know, they've talked about, these guys have talked about goyim, but people that are watching for sure.
So
but they've talked
like
about it.
If you know that term, and it's just like where the fuck do you get the right to sit here and tell me that I can't boycott your shit? You got,
yeah.
Like you literally just the word literally means like fucking sheep, right? So to have that view of people and then to be able to turn around and be like, hey, like you can't boycott anything from this country, even though you're an American citizen and you have the freedom and the rights to do whatever the hell you want in your country. Except you have to follow the laws, but it's like that shouldn't be a law. I think
very clearly, if you respect business in this country, we respect businesses as having rights. So I don't know how you would, like, how is that not a form of using your own free speech as a business? Well, like, I mean, these are not laws that I agree with, but they're on the books. So I'm just kind of curious how you can stifle the business's free speech, and then just why would you want to stifle a individual and force them to do business with a regime that they're uncomfortable with? And like I said, based off something that's completely trumped up and just like it relies on a misunderstanding of just the difference between, you know, not doing business with people based off of their race and because they're Jews, and not doing business with a state, a client state with our own fucking country in reality, that, you know, I think you can choose to just not actively support. I mean, we're already struggling with how complicit our country has been with the genocide to begin with, to be completely honest.
Right.
So it's like, we're like the only fucking country. Now you have France and England are moving to identify Palestine as a state, which I think overall isn't like the biggest thing that they could do, if I'm being honest. But it is something. And I think it does. Yeah, it really does highlight like how much of a weak position that we're taking, just standing to the side and like I said, being complicit in it through just not. I mean, I don't know if it's not strong enough leadership, and that's not even. I'm not even, by the way, because the audience here knows obviously I'm not a fan of Trump. I'm not even putting this solely on Trump, which I do put it on Trump, and I think he's been pathetically weak with Israel. But I also acknowledge that's been the case in our politics for my entire life. But if you had something to say, go ahead, Deuce. I just want to finish that thought.
I mean, it's literally embarrassing that they have that much control in our country, that they can go to the biggest state in our union, the most powerful and wealthy state, and dictate laws and bills and how we do business in this country. That's an issue. That's a problem.
Extremely.
And this is why I say, like, the people need to be the ones voting on these bills and these laws that are being passed. Solely the people. We have the technology to do it now. There's no reason that you can't make it to where we vote on this stuff, dude. Like,
well, it shows
I guarantee, how many people in Texas know that? Think about it. I don't know.
Wiggy lives in Texas, so he probably would have a better idea how many people are aware of that in his community, at least.
And that just tells me that there's an issue that you know, because for you to put something like that in place, right? Then that means there was an issue with the boycotting of those products at some point for the businesses or services. And there probably was a good reason behind it because they're probably getting fucking fucked, right? But now
Sure.
it's like there's not a choice in the matter. So it's just that's nuts to me. I can't really believe
I agree.
That's kind of mind blowing.
Yeah, I agree totally. And I do think it's, you know, an infringement on individuals' rights. We shouldn't be expected to blindly support a country because it's not even that, because I mean, you could take a stance like this against some other ally that we have. So just the subservience from our country to this little fucking client state. And it's like, I don't know if you were watching the pod when I talked about the other day, and I don't think we got to the actual video itself, but there's a story that came out recently where they were talking about that Israel had blackmail on Bill Clinton and had told him that he had the black Bibi Netanyahu at the time went to him.
BP talked about that, right? I think the BP talked about that. The BP show.
Maybe I don't know. I don't remember. I read about it separately, but I also had a video for it, so I don't remember exactly who was talking about it. But yeah, so they ended up having that this conversation, Bibi and Bill Clinton, where he tells him like, "Hey, I have this video call between you and Monica Lewinsky, and it's you guys were having phone sex," saying this to Bill Clinton, but he says like, "But we destroyed it already." How fucking crazy is that? Like, how much like an underhanded kind of like threat is that? To say, hey, we have this phone call, but we went ahead and it's just letting you know, basically. It's letting you know, like, I mean, bro, and like Bill Clinton has to say, is that the only thing that they ever got? You know what I mean? Like, okay.
He would have never left American soil after he said that.
Oh, exactly. You know, and then he ends. Oh, 100%. I mean, well, the thing is, like, that is
Guantanamo Bay with you, brother, and all your security. Bye.
That is an outright threat, and this is the thing. And with Trump, this is why, you know, I think there's been some really pussy fucking MAGA people out there that have been like, oh, Trump, what do you want Trump to do? This or that? They would kill him if he did this or whatever. It's like, I'm sorry, but maybe this is unreasonable. I want to hear your opinion on this.
If I got BB on American soil coming to talk to me, bro, listen, I'm gonna deal with
dudes, let me finish this real quick because I want you to respond to what I'm saying. It's kind of slightly separate, so I want you to respond to what I'm actually saying. Damn, that's why I didn't want you to kill my train of thought there, because I'm, you know, high as usual. But damn, what the fuck was I just saying, bro? Help me out.
BB.
It was Trump. No, Trump. It was MAGA. So yeah, MAGA like giving Trump the pass, saying like, "What do you want him to do?" Like basically the Epstein Island shit. He can't disclose that information. He'll get killed. It'll destroy our economy. This or that. It's like, I'm sorry, but if somebody's going to become president of the United States, and let me know if I'm tripping on this, I want you to be willing to die for your country. If we expect teenagers that join the military to be willing to go into foreign land and die in the fucking middle of the desert for bullshit resource wars or whatever, but let's just even give them a benefit of the doubt. And let's just say for their country. Okay, let's just put the fucking veneer on it. If we expect 18-year-old, 20-year-olds to go die in the prime of their fucking life across the fucking ocean in these wars, we can't at least expect that our president is going to stand on what's right at the end of the day and be willing to also risk their fucking life. I know they're not, you know, and I know that most of the time these presidents come from these like plush backgrounds. They avoid military service and they fucking are cowards more times than not. But I'm sorry, well, we should at least expect that they're not fucking disgusting, common, and all this, of course. But like at least what we ask of from our servicemen who we send over into, like I said, foreign lands, and they fucking die face down in the fucking dirt. And it's like with a fraction of the monetary benefit that these presidents get, and a fraction of the accolades and praise that they get. And we expect, rightfully so, if you're going to join the military, to be honest, if you're going to go to war, you need to be prepared to possibly die. It's fair. But it's like, yeah, these presidents, it's like, it's too dangerous for me to expose the fucking pedophile cult. I don't give a fuck about this old ass man who's too afraid to give up a couple more years. No, you need to actually stand on shit. That's what you said you were going to do. Do it. It's time now. It's time now. Do it. So it's like the same thing with Biden. Like I said, there's no excuse. There's literally no excuse. Yeah, it's like if you're 100%, and many before them, to be clear, and not even on this.
Fucking everyone, every single president for the last.
Well, bro, and we're not naive. We're not naive to think that fucking Epstein is the first person to ever think about fucking selling fucking pedos young pussy. So it's like for every Epstein that didn't even really get brought to justice. There's how many other people that are just like Jeffrey Epstein that are still operating today, by the way.
Who's the one dude? The Nygaard, Peter Nygaard or whatever, from the Canadian Epstein. He was He was giving all these people the rejuvenation stem cells to keep them young and shit.
Yeah.
Who do you think was getting a lot of that? I was like, guys, like all our presidents and politicians are fucking 60, 70 years old. They're talking good. They're walking good. They're fucking playing fucking Batman and fucking rummy all every day. Like these people are getting. They're the clients of these people, dude. Like when you see these dudes getting arrested, it's because they're not useful anymore. They're like, all right, get rid of this guy. He's getting too fucking big for his britches. Epstein. So like this motherfucker thinks he can roll on us. They're like, all right, we're gonna pack this dude up. Turn off the cameras.
Turn off the cameras. Hang him. Hang his ass. Who knows what the fuck they did? Who knows what the fuck they did to him?
Well,
but yeah, I mean,
like
absolutely. Well, I mean, and think about how emboldened, honestly, these international sex cults are from seeing how little accountability came from this Epstein thing. Like if you were doing that, I mean, you're not going to stop every other crime. A person sells a little bit of crack in their neighborhood. They want to throw a book at them so they could send a message to everybody else in the neighborhood to prevent them from selling crack. We don't treat fucking sex traffickers the same.
We don't treat fucking pedophiles, rapists, dude. None of that shit.
Bro,
sex crimes do not get fucking dealt with. I've never
truly, yeah.
And you know what, Diddy though? You know what? I'm gonna give him a pass because he was just buying pussy buying pussy to be a freak.
Yeah.
He
was definitely buying pussy.
Bussy, not pussy. Let's be correct.
Yeah.
Bussy.
He's buying wholesale bussy.
You know what I'm saying? I've never seen a motherfucker go to jail for buying pussy, by the way.
Here, let me get into these comments just because we got a lot. So if you
they're in there.
Please think about anything that you have to say, because I'll come right back to you when I'm done with these comments and give it to you whatever you want to say on this. So Paul said, I remember Scooby fucking Velma when I was 12. And Sandor said, I never saw that episode, Paul. I don't know if I caught that one either, but I have seen some remixes to the Mystery Gang and that involved penetration. Paul said it was on a jack off site back in 2005. Hell yeah, what a year. And then Sandor said they are the most protected people on the planet. And I'm not sure if you're talking about pedos or if you're talking about our small hat friends. You'll have to let me know. And then Sandor said, as far as what you said about the Goyim, he said, yeah, we're all homeboys. And then Wiggy, there's a few good comments here from Wiggy breaking some shit down. Wiggy said, yeah, I felt like some crazy person. Okay, so it's supposed to be I feel. So yeah, I feel like I'm some crazy person here in Texas sometimes. Honestly, where I live is filled with Catholics. They just never like Jews anyways, from what I can tell. That's probably accurate. A small town here in Texas was sued by its own state because it withheld a few millions from taxes that would have gone to Israel. Abbott sent them a letter himself. Republicans are about to lose Texas. That's crazy. How do you feel about that? I'm just curious. I mean, you growing up there and, that's something that's probably hard to imagine 10 years ago.
I should say Abbott's a pussy. We'll start off there.
Well, you got Ted Cruz over there. You have a lot of those guys in Texas, and I think there's just that.
Ted Cruz,
he's fucking sucking from the cock of Israel.
Bro, I'm getting goosebumps. I would slap the piss out of Ted Cruz.
Goosebumps. Yeah, no, he's fucking absolutely wild. And seeing that come from, there is something that's like extra cringe and like even deeper than that, insidious, when you're seeing that happen in Texas, because you made a mention earlier of like Texas being the most American state, and just to put that in perspective,
carries in Texas.
Well, to put that in perspective, it's like
Jim boys carrying, even the kids are carrying.
So think about it like this. Think about the Zoran Mamdani thing, which we talked about on the podcast, and a socialist, right, being elected to government in New York potentially. It's like of all the states in the country that could happen, you would probably imagine it would happen in New York. So it's like almost not that shocking, This is the opposite of that. It's like the last place that just based off stereotype and like branding alone that you would think would like kowtow to foreign interest and sell out, their people would be Texas. And it's just, so there is like just something that's just counter to what we as Americans and non-Texans even think of as like kind of the Texas spirit and what it represents. So it's interesting to see your input on this, Wiggy, you being somebody that grew up in the state. Wiggy says, yeah, the two-state solution is soured when you realize it just will be an acknowledgement of the validity of colonization. Fair enough. I mean, but at a certain point, you might have to just, do you have to at some point acknowledge colonization? I want to ask you that, Wiggy. Real talk. Let's keep it real. I'm not in love with it either, and I've actually been kind of brought around to this. I see the complications with like the current state of affairs with Israel, but I do think the thing that makes the most sense and is honestly the fairest is actually a one-state solution. So Israel has to really make a case, from my perspective, that a ethno-state is necessary, and that a ethno-state is the only way that Israel can exist in that region. If Israel is made up of a majority of Arabs, I don't know that that immediately means that it can't exist. I think it'll be something different. And like I said, because of how undiplomatic Israel's behaved, it's like, you know, they've kind of put themselves in a behind the 8 ball here. So I don't know, but let me get back to these comments because I do got to catch up on them. Sandor says, to summarize Mr. Starmer. Oh, this is, yes, thank you, Sandor. I actually forgot that you said this, but this was great input. He had said earlier that UK's acknowledgement of Palestine as a state was kind of like backhanded, or you might have even said insidious or something like that. But he said Mr. Starmer's statement was here: we will recognize the state of Palestine unless Israel recognizes a ceasefire. I mean, paraphrase. So he's saying, he's paraphrasing it. So we will recognize the state of Palestine. So this is, yeah, they were saying that they would recognize the state of Palestine if Israel didn't agree to a ceasefire. So, you know, that's definitely something. And that's, but I mean, that's something. Yeah, I think that is a little bullshit, because I mean, if they just accept a temporary ceasefire, does that mean that they get to back off that position? So I feel you on that, Sandor, as far as it's kind of a little bit window dressing like, but at the same time, it's more than what we're doing, and also it does challenge Israel to come to some kind of like ceasefire, which I think that's a challenge they might not be willing to meet. So, you know, interesting. Wiggy says it's almost the Lewinsky was a Mossad agent. Hey, that's definitely up in the air. Sandor, and I think that's fair to even mention, Wiggy, for sure. Sandor says money in politics will give you a corrupt leader every time. And yeah, that's something where I feel like it's just counter to what the purpose of a representative government's supposed to be. If it's going to be completely out of whack and, you know, primarily represent the few in the government, then that's already missed the mark. Now, obviously, you add in that the reason for that representation is based off just like monetary gain. You know, you gotta, yeah, that's just not working. Wiggy says Diddy would be considered like street level blackmailer for these intelligence agencies, targeting the entertainment industry instead of politics, though. Yeah, I think there's something. Did you have anything to say to that, Deuce? And I'll get back to reading that, but that's kind of like,
yeah,
that's kind of like on the point, because you were just saying he's just buying pussy for himself. What's the problem? Or pussy?
Yeah, I mean, dude, once they realized, oh, he didn't really keep any real information that we were siphoning, you know, to use for blackmail, they're like, all right, well, we don't got to kill him like Epstein. He's cool.
We don't got to kill him, I guess. I mean, you don't think that's possible that they, you know, took all that meaningful information? You remember, like, right after he got arrested or whatever, you had like boxes of shit getting taken out of his house. I remember that was crazy. We covered that at the time.
Yeah, like computers, hard drives, all types of shit. They were going through everything. I mean,
they were going through
everything. It's interesting with Diddy because, like, he did kind of get like a slap on the wrist with all this, and you know, based on his charges and what they had on him, it's kind of like, how the fuck did he pull this off? You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Like they had him dead to rights. You know, like they look like they were gonna throw the book at him. You know. Now I will say with the case, the prosecution started off good when they had Cassie on the stand and everything, and then like it's like almost like they were trying to lose at some point. Like
who's to say they weren't? You know, I think that might be on the table.
Like, because it just seemed like they weren't the angle they were taking. It just like everybody was talking about it. Well, this is not going to work. You're not going to prove racketeering, right? You're not going to prove all this other shit. It just, you didn't charge them with the right stuff. You should charge them with sex crimes, and you charged them with like crimes you charged the mob. Like it was just didn't make sense.
I mean, I think me personally, and this would be a whole nother conversation that we might be able to get into on another day, because I personally think that there's still a pretty good case to be made that he utilized his business in order to recruit people, and that already is, leaning towards him using his business as a illegal enterprise. So, I agree with you. I think it's bullshit that he didn't get found guilty first. Yeah.
Well, I think it's
possible. No, I think that's possible. I think it is.
They didn't take that angle. That's why I thought it was weird. They touched on it and then they didn't go. I'm like, wait a minute. You gotta that's the sore spot. You gotta dig. You know what I'm saying? Like,
definitely.
They didn't twist the knife. I'm like, what the fuck?
I would love to get into this more too, because we'll have other opportunities. Because right now, supposedly Trump is considering a pardon for Diddy. Why wouldn't he? So, we'll see.
He said that was his homeboy, so
hey, whatever.
Island with that
yeah, fair enough. Come on, of course. Sandor says it's maps, guys. They don't have a choice. It's a disease. Poor fellas.
Yeah.
And then
that's a disease. They should be shot in the head.
Sandor says small hat, and he said Tel Aviv Ted. Accurate.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. Oh, hey, he said Ted. So Wiggy says Ted Cruz is Canadian. I actually didn't know that, to be completely honest.
I actually am not surprised.
If you're not bullshitting with that.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised he's not from Texas, but I am kind of surprised, I guess, that he's from.
He doesn't even act like a Texan. How the hell did he win?
Yeah, no, he truly doesn't let his nuts hang. Hey, yeah, how did you guys get fooled by old Ted Cruz?
Eddie Cruz. What the fuck happened, dude?
Yeah, what did happen in Texas? So yeah, he was born in Canada. Let's see when he made his way. To America. So Cruz's mother was born in Wilmington, Delaware. She has 3/4 Irish. Okay, when'd you come to America? Fuck. His dad was Cuban. Oh shit. He was Canadian and his dad was Cuban. He's basically Trudeau, bro. So he's American Trudeau.
So it's funny though. His dad is Cuban, but yeah, he's sitting there fucking bowing down to a foreign country.
Yeah. I remember him talking about like my family was there when Batista was in power. Well, it's like, yeah, what side were you on, motherfucker?
Obviously you were the soft one in the bunch. Your sister should have won office.
Damn, he didn't. So he became a naturalized citizen in 2005. Now, who knows how long he was here? But
so Tel Aviv Ted makes sense because they definitely implanted this motherfucker to be in our government.
That's kind of wild, bro. Thank you, Wiggy, because I literally didn't know that. And the thing is, I don't have a problem with people moving here and then ending up in government and stuff. But the reason it's extra slimy with him is because this is a fucking like immigration hawk. Somebody that would say like basically, and I mean honestly, him being Canadian, I think is just not. I wonder how many people know that. I mean, with all of his like rhetoric around immigration, like. But either way, there's kind of that phenomenon where you have people that immigrate here and they typically like kind of lean more conservative on immigration. It's interesting. So Paul says Texas sounds like a third world country. Damn, Paul, you shout out where the man lives. He says, imagine having to carry a gun everywhere because you feel that there's a necessity to. You don't hear about that in most advanced countries. So and I'm sure Paul. I'm sure you're just like making a point on Texas, but if you feel a need to defend Texas, Paul, I'd love to hear it, Wiggy.
Let me defend Texas, Paul. It's their constitutional right. How about that, brother? Can we just throw that out there?
Do you need a reason? It's like, do you need a reason for your dick to be big, Paul? Question.
Yeah, Paul, are you gonna let your fucking nuts breathe, brother? Go get that pistol out the closet.
Oh my god. Wiggy says Ted Cruz is a Canadian. We don't want to. Oh yeah. No, that was a fucking brain blast there. Thank you for that, Wiggy, for sure. That gives me something else to put in the pocket whenever I'm reacting to some bullshit Ted Cruz shit.
It's kind of like, oof, thank God he's Canadian, right?
That just gives us another thing to hate on, truly. Paul says religion and weapon ran sounds like the Middle East. Religion and weapon.
Oh, there is police.
Okay, so I think Rand's not supposed to be there. So we'll just say religion and weapons sounds like the Middle East. And maybe he wanted something else to be there, but I feel you, Paul, and I know, sometimes that happens. Sandor says, have to be armed, can't watch corn. Must pledge allegiance to a foreign nation. Texas is cucked as fuck. Have to be armed. Yeah, must be armed legally, and can't watch porn. Definitely, they were one of the first ones to go ahead and just they were trendsetters in that way.
Ted Cruz was like, no more porn. I believe in fucking Jesus.
I believe
dude.
Jesus.
Like,
Meanwhile, whenever
chill pill, bro. Like,
whenever he's up in Canada, he's fucking downloading all of his favorite vids.
He's in there fucking the goats in the barn.
Fucking the goats. Oh my god. But yeah, he has all of his fucking vids in a special little folder for when he comes back down to the fucking surveillance state of Texas.
He was fucking Epstein's handler. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit. Okay. Oh, that's different.
Well, he's the one that taught him the ropes.
Yeah, Ted Cruz, old Ted. When I was reading his little wiki, I was trying to find where his when he moved here. It said he started to go by Ted at 13. Just a random thing. I just thought that was funny. That was in there. Of like whenever he decided that it's Ted now.
Dog, he's a fucking Musade, dog.
Which lets you know he was letting people call him Teddy until he was 12, which I mean is fine, but just come on, man. At some point, it should have been Ted earlier, if you ask me.
Yeah, bro. That's your fucking nuts hang.
Exactly. My name's Ted. Give me some papers to sign.
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? Hey, Teddy, fucking you slapped that motherfucker.
Sandor says you can't use sovereignty as a bargaining chip. He's essentially saying if you behave, we won't recognize the state of Palestine. Oh, okay, I see. You're talking about England. And I mean, I agree with that. I mean, I do think it's a little weaker. I think it's a very easy statement to make at this point. I think Israel's so abhorrently fucking, it's just wrong, that I think you could just come out and make a clean statement. But so I mean, I hear you. Really, there's nothing really to push back on there. I'm just saying, like, we're literally doing nothing at all. Trust me, Sandor, I'm not a fan of the current situation here in Texas. They are pushing too hard. The people they're relying on to accept the Zionist narrative are aging into oblivion. And I think that's a great point, Wiggy. And that's a lot of what you see as far as like the panic from Israel when they go on shows like the Nelk Boys. They want to go on Joe Rogan. They obviously want to tap into a different generation of conservative, or even like just Americans, that they can effectively use the like Islamic shit to turn them against the people of the Middle East and just blindly say, well, they want to, I honestly think they want to scare us to the point to where we're like, Israel, just do whatever you need to do to take care of it. And I'm just not at that point personally. Like, I'm not. And I think that a lot of us are. I think just the ability to see the atrocities and be able to see like the humanity of the people that are broken from this, starving to death at this point. Now we're in the middle of like, I think it was like 140 people have starved so far.
We just blow all that, bro. Listen, if we didn't have Israel over there, we just blow all that shit up. If that shit truly became a problem, we blow all that shit up.
Yeah, it's not actually complicated if you really think about it.
Yeah, we complicated the situation. Now we have to look out for these motherfuckers over there. They're in the middle of all the people we're gonna blow up now. So now we can't blow it up. But it's like, no, like we would blow all that shit up, no problem.
No, that's like,
I guess the Christians in the country might have a problem with blowing up Jerusalem, but I mean, hey, and if it came down to it, if Israel was not there, they want to attack America. Okay, no problem. Okay, well, send nuke 4, 5, and 3, please. Yeah,
yeah. The Wiggy says, trust me, Sandor. Yeah, he said Texas is on some bullshit. Then Wiggy says they want as much change as possible before these people are dead from old age. That's probably true. That's a good point. As far as like really trying to push it as much while they have this support that's going to fall off, they want to put as many protections to where, just not doing trade with the country is anti-Semitic. Sandor says here, that's good to hear, Wiggy. I want strong cowboys and anti-Semitic. No, exactly. And other types of racism. Let's bring it back, Texas. It's up to you. You guys are the frontier on those things. Wiggy Womp says they will never achieve their goals here with the current youth. Too radical, too aware of current events. Interesting. Do you feel like the youth in Texas are kind of politically aware?
Bro, yeah, dude. Texas is kind of wild. I used to have like Texas on my TikTok feed when like all the protests and shit.
Yeah.
They used to go hard over there. Them jits over there are crazy. It's a
Amen.
big like Middle Eastern like community in Texas. I didn't know that, but
Sure. Well, I mean, you know what? I think there's a large amount of Native American population there. I mean, relative to the Native population across the country, I think. So, and just like people who are Mexican and they have relation to the kind of like Native struggle in that way. So I think the kind of colonialism kind of struggle that they're looking at, they can really relate to in a way. I mean, just relate it to a genocide happened on this land as well. So, not that they weren't savages. Of course they were savages. Sorry, Wiggy, but come on. Fucking cutting people's fucking hairline and fucking cutting their scalp off. That's just some crazy shit. I'm sorry. We can't abide that kind of crazy shit.
crazy. They would rape them and scalp.
Yeah, you got to learn how to read English and you got to pray to God, Jesus Christ. Wiki says, like always, I'm a right-wing Workers' Party man. I fear that the hatred felt towards Zionists will, of course, be exploited by pure communist movements. And you know what, Wiggy? That's one of the reasons I really respect you, because I'm not on the right wing by any means, but we are both. We find solidarity in our passion for the working class. So, and Paul, by the way, this is exactly what I've kind of talked about with Paul for a long time, as far as like certain people who are Trumpers or certain people that are just not directly aligned with our political ideology. There's just a class of people that may, in like social issues and things like that, lean the other way, that can still for sure be allies and be valuable. And by the way, having that kind of checks and balances to what you're talking about with like communist movements and things like that. I genuinely think that there is a concern with letting like socialist ideas creep into our government and let that go too far. But I don't think that's a reason to just not acknowledge the merits of those political systems. And I think we just have to be aware of the potential downsides and how some people will for sure use that as a kind of entry point. Paul says, yes, Ted is Canadian. That's why I said it was bullshit that he was able to run for president. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of curious. I don't remember that ever being a thing.
Well,
like when
if he was born here and he's Canadian, though.
Well, no, he was born in Canada. He was born in Canada. He was born in where was it?
That's okay. I should be able to be fucking president and shit.
Well, I mean, so there was he's a media personality. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Island, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have a great claim, probably a better claim than he does, to be completely honest. But there's a guy named Cenk Uygur. He's a host on the Young Turks, and he was running for president this last campaign. And there was a lot of talk around whether or not he should be allowed to. He was a naturalized American citizen, but he's originally from Turkey. So I remember hearing that conversation a lot centered around him. So I'm really surprised that when Ted Cruz ran, I just don't remember that being a conversation. So, but good insight. Thank you for that, guys. Wiggy says, too many Texans see a cowboy hat and boots and say, he's just like me. Yeah, no, that's fair. Fucking, you have Canadians throwing on fucking cowboy hats. What's that about? And then says, yeah, Cruz and his whole family, like Marco Rubio, were rich Jewish Cubans who fled the revolution. You won't even. I'll get kind of crazy about Fidel Castro in here. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So I don't want to lose the audience. No, it belongs. Could you refill this for me, please? Paul says, no, it belongs. The state is ran by religion and guns. No, I got that. It was just there was something else in what you said.
Oh, you've hammered that home, brother. We've heard that one.
We did. Yeah, it was the weapons ran. It's the ran part that I was kind of like, it just didn't make sense how I was reading it, but that just might be me. No, it belongs. The state is ran. Gotcha. And then Wiggyworm says they spent the next few decades pretending to be Republicans as neocons. And then Wiggy also says, yes, it was the same situation with Jewish American communists who felt betrayed by the Soviet support of Egypt and Syria. They immediately became the core of American neocon movement. And then he said measuring, so he probably meant to put measuring in that. I'm almost down to the bottom, Deuce, and then we could watch this video, or like I said, I'll pass it to you. Is there anything you want to say, by the way, while I'm cooking through these?
No, you're good. I'm just reading.
Okay, got you. Gen Z and Gen A, as retarded as they are, have a good moral compass and get to see all the BS live on the net. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, and also just seeing that through growing up. I mean, I wonder how they've always been kind of exposed to it. Speaking of like Gen Alpha and stuff. Wiggy says socialist inherently stops at country borders. Communists literally don't feel the same. So I feel with you on that. And then Paul said we talked about it back then. There's been a lot since then, so it's easy to forget. He's irrelevant. Yeah, we've talked about a lot of different shit involving fucking stupid ass Ted Cruz. Wiggy says I'm a Che man myself. So Che Guevara. If I was a communist, the revolution never stops, baby. Never stop. You got to keep putting them in the streets, and you know what they do when they put you on your knees in the streets. Paul says I wrote it like shit. No big deal, brother. So are we hating Jews or accepting them? What's the move? So that's a great question, Paul.
Brother, I don't know, brother. I can't really speak on that for safety reasons.
For safety. Did you want to like that? Yeah. So Paul, I'll answer that question. I'd be very interested to hear Wiggy and Sandor's opinion. I imagine it's similar to probably where I'm coming from with this. I think there's a clear distinction to be made between Israel and Jews. And I think that Israelis and the Israeli government, they use that kind of like confusion, like what you're kind of saying now, like you blow it up as like, and I'm not saying this is necessarily intentional because this is the propaganda, but where it's like, so are we hating Jews or not? There are definitely anti-Semites who hate Jews, but nothing that we're talking about is anything about hating Jews or even necessarily distrusting Jews. It has to do with one, looking just plainly at what the Israeli government is doing and just calling it exactly what it is. I don't think there's any other way to frame that. Like I said, if you're being the most charitable, it's ethnic cleansing. So it's like, holy moly. And then if you're calling it what it is, then it's a genocide, which really goes hand to hand with ethnic cleansing. So I just think that it's a tool as far as like the Israeli state to use, like with this BDS shit, where it's like, well, not to do business with Israel is to be racist against Jews. Well, no, it's not, because Israel is its own separate thing. Jews can come into my business all day long and buy things as a Jewish person, and nobody gives a fuck in this theoretical scenario that I'm setting up. But Israel doesn't have to have anything to do with that. Israel doesn't have anything to do with great, good American Jews like Adam Sandler, for example. Watch Happy Gilmore. Fuck it. It might be Mossad propaganda. That is possible. I haven't seen it myself, but more than likely it's just the fucking stupidest comedy you've ever seen in your fucking life and just unbearable to watch, more than likely. So yeah, a rehash of all the bullshit from the first movie, just this time sprinkle in a bunch of fucking cameos that we don't give a fuck about. At least I don't. But at the end of the day, is Adam Sandler like, a part of like this like Zionist propaganda or program that's being ran? I don't think so. And I think it's fair to, respect him just like you do any other American. I think one thing I will say though, Paul, to be clear, that makes it extra complicated, and this does start to tiptoe around kind of the Germany issue, which is, and this is the uncomfortable thing to acknowledge, is that there are some Americans who are Jews who do have a conflict of interest with their loyalty to Israel. And that does, I think, cloud their judgment. Not that you can't have some belief where you hold Israel or any other country in high esteem. I wouldn't say that like about some other politician, that they couldn't hold another country in high esteem based on some kind of like personal connection. But I would say it can't really affect how you're going about policy. And, based off like this kind of, promised land rhetoric based off religious texts, we can't just like blindly support a genocide. And I know that's not where you're at with it, but just with like the whole Jews. But I think this is actually, even though I see down here, you're like, oh, I'm just messing around. But this is a good question to ask, because I think this is the question that's being asked by a lot of people. And I do think this is the framing that, like Netanyahu tries his fucking hardest when he was on, when we watched the Nelk Boy shit. And they're talking about like, I think I don't even feel comfortable saying I'm a Jew anymore. Like, whose problem is that?
I saw a Saturday Night Live skit that actually was exactly what Paul just said, where it's like, so are we rocking with the Jews? It was actually so funny he said that.
Yeah. Well, so I'm gonna get into these comments real quick, but I want to just pose this to you because I think this is the uncomfortable question. How do you address the Jews that are Americans and rightfully, possibly, I mean, even though like there's a whole nother like fucked up like kind of like funding that goes into campaigns and all this, so it gets deeper even to just I don't even want to apply like they're rightfully there because that would involve a deeper conversation. But regardless,
APAC and shit.
Oh yeah, all that kind of shit. Yeah, so how many, well, that's not even the question, but how do you address really the people that you have in your government that have that kind of like conflict of interest, specifically when it comes to an allegiance to another state? So we're going to talk about conflict of interest in a little bit because we're going to talk about them trying to pass legislation preventing people in Congress from trading stocks. So, you know, that's its own kind of conflict of interest there, and that's the problem I would have with that. So this is even a whole nother level to where you shouldn't be. You have people that are elected officials, genuinely, that there's video, you can see it on Twitter all day long, where they're saying like, you know, America's the greatest country right behind Israel. How the fuck does that pass through your lips as a United States congressperson? Genuinely, how the fuck do you even say that? And then how do you get elected after saying that? It shouldn't happen. Literally, it should not happen. You can't be elected. You can't be elected if that's how you're thinking. And that's with any country. I would feel the same way if like there's somebody in our government that I genuinely thought was putting Iran's interests over American interests. You know what I mean? Like it's just as it's clear to me. But yeah, I'm gonna read these comments. Yeah, go ahead. If you have something to say on it, go ahead.
Well, it's completely unacceptable. I mean, for you to basically say that America's not the first country in your heart, the first country that you adore, right? The first country that has your loyalty, there's no way you could be a politician in America. There's no way you should be. And the fact that people just kind of let that shit slide is fucking insane.
Yeah.
I did not know people were bitter.
No, I have to send you them. Definitely, I've seen a few on just Twitter where they, you know, people would be like, how the fuck is this happening? Basically.
And this is why the two-party system is fucking stupid.
Interesting. Okay, I like where you took it there. Yeah.
Well, because it's just like people are just supporting shit, even when they know it's wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like,
that's a good point.
You know what I'm saying? You can't sit there and support someone, whether it's a Democrat or a fucking Republican. You can't fucking.
Yeah, that's a good point, because if somebody says that, but then the person that they're running against is somebody who is like kind of generically opposite of your ideology, then you might end up just saying like, oh, well, lesser of two evils than me is this person that I mostly agree with, but we just don't agree on the Israel issue. But I mean, I do think that this Israel Palestine issue, I think it is like one of the moral questions of our time. Like,
but
honestly,
it's deeper than that, though. It's like sure. You're seeing now that the influence and control in our politics. It's like,
sure, yeah,
the need to sever that tie is like more than ever now detrimental to our country's success moving forward. And you can kind of see it because they don't give a fuck whether their policies they have us kind of go into affect the people of this country or not, right? Like I said, goyim, sheep, right? Here to feed the motherland with wealth, money, and defense, right? It's like a farm, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you're farming, we're making all this money, we're doing all this shit, and it's just to literally do the bidding of another country that is a third of the fucking size and a third of the rate, the population. It's just like, it's crazy. Like, this is and honestly, any philosopher that believes in like modern warfare should study the way that Israel infiltrated this country. It is a master class in espionage and like just spy ops and shit, dude. Like when you look at the way they infiltrated all the different industries, it's like, damn, like, damn. You can kind of see it too. You can see it by the way shit happens. People say certain shit, people do certain shit, and all of a sudden shit starts going crazy. They start talking about Israel a certain way, all of a sudden shit starts going left for them. You know what I mean? It's just nuts, dude.
You could definitely see it just from the funding. I mean, we know that Israel funded Hamas just very clearly and plainly right there. Wiggy says, so yeah, I agree with you though. Also, Paul, good to see you. He said, so Wiggy said, what's up to Paul? I'm sure you saw that already though, Paul. Sandor says, Jews are fine. Zionist Jews are not. So that's probably a good way to, like, as far as like what I was trying to articulate, that's a really concise way of putting that. I don't know, like it's tough because like Zionist Jews, it could entail a lot. It could entail a decently large spectrum. So, from my own personal belief, I would agree with you on that, and I would be opposed to anybody who is a Zionist Jew just off principle. But as far as like excluding them from government and things like that, which I don't know that that's necessarily what you're even saying, but I agree with your sentiment as far as like I think that is the line to draw. If you even wanted to draw it outside of like just as plainly as there's Israel, because even to say like Israeli Jews, like how I was kind of painting it, is honestly even then not it's not contextualized enough. What you're saying is more putting it in its proper context, because there's Jews who live in Israel that are not Zionists, at least previously to October 7th. Yeah, go ahead. You're good.
I don't think it's a Jew problem though. I think we have a Israeli government problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that's the big difference. Now, I do agree there are definitely some Zionists that are overly radical and like they're just whatever. But I think a lot of those people, the problem with Israel, a lot of those people are in the government, and that's where you're seeing this like
yeah. Well, so the Zionist question, and I'll just pose this to you because I'm curious where you land on this. Are the Jews? Are they basically promised this state of Israel that's a specific state for Jewish people? So I have no problem with Israel's existence. My thing is like, do I think that it should be an ethno state? That's where it falls apart for me. I think you want to call the land Israel, I don't give a fuck. Go ahead and do that. Let's put it to a vote. but as far as like, yeah, go ahead.
My biggest problem is where you decide to put the motherfucker.
What do you mean?
I don't give a damn. If you wanted a state, if the Jewish people want a state, okay, you gotta go take it, whatever. But
why do they need an ethno state though? I'll ask you that.
You decide to put like, even
why
if you wanted to, you don't even have to have your own state or your own country to call.
That's my question. Yeah,
you don't,
because like almost none of us do at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, and I kind of see where you're coming from. But even past that for me,
yeah.
If you wanted to do it and America said, okay, do it, why there?
Well, because
why in the middle of a bunch of Muslim countries? It just makes no
because biblically
sense.
Well, yeah, that's a good question, but because biblically that would be their homeland. So these religious texts are also respected as historical to some degree. So the problem is that you get into like this argument, like how much Jews are actually like the Sephardic Jews of the Middle East, and how many of them are like so far away from that lineage, and is it so watered down with like Eastern European and all this kind of shit. That's why I don't remember who said it on here, but this was a little bit ago, where somebody was saying that it's illegal in Israel to do DNA tests. I mean, think about
it. I bet. No. I think my boy disconnected. He'll be right back. But yeah, we talk about Israel. I think the interesting part when it comes to the situation is it ties so deep and it runs back so far that people really don't even comprehend. Like, I don't even know if this is still on. Is this on? Like But yeah, I think it runs back so deep and it infiltrates our politics so much. There's just like generations and generations of corruption to the point where, like, when I really think about it, there's no way to really unravel and kind of probably get us out of it. So it is very interesting.
Can you hear me? Hello?
There we go, brother. You're back.
Bro, I had 100%. I have 100% on my laptop. It's plugged in.
I don't know what happened. It literally like glitched. Then I saw that it was still recording. I'm like, oh shit.
Bro, my computer shut off. My computer literally shut off. It's fucking Pegasus program fucking activated.
Yeah, they couldn't tell, but I was in the back of my head. I was praying you were coming back on the screen. I'm like,
well, luckily they didn't hit me with a direct fucking missile. You know how they get down. They say fuck my whole family just to put off the stream.
Yeah,
holy
we
smokes.
we see they don't care about innocent alive. So you know.
Yeah, no, we're fucking adolescents. Damn. So yeah, that was fucking crazy. Like I said, bro, my shit is plugged into the charger. It's actively charging. It says it's at 100%. You know, sometimes you put it in the charger and it's still losing battery. That's not even happening.
Brother, you make me go get the pistol and put it on next.
And they deleted all my videos I had in here. You probably could see them. I think, yeah, you could see the videos. Well, you might not see them now, but yeah, now I'm in here and I don't see them anymore. So they probably dropped all the fucking videos. Paul said, I personally love Jews. And then he said, I'm just being silly. So I don't know if that means that he doesn't love Jews, but I think Paul probably does love Jews. Honestly. Wiggy said they didn't ask to be born Jewish, but like I didn't ask to be born white, quote unquote. Yet here we are judging the sins of the whites, yet are not allowed to ask questions about Jews. Is there any state in Europe strictly a white ethno-nationalist state? Yeah, I think that's a great
one. Where's that? Norway?
Norway isn't, but the thing is, it's not that. His point is like, so for ethno state, you're saying like people that are Jewish can come here, they get citizenship where other people don't get that treatment. And then there's certain like level, I'm trying to remember because there are certain things I've read about where people have basically made the argument that, you know, it's a apartheid state. I don't know that I would say that, but it's like there are limits as far as like within the government, you know, how many seats Arabs are allowed to hold and shit like that. So I mean, I don't know specifics. You guys maybe in the comment might be able to drop something here, but Wiggy said they didn't ask to be Jewish. And then he said Europe. So to answer your question, Wiggy, that's what I was actually saying earlier before I got cut off, as far as like why do they need an ethno state? I think, yes, let's say Israel should exist. And let's even say that we want to make it where Israelis can live there. I think it's just a situation where, you know, you can't have them holding another country state hostage and then acting as a rogue nation. And here you go. You know, enforcing blockades, things of this nature. So, I mean, I'm with you. And I can't think of any either. I think you have some countries, to your point, Deuce, I think when you're saying like Norway, there are some countries that are more homogenous. So like there is, like it's just more of, you know, one race, but like for the same thing as like for Japan. But I mean, you know, like as far as like, you know, I kind of want to look into that with Japan and things like that. As far as I know, there's no like laws enforcing that, you know, they need to, there's no goal as far as like we need to maintain this certain majority. Although, I mean, there probably is, to be honest, some kind of like concern around that. And I'm sure there's people that are concerned around that. But I mean, with Israel, that's kind of the point of it. And that's why the whole one state solution is something that, you know, they really don't even want to consider. And some may even say that part of like the escalation here is to prevent that from even being a possibility, you know, like ratcheting up the because I mean, now even me, who previously I would have been somebody that would have been pro one state, I'm like, well, could you even reasonably expect these people to live in the same state at this point? Obviously not, you know, but is that their fault, or was that kind of you know, manufactured through Israel's actions and escalation and bombing and I mean just the general like position that when before October 7th there was already blockades, there was already limits, they already had control over their you know, basic needs. So, there was already that kind of like, they were already in a vice. And so here we got Sandor says Zionism is about Jewish supremacy. It is no different than the painter and his beliefs. Add in what? Okay, so he's talking about H because he painted, So okay, the painter and his beliefs. Add in what the Zionists are doing. They're worse than the SS. Hey, that's a high bar. I'll say, Sandor. Because I agree with you, and I'm sure you agree. Like, there's a certain level of depravity that Germany stooped to in that war and wars before. The empire of Germany is fucking known for being savagely violent. And no disrespect to them. But yeah, so I think it's really hard to say that it is worse because it's basically like it's like on that level. It's like that's basically as bad as you can get. I guess there's more maybe you could say like there's more of like an outright disregard for human life. They're actively attempting to kill. I don't know, like I said, I'm trying to follow that line of thought, but it's like I just think it's fucking basically just the most disgusting acts to even be compared to that regime should let you know where you stand. Shit. Wiggy says, yet somehow Jews are allowed to have a state that is explicitly a Jewish state with Jews as a protected class. They're literally running the painters. They're literally running the painter's playbook. The painter had his lebaserum. Z's have greater Israel, chosen ones. Yeah, I see the parallels. Sandor, you're cooking right there. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And then so Paul says Rick Scott. By the way, if you have anything, you're like, "Ooh, let me hop in, Deuce. Just let me know, brother." I'm just trying to get through these. But if something sparks a thought, please. So Paul says Rick Scott said that it's unfair to not allow them to make money, and then Paul also said, "Yo, Wiggy wiggin right now. We have squandered trillions." This is Wiggy, by the way. This is a Wiggy wig out. We have squandered trillions of American dollars in inflation cushion that could have lasted us another 40 years before currency halving. Yet we threw that all in the toilet for Jews. Simple as, honestly, it's probably how I said that made it sound even worse. How I emphasized the Jews.
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
that's my bad. That's just how it reads, Wiggy. I'll just say that's just how it reads, brother. Intentionally or unintentionally. Wiggy says
fluctuations on your voice there, brother. You did a very good job.
Wiggy says, who runs the Israeli government? And that's in all caps. So I don't know. Answer that. I think we're talking about Jews, but you'll have to let me know. So I think we're in agreement that Jewish people run that. Yeah. I actually think I had a video. Did you see the PBD conversation on that?
No.
By chance? Oh, okay.
I invested all the money for Ohio State football team last year.
Got him a ring. That money bought him a ring. I just shout out to them for that.
He's like, they're coming to get me anyway for that Epstein list. I'm going to live up my dreams.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Spend this money. I can't take it with me to hell or jail. Fuck it. Spend it either way.
I'll be damned if I leave it to this bitch.
Exactly, brother. Wiggy says, does Africa even protect its own black citizens with protected or elevated rights in their own country? They should. I'd advocate it even.
No,
interesting.
They don't, brother.
I almost feel like, though, to be completely honest with you, I don't know that I would. I get why we would advocate for it. So, I'm not taking a hard stance on that, but I'm almost like, let's just make that unacceptable in general, right? Isn't it just on its face? It just doesn't make sense.
Let's just all be good people, universal.
Yeah, let's if people go through the proper immigration process to get into your country, can you just treat them like they have fucking rights? Can you just treat them like equals, guys? I think that's a nice, easy.
They are people.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
100%,
No,
brother.
it's like,
Now
no,
the
we're
thing is,
not going to feed them. We're going to leave them outside in the dirt.
dude's crazy. Well, not crazy conspiracy, but just like it was an interesting way of looking at this. I don't remember which one of you guys said it, but it was Wiggy or Sandor. They had mentioned something as far as like that, you know, the anti-Semitism in America. It's possible that it's been kind of like fanned by Israel to basically encourage Jewish Americans to move to Israel. I mean, you have to consider they're in the middle of like, we're making a push for the greater Israel. We need bodies. We're going to be in active conflict. We also don't want people to move from here. So not only does it have this kind of chilling effect on the people in America where they're like, hey, maybe I want to get the fuck out of America. It's getting oppy outside in America. It's getting extremely oppy. So it's like, so maybe they go to Israel and they go sign up for the fucking military because it's what it is. And
you have to, right? It's like
exactly. And then also the people that are already in Israel that have the means to maybe be like, hey, it's getting fucking oppy outside here. I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here. Like they're like, well, never
every
mind.
day.
Yeah, they're like, well, never mind, because at least here in Israel, you know, I'm protected from anti-Semitism. You know what I'm saying? Which I mean is on the rise. I don't think there's a doubt that's on the rise. But
you really protected, or did you just walk into the middle of a desert full of anti-Semitism?
No, you're in the anti-Semitism war now, brother. You chose a side. You got to stay there.
You're not private in that war.
No, 100%. It gets real. Yeah, you got to start from the ground up. Unless you got fucking, you know, like a underground sex ring, then they'll go ahead and set you up with a nice property. You know what I'm saying? You got some connections in that way.
Hopefully you're BB's cousin or your wife's sister or some shit. Boy,
bro, did you see BB's fucking son was like, Joe Rogan didn't want to have my dad on because he couldn't handle him or some shit. He would defeat him. It's like, bro, what the fuck?
No, yeah. See, and that when
you didn't hear that?
Yeah, I saw that tweet or whatever it was.
Yeah, I got to come back to that. But
when people talk like that, you just know they're
retarded.
They haven't got their ass beaten life.
Yeah, like, they're retarded, and also
people who got in fights don't talk like that. That's true. Yeah. Oh, my dad would have defeated him.
Why are you saying your dad would defeat him? Why not just go? The thing is,
why don't you get off your dad's dick? How about that?
And also, why don't if the conversation was to happen, how about your dad just go in there and have a conversation? Why is he trying to defeat Joe Rogan? Holy shit!
Yeah, like what
Joe Rogan's trying to kick it with you. Yeah,
Joe Rogan would choke that man to sleep.
Yeah, but I mean, if he went in there and Joe Rogan was a huge part of Trump getting elected, in my opinion. He, you know, came in there, he humanized them, and then I think Joe Rogan has a huge audience that I think generally trusts that he's coming from a.
Trump tried to call him that favor, and Joe was like, "Yeah, I can't do that."
Yeah, I think Joe fumbled with that personally, but that's a whole other story.
No, I think he should have had him on there so he could fucking grill his ass, but
but then he didn't. Then he sat there and gave him a fucking foot massage, and they're just like, oh my god, isn't fucking Kamala so crazy and cringe? Oh my god, trans people are fucking. It's like, bro, they should have really. I agree with you that if you're gonna have them on, and you're gonna like, you can't hide behind the whole like, I'm a fucking comedian, I didn't know questions. So it's like, bro, you know what the people want to have asked. You know what I mean? You know what are the true when you're talking about wars like
even
with Gaza, Ukraine. Those are not like hard problems to like figure out that we need to be asking questions about. You know what I'm saying? Like they're very difficult problems, but
I like Joe Rogan though. Don't get me wrong. I like Joe Rogan, but don't get me wrong. That's why I like Schultz when he does these interviews and stuff, because like he actually will like push back and ask these motherfuckers like questions.
Bro, he did the worst out of all of them. What the fuck are you talking about with fucking Trump? With Trump?
Oh no, yeah, well they all fucking they all fucking blew.
Bro, nobody blew Trump harder than the fucking Flagrant Boys.
No, yeah, they did. They definitely did. They all blew him.
Yeah, exactly.
No, so, I mean, the most even keeled, but
yeah,
like I just feel like when you get these Netanyahus, these Trumps, these Harrises, these Vances on there, I feel like you gotta get in the fucking chest, man. Don't give these motherfuckers a pass, dude. It's just like come the fuck on.
Totally agree.
Like,
yeah.
I feel like Joe definitely should have had Benjamin Netanyahu on because he could have really laid into his ass.
Yeah, that would have been epic. If that would have been epic, for sure. But then, I mean, Joe's probably looking at it.
Who's to know? They probably were like, "Oh, you can't ask certain questions."
Oh, for sure. That's what they did with, like, we already mentioned it earlier, but with the Nelk Boys, where the guy from the Nelk Boys literally said that he was handed questions to ask. That's fucking wild.
I would have threw him in his face.
Yeah,
Like, get
come
the fuck
on.
out of here. All right, you can get the fuck out.
I mean,
Look,
but
get the fuck
in
out.
reality, then you're getting like, fucking nudes of yours leaked to the public or some crazy shit. I mean, they're fucking disgusting blackmailers.
I'm a
Israel,
boy, bro. I'm gonna fucking I would literally
imagine what they have on their computer. They probably got pictures of them blowing dudes. They really don't want those to get fucking leaked. So yeah,
that's true. Man.
Yeah,
fucking getting fucking their back blown out by
with us, exactly. With us, maybe you catch a picture of like me turn around, you get a little peek at that brown weekend guy, maybe. But it's like overall, yeah, nothing. It's not. It pales in comparison to what I shiver to think what is in the Nelk Boys fucking hard drive.
The dude that wears a hat that looks like a fucking.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna say the word, but he doesn't look smart.
They probably got the Epstein files in their fucking computer, and I don't mean the Epstein files. I mean their own fucking Epstein files. If you know what I'm saying.
One guy, the one in the hat,
Nope files.
Like Epstein's fucking son. Looks like his cousin.
Yeah.
I don't even know his name. He just annoys me the way he talks.
Oh, the one guy on his fucking on the interview, he's like, I don't even know, man. It's kind of weird to be Jewish nowadays, and like it doesn't feel good. And it's like a T-ball, or like it's a toss-up, you know what I mean? It's just then Bibi Netanyahu literally at one point in the interview, he goes, they censor podcasts in your country. They censor podcasts. You should be able to say whatever you want in your country. Like, well, why are you talking like fucking Danny Trejo? You know what I'm saying? You're not him. You're not him. You're not Danny. You're not Machete. Okay, I'm sorry. You got to talk normal. And sometimes you see, by the way, that's not how he talks. He doesn't talk like Darth Vader like that all the time.
I don't even wish bad on people.
Putting on.
I hope they're canceled because of that interview.
Oh my, yeah. I mean, so you're wishing bad on them. I'm saying, well, obviously, we could wish bad. Fucking whatever happens to Bibi Netanyahu and whatever layer of hell that he burns in,
brother,
he deserves it. So I'm not gonna wish anything come to him, but anything that does come to him that is negative, I'm sure he's earned it times a million.
He's gonna meet Jesus, all right. That's for sure.
Exactly. That's hilarious.
That's
hilarious. Golly.
The amount of he's gonna meet all the Palestinians he fucking sent to the afterlife. They're gonna one by one walk in with a 10-inch strap and fucking fuck him over the counter. Fucking bastard. He's a sick dude. For him to get on there,
absolutely.
But for him to get on there and talk the way he did and just act like he's not the most corrupt piece of shit human on this planet Earth right now blew my mind. And the fact that he had them reading fucking questions they were
real quick, Deuce. I'm just gonna ask that you speak up a little bit. You might feel like you're yelling, but I'm just saying because it's I can hear you, but it's kind of like a struggle. I got to really concentrate.
No, but I'm just saying I feel bad because those dudes literally they were idiots. They probably got paid fucking $5 million, $10 million to do it, and they're fuck it, we'll take the money. But it's just bro, you guys made yourselves so fucking stupid. You know what I'm saying? That was my problem. I'm
that's a great question.
It's one thing for you to do it, but it's you guys made yourselves look so fucking stupid in the process.
Yeah.
Even the people that did respect you in the content space are gonna look at you and be like, you were way in over your head. You have no comprehension of what you just did. You can't even comprehend. You can't even come up with fucking questions to ask this guy who's killing millions of people. And that's the thing. People are oh, it's 100,000. It's not 100,000. It's got to be close to 1 million people, bro. You don't level a whole fucking city full of fucking 7 million people and say there's only 100,000 people that died. That's fucking absurd to me. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But besides that point, I just those guys are fucking dumb, and I think they embarrassed their parents.
They definitely embarrassed themselves. They embarrassed themselves and
they embarrassed their families. And their families.
Actually, that's another thing. I didn't verify this because I read this after the fact. But I read online, this is Twitter thread type shit though, where people were saying that the Steiny guy, so that's the younger guy, his dad was he represented he's a lawyer and an Israeli lawyer, and he had represented some Israeli arms dealer or some shit. So they're basically just saying fucking CIA. or Mossad, obviously. So the shit is the shit with the Nelk boys.
It could be some propaganda plans from Israel, right? These guys actually,
Oh yeah.
if you look at
Talk about it.
Dad motherfuckers, they came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, the Nelk boys. I'm like, who the fuck are these guys? Like, I'm like, they're not even cool to listen to or watch. They don't do cool or funny shit.
Yeah.
They're fucking lame. The one kid who was running with them that was actually entertaining doesn't even hang out with them anymore. I'm like,
here you go. Here, one thing I do want to say, brother. You just know, you mumble a little bit. So I'm just being honest with you. It's love.
I think it's the headphones.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, and that's fine. And I did want to also give you that out because I understand it's late. So if you do at any point need to hop out, if you need to hop out now, you can. But I just wanted to let you know, just because I want the people to be able to fully get what you're saying, I know it's kind of hard to get fully what you're saying because I'm struggling a little bit. But so that's up to you. You know what I mean? I just want to put that on the table so you know, because you were just cooking right there, brother. So I don't want that to go to waste. You know. Beautiful. Here, I'm gonna get to these comments real quick, and then at the end of that, I'm gonna check back in with you, and then you tell me whatever you want to do. If you're down to continue to kick it, you know I love that. But I'm also, like I said, not trying to hold you hostage or anything like that. I know you're a hardworking man, but Wiggy says there are movements to change Japan's laws today. What defines what Japanese means? So that's talking about like the homogenous kind of culture and things like that. Wiggy says you would be violent to living between the French and the Slavs. Well, that's definitely true. The Germans were deemed uncivilized or uncivilizable by the Romans. You gotta love it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And here we are. And right now we're getting a little feedback where it's like where I can hear myself again. Sandor says Germany had their atrocities. Zionists lived through it and brazenly broadcast their atrocities, and yet the media and internet protects them. Can we talk freely about them? Nope. Full censorship. I agree with that, Sandor, to be honest, and I think that is maybe a distinction, but I think part of that distinction is like we're seeing it from the other perspective. We're the allies to the genociders in this case, so we're seeing that through a filter, and I agree with you that filter absolutely exists, where we get it through a Zionist kind of lens, or at least a Zionist sympathetic lens. So I agree with you on that. Living space.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah, brother. Let's see here. I'm trying to see how many we got, and then Sandor says their birthright program is to literally bring people in and get them hooked up and making babies. Yeah, so I mean that's along with kind of the trying to encourage people to move back to the homeland and all that. Why is that not living in Miami? Not in the IDF right now. Yeah, that's actually true. So Netanyahu's son lives in Miami. How do you feel
hilarious.
about
that? That's hilarious.
Yeah. It's a not
probably has more security than the president.
Boy, it's the phone, not the operator. Yeah, Sandor's blaming all the typos on the phone, and I don't blame it. That's what you're supposed to do, brother. I'll blame the phone right along with you. I don't give a fuck. I've seen it happen.
Blame the aliens, brother.
Yeah, it's IDF. Like I said, the Pegasus program is locked in on your phone. In reference to the defining who the state citizens are, that's what ultimately bars international interest from coming in and buying California's entire water supply to grow almonds in a desert. Okay. And then that was where he said boys. And then Nelk boys are pussies, Paul said. Factual statement. We all agree about on that one. Do you know where Netanyahu was born? I'm not lying to you. I read this today.
Jerusalem.
No. It might have been if it was
Russia,
Tel Aviv, maybe. There was a lot of them. I was actually reading through a list of people and where they were born. Yeah, he was born in Tel Aviv, it says. So a lot of the early leaders in Israel were not born in Israel for obvious reasons. I mean, Israel was only founded in the previous century. So, let's see here. So, do you know where Netanyahu was born? So, I just checked it. It was Tel Aviv. Fun fact: some of the most ardent Nazis came from the Baltic states, the same place Netanyahu's family's from. Oh yeah, I did also an interesting thing is a lot of so this goes along with the no DNA test in Israel. Because I was reading about the history of the prime ministers of Israel, and like I said, they come from different countries, a lot of them, and also their last names are not the last names that they carry into office. They like Hebrewize their name. So a lot of them have like Eastern European names. Like if you look up their actual name, so like what Wiggy's saying here, if you look up Netanyahu's actual last name, let's see if it's easy to find because I don't remember it offhand. Like on his Wikipedia, it's all Netanyahu. Look how sick that is. They're literally trying to
Fucking weird.
Yeah, it is weird. Okay, yeah, right here. So original name Milikowski is Netanyahu's original name.
Yeah, he's from Bratislava.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck is that? So yeah, that I'm with you on that, Wiggy. And there's a long history of that. These motherfuckers coming from like Belarus and shit, and just changing their name to be like, yeah, no, we belong here, which is kind of crazy. Wiggy says, the same for Ukraine. The numbers are way understated. Yeah, I agree with that. But I mean, I even think Ukraine people are willing to say like millions of people have died in this conflict. I think it's way under. I think if you look, I looked up the numbers after we talked because Wiggy, you had said a different number than I had said. I think so. When I looked it up, both of our numbers were wrong. Gaza conflict deaths. Let me look it up here because I am curious as far as like what's the general reporting. Casualties of the Gaza war. It says, oh, so this is just kind of like it says over. So I mean, what the fuck does that mean? Because there's a lot of numbers over this, but it says 61,800 people. So, come on, do we really believe that 60,000 people over these past 2 years that's how many people they've killed? Doubt it.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean, right here. This says Al Jazeera, death toll in Israel's war on Gaza surpasses 60,000. I think that's a low ball. But yeah. Sandor says, oh, his dad's an Israeli lawyer. I just fell over that shop. Oh, yeah, that's talking about the Sweeney guy. Yeah. Definitely Israeli lawyer and like had represented like somebody directly involved in the government or some shit. So just sketchy. The fact that the prime minister is now being held on there to like on his son's podcast to reach out to the youth. It's like,
well, you know, his dad just got a fucking raise.
Yeah, well, that's for sure true.
Probably got a nice job in the fucking government in fucking Israel. They'll be moving out there next month, have no doubt. Just fucking go.
Oh, the real
estate.
estate,
All right, brother. My phone's dying though, so I'm gonna tap out. All right.
No, all good, my brother. Thank you for popping in. Actually,
you're the man. Brother, it was fun, man.
Definitely.
Next time, brother. I'll hit you up.
Well, I'm probably going to do this again tomorrow. Just because I try to do this 2 times during the week, and yesterday we lost power because of the storm that came through. So, in order to keep,
I was looking for you yesterday. I didn't see you on yesterday. So.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I was ready to go. I was pretty hyped, but it was a good thing. Oh, unfortunately, shit, I'm gonna miss you on the Shannon Sharpe stuff. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, all good though. All good. Like I said, I understand. Definitely, it's late, and also I'm hearing myself talk back to myself. So I mean,
yeah, my phone's fucking up again too.
Yeah. I don't know, Shannon Sharpe. Maybe I'll try to. I might push that off to tomorrow. Maybe we can get you in here and we can talk.
Yeah, bro, for sure, bro. I definitely want to touch on that shit.
Yeah, I'd hate to miss on that. So yeah, everybody that's watching at this point, don't be disappointed. I'm gonna push that off. Andretti, you got to pull through for me then, though, baby. If I'm gonna push it off.
No, I'll jump on for sure. I got you.
All right, yes. Hey, my brother, appreciate you. Yes, sir. Love. Have a good one, brother. All right, so Wiggy here says, oh, wow, my eyes just the whole screen changed on me, so my eyes kind of had to readjust. Don't be disappointed, guys. We're going to talk about Shannon Sharpe. Unfortunately, hey, I touched on it a little bit, and unfortunately, he did have to go in the thumbnail because I couldn't help myself after the accusations with him and then the beautiful white woman. I had to go ahead and just bring that thumbnail together. So Gaza probably has like 300 to 400,000 dead, just buried and lost. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's possible. I would not be surprised, and I think that's part of what's so discussing about that war. But I'd be curious on the Ukrainian numbers as well, to be honest, and how much we think those are under. I have to look that up. Paul said, "I'll never say another bad word. I'll never say another bad word about BB now that I know where his son lives." Now that he lives in Miami, yeah, it's a little close. But I mean, we're not afraid of his son. His son's fucking damn near fucking touched in the brain a little bit when you see his response to Rogan. It was unhinged. And damn, sorry, Shannon Sharpe. Now we're gonna talk. If we're gonna talk about you tomorrow, you got to go on 2 thumbnails. That's horrible. I'm sorry, brother. We got to keep it alive. Oh, hey, if it bleeds, it leads. If it bleeds, it leads. You got to go on the thumbnail. It's no disrespect, Mr. Shannon Sharpe, but you did what you did. It is what it is. You paid the woman. Now you got to pay us. You got to pay the price. Standor says he was born in Poland. Is that right? Damn. Interesting. I got to look this back up because I just looked it up and it said Tel Aviv. But if they completely changed their last name when they go to fucking Israel, do they also just like it's like just create a character and that's just your persona that you take on? I will say from the just the Google screen, it does say it's pulling from Wikipedia, so that might be, Mossad might have got to Wikipedia. Obviously they have. Wikipedia is begging for money all the time. If fucking anybody, if it's basically a yard sale for Mossad when it comes to Wikipedia. Are you fucking kidding me? You get to edit it yourself, and then also they're begging for people to fucking keep that thing running. Come on. Let's talk about it. Wikipedia. I love you, but Jesus. Yeah, where is he born? I'm just gonna have to research it separate. They don't want to just give it up on they don't want to give me his fucking. This says Bibi Netanyahu born in Philadelphia. It says Israel. When I type that in, it says Israel. Was raised in West Jerusalem and the United States. He returned to Israel in 1967 to join the Israeli Defense Force. He needed to do his time. That is interesting. Here, they don't. In America, they don't let you. He's like a fucking fake Star Wars accent that they should have gave to an alien. The trade routes. How could you not bomb them? They were trying to feed the Palestinians. How could you not bomb the trade routes? Fucking clear your throat, brother. It's okay. We have water. Unlike what you're giving to the Palestinians, you fuckhead. So get it together. Stop trying to go on a podcast. Stop trying to go on podcasts and beefing with Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? Fucking stop being a dick and killing people and dropping bombs and being an asshole and being a fucking Jewish supremacist. You know what I mean? Let's talk about it. Wiggy Wom says the Poles and the rest of the mid-Slavs. Dear Unta Mensch. Oh shit. Damn it. I just fucked up and went to the bottom. And then we got Sandor here says, was it just his family that came from Poland? I thought he was born in Poland. BB's last name is the most Eastern European Bond villain. Yeah, 100%. And I fucking keep forgetting it immediately after I read it, but I'm about to pull that back up. And that was like, it wasn't in the forefront of his Wikipedia. I will just say that. So it's possible they hit some other shit. Maybe when you change your name, you get to like I said, say, hey, I'm also reborn here. What was it? It was like Mila Jakowski fucking bullshit. But he was definitely a Slav monkey. God bless him though. Not really. So I don't know. Yeah, I was actually looking through there. I was trying to find it real quick, but I wasn't able to find it. And I want to get back to these comments, but felt Sandor. Excuse me for that. That was disgusting. I apologize. Wiggy says most of the Israelis hailed from the Baltic states, Poland, and Ukraine. They need to get those numbers up. They had to accept a few other people that were kind of tangentially tribe members. You know, they were kind of like associate tribe members. And they had to go ahead and just make them it was like Sons of Anarchy. They had to go ahead and make them. They couldn't be prospects anymore. You had to go ahead and give them their cut. Wiggy Wom also, America and Russia supplied a few million. Talking about Jewish people. So fair enough. Do we want them back, boys? Do we want them back? I think some of them came back. And then Ashkenazi have no connection to Palestine. Yeah, that's and that's kind of what I was getting at earlier, but I have to read specifically as far as like and then he said see you, Deuce, and I am with you on that. Peace out, Deuce. We'll try to get back. I'm definitely gonna do this again tomorrow. You know, I'm shooting for 9 o'clock probably. Tonight I was maybe I try to go 8. I don't know. We'll see. 8 to 9 to 10. But I'm definitely, as long as the storm doesn't put me out, I'll be on here around that time, depending on how, you know, life shakes out. But I'm kind of playing around with times. I'm curious if go live with 8, if that'll be a little bit of a sweet spot between. I've had some people that used to watch the podcast live consistently, that watch it now, like after it's come out, and they'll be like, hey, you know, it's like you go in later, I'd be able to get in there more if you went a little earlier. And I feel that people work, people have their slave shift they have to wake up for in the morning. I respect it. Sandor says, yeah, Wiggy, there'd be hundreds of thousands of dead Gazans or dead in Gaza. Yeah, and I agree with you guys. And I think that's it's kind of hard to imagine that wouldn't be the case after years of pummeling them with missiles. I feel like just off Twitter I can account for a couple 100,000. Wiggy Wom says too many questions and variables to speculate on what a world would look like without American support of Israel, but I would be interested in seeing where Israelis would put their chips. Yeah, that would be that touches on kind of a great point where it's like, if we end up souring that relationship, what would be their response? And I do worry that our government is so not even intertwined, because I think you can untwine some shit. I just worry how much of like the people actually involved in politics are just bought and paid for, and they just have that monetary kind of conflict of interest, and even outside of that, in some cases, just a straight up loyalty, which just isn't consistent at this point. The blind support, not even, I'm not necessarily saying that, you know, but I mean, I don't know, like, to what extent do you step in? I think there's a valid question there, because it is, I mean, war crimes are happening. So, I mean, if there wasn't, basically, I mean, honestly, they wouldn't be able to even do what they're doing without the cover of the United States. So, that's just my opinion. They hate Putin for a reason. So I don't know. So I don't think they will get deep into Russia like before too many Muslims now. That's a great point. And I mean, but some of that hate for Putin probably has to do with like a little bit of like sour feelings on how Jews were treated in Russia at certain points. But it might have to do with something like more modern and persistent, which I mean, I'm all for. Sandor said they can have Texas. Texas is begging to be taken. That's the thing. Maybe Texas is like ready to become that. Wiggy, I wonder if I'm going to end up running into you responding to that, but I need a response to that. How do you feel about a new homeland for the Jews? Not for you. Not for you in Texas. We're taking it from you, sadly. Again. But Wiggy says Americans can I lean forward, my eyes looking. Americans are also suffering from a generational crisis in the sense that support for these foreign adventures is waning. I could take this off now. Ooh. That's one thing. I love getting on here and chopping it up with people and stuff like that, but it does start to make the ears a little hot I'm sweating behind the ears. That is, but I agree with that totally, Wiggy. And then, bro, do you think Yakuza or Yasuke? My bad, I said Yakuza. Yasuke was samurai. You should check out the Lockley story and his Wikipedia editing. Wiki is beyond compromised. Interesting, yeah. I mean, Yasuke, what a great anime. If anybody knows about Yasuke, but I think I might have seen a nice little history channel episode on that. And I think it was on the History Channel. What was it? Yasuke. He came from the aliens, right? That landed and right? Wasn't he an alien? I'm trying to remember. What the History Channel said about him. The History Channel here in America. What'd they say about Yasuke? He is Emperor Palpatine. He is Emperor Palpatine, 100%. But the thing is, he's Emperor Palpatine without the total control. You know, it's like, at least, I guess you could even say that, because I mean, technically Palpatine. I mean, yeah. So I guess it works, because at any point, Darth Vader, I guess technically could have just thrown Palpatine's ass out a fucking airlock, sent his ass into outer space, yelling. So I guess it just fits, Sandor. So I agree with you. Yeah, Palpatine works. We're Darth Vader, though. America's Darth Vader. Sandor, America, we're Darth Vader, bro. I don't know what that makes New Zealand, because you guys are, allies. Who's New Zealand? Let's think about that in Star Wars lore. Who's New Zealand? You got to give me one. I'm thinking, like, I'm sorry, you can't be General Grievous. We had a nice conversation about Count Dooku the other day. That might work. Because Count Dooku kind of did get, the man literally got disarmed. Sandor says, actually, Yasuke was the first samurai and taught the Japanese his ways. Yeah, that's what I thought after the aliens left him here. Of course. But Wiki has lost my confidence a long time ago. Yeah, I agree with that. It is sadly the most convenient kind of format. They have a great format. And it does get suggested at the top of when you look up things typically. So you got to be willing to dig a little bit and do a little bit of research. There's no doubt. Trying to think of, like, I've seen crazy ass shit with Wikipedia, but I can't recall any. I'm sure I have some screenshots of some crazy ass Wikipedias. Wiggy says, but Wiki has lost. Oh yeah, using Wiki as a weapon. Oh, okay, but I didn't read all of it. I can also show you some egregious shit pulled in the world of archaeology by professors using Wikipedia as a weapon. So you're saying professors are using Wikipedia as a weapon? Let me know. In reference to the younger Dryas. Yeah, okay. Didn't mention that. I feel that. Sandor says, I believe Yasuke hailed from Wakanda. I believe Yasuke hailed from Wakanda and was a vibranium and has a vibranium katana. That'd be fucking sweet. That needs to be maybe, like, the thing is, guys, Marvel, if you're gonna do it fucking right. Talk to Sandor. You don't have to go and fucking make fucking Superman or well, that's DC, but come on. You don't have to make the existing character there. Take Yasuke, implant him into Wakanda right now, and just let him do work. I would love to see that. Sandor says archaeologists act like science is static and not constantly evolving. Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, you have to, as far as like when your entire frame of thinking is built off of some kind of like rigid discipline and even like whatever kind of like industry is built around that discipline, there's like that sort of like level of self-preservation that kicks in, and as it responds, whether or not it's counter to the progress of understanding or humankind in general, you kind of say fuck that for your own kind of self-aggrandizement. If it's like, if you're some professor in your field that has discovered some kind of way of doing things or whatever, like I said, it's like your research has been instrumental in this way or that way to the discipline's thinking. I mean, a lot of times there is that kind of like defensiveness around maintaining that, whatever credibility comes with that, I guess. What were we saying? Mainstream. Okay, so I know you saw that stuff I sent in Discord. Oh yeah, I gotta set up the Discord. Wiggy is fucking wigging out in the Discord, and he even told me, make a Discord, bro. I gotta get the truth out. This is just fucking crazy. Fuck the bullshit. YouTube's trying to censor us too much. This is Wiggy's words. He said, look, fuck YouTube, man. I didn't say this, YouTube. Wiggy said, fuck YouTube. We got to get the truth in the Discord. Fire it up so I can get the word out to the boys. So this is true, and this is all coming to you soon. But so Wiggy says, I know you saw that stuff that I sent in Discord. The younger Dryas shit fully radicalized me against college education and mainstream archaeology and its issues. Wiggy doesn't even want to talk to you if you have a college education. He's like, what Discord? This is awkward. No Discord. It was just my personal Discord. We were on here talking one night, and Wiggy said he wanted to send me some stuff. So he was like, best way to get in contact is Discord. So he just direct messaged me, and we added each other on Discord. But Sandor, you already know I'll do the same for you. But there's not like a Discord that's never, brother. You'll be one of the first people I'd let know. Just understand that. Wiggy says it's bullshit. A whole series of people's education careers destroyed because of Clovis first, starting in the 90s. Damn, he's really cooking up right now. You're really starting to cook up. It's fresh after midnight for me. I'm planning on doing this tomorrow, so I'm gonna shut this down soon. But Wiggy, you're going hard, brother. I'm just telling you that. I'm loving it though. Wiggy says, I guess you could call me Hamasman. Oh my holy moly. I would literally never, for all of our sake. It doesn't bode well for me if I got Hamas in the chat. Sandor says he became the resistance leader. Wigmas. Wiggy says all of the Western shit in our education about Yasuke comes directly from Lockley and his historical fiction, as said in Japan, but told as historical fact in America. In my experience, in every level of education, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've ever learned about Yasuke in school, but I think I just dodged that. I think I might have just dodged that one. Just a Discord message. I sent him a friend request. Yeah, that's all it is. And like I said, I got to get the whole server up and going. It's just I'm not used to even using Discord. Wiggy had sent me shit, and then I like slept on it for several days because I don't have notifications for it or anything. So I try not to. I'm just not good with social media. I told you guys that. That's one of the main things with this podcast, and when I do stand up or things like that, that is a hindrance. Is like I'm just not a social media person. And I try to be present as much as I possibly can, but that also prevents me. That's why I love this podcast. For one, I get to chop it up with people. Deuce hopped in here, Wiggy's hopped in here, just get to chop it up with Sandor in the chat and all this shit. So it's like getting to have that kind of social aspect. I do still cherish that, and I realize I miss out on that by trying to like kind of avoid the phone. And if you're gonna do stuff on the internet, you gotta fucking pick the phone up and really lock in with it. But it's like I just can never justify really getting on there and not like, hanging out with my daughter if she's awake or something. Wiggy says, pull that video up that short I sent and show it to Sandor. I'll have to Jamie pull that up. Yeah, literally. My family calls me Jamie as well, so basically the same thing. Where's my invite to the damn Discord? It's no Discord, brother. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, Sandor. There's no Discord. Maybe there could be an invite to the chat that we have going, and that could happen. Brother, you're invited. I just gotta set the thing up. Oh, just a personal one. Only a few chosen ones allowed. Yeah, it's in my nature. I found out I did 23andMe, and I found out I'm the chosen one. Wiki says, bro, I have my most entertaining conversations with people who went to college. Sometimes, though, they only look at modern interpretations and view any theories of the past as the musings of children. Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think anytime you're having a conversation, there has to be a kind of general understanding and respect for wherever you're coming, where the other person's coming from, or else just don't even waste your time having the conversation, in all honesty. So just in order to actually, in good faith, examine the other person's thought, you got to kind of give it a little leeway. So I did have a shit ton of videos. They all got erased off of here because, well, why the fuck wouldn't they get erased off of here? I guess what we could do, and it just makes the most sense with what we've ended up talking about, because it always ends up, we always end up getting to free Palestine. The pod always ends up going there. Like, it's an unfortunate thing. We want to talk about fun shit. I want to talk about Sydney Sweeney's big ass fucking voluptuous breast. We did get to talk about that. Check the beginning of the podcast if you missed that. That was a good conversation. We want to talk about other breasts and other stuff like that. So it's like, we don't have the opportunity though, because there's a genocide, and we got to get into it. We got to get into it every time. And we got to talk about what's causing that and why we're implicit. And that's why our good friends at Breaking Points, they had Alyssa Slotnick. This is a representative from Michigan, and she came on the show. She wanted to do a little bit of PR, get her name out there, just be good for future campaigns and just to get her message out. So she decided to go on Breaking Points. She thought it'd be an interesting platform. Now, if you don't know, sitting Politic here, we fuck with Breaking Points heavy, baby. Crystal Ball, you're that girl. Shout out to you. You always do the damn thing, even when I disagree with you. And on the Sydney Sweeney shit, I wanted to watch the video, but I don't know if we'll have time. I think we probably disagree, because she's probably going to be on some eugenic shit with that. But on this, I bet we agree. And I've seen some of the clips out there, and I'm just going to give you a little teaser. We're going to get into it. Crystal Ball is holding her feet to the fire. She's not fucking around. Sagar, what's he doing? We'll see. He's probably throwing in a couple jabs. But Crystal Ball, she don't take that shit. She don't suffer these fucking fools on there when they come on there talking about Gaza. She lets her fucking nuts hang every time. And just know that if you're going on Breaking Points, Crystal Ball, she's going to drag them across your forehead if she means business. Trust me. Trust me. Don't come on there with the bullshit. Don't come on there with the talking points. We're going to get into it. Come on. Crystal Ball, shout out to her. Where's Jay? Jay went to college. Shout out to Jay. Yeah, we got to lock in with Jay. It's been, I don't think he was on the last stream either, but I understand this one we went live a little bit earlier than we have been, but still, I need my guy to lock in. He adds to the conversation. I want to know, what are the good people of Georgia thinking about this? What are the good people of Georgia thinking about eugenics today? Are they pro eugenics? We missed out on that. But as far as this goes, like I said, Crystal Ball, Sagar, Breaking Points, Slotnick, Michigan. Sandor says, yeah, guys do seem to have an axe to grind against them Israelis. It's a little frightening, actually.
now, Senator Alyssa
I don't have
Slotkin
that.
of Michigan. Senator, thank you very much for joining us. We
Thanks
appreciate
for
your
having
time.
me.
We have a very limited amount of time. This is the internet, so you're
Okay.
here, and it's important that we ask some of the questions that are animating some of the younger
Sure.
voters and others. I assume that's part of the reason that you're here. The first is about Jeffrey Epstein. It's a
Yeah.
story that's really captured
Yeah.
a lot of America's interest. So you're a former CIA officer. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein had any connections to U.S. or Israeli intelligence agencies?
So, not that I've ever.
No, absolutely not, Saga. Good question. And I'm glad you asked it. A matter of fact, I've been wanting to talk about this. No connection. He probably just happened to have a fucking island that, you know, he invited children, first and foremost, to come to as prey. And then he would invite politicians to come on down. Sick fuck. This is how we're starting. Slotkin. We got to look at you. The eyebrows are raising.
Just made the list.
We're looking at you, lady. Fucking CIA. Sandor says Slotkin is an exclusive member that has a vast family fortune.
Ever
Where's
seen
it
or
buried?
heard.
Where are the bodies
But
buried?
there's
bitch?
really, no, I haven't asked. But you know, this is like a solvable question because President Trump's CIA director, John Radcliffe, can answer this question, right? There is no shortage of people in this administration who can answer that question. I would be very surprised. I'm going to be honest. I know your views on it. I would be surprised.
Okay.
But I'm like a Middle East analyst. I was doing my time going after terrorist groups and militias in Iraq. And so I never saw it.
That's right around the fucking corner. What do you mean? You were in the neighborhood, bitch. We want to know what you heard. Bullshit detector going nuts. Yeah. She's like, I was in fucking the Middle East. What would I know about Israel? Could you believe the gall that these people have? I was like a CIA fucking operative. And I was like, it had to do with the Middle East and stuff. What would I know about Israel? And there, I didn't hear anything.
Just made the list.
Bitch, we're on your ass. Where's Epstein at? Stop hiding him. We want to see the body.
Never heard anything about that. I, again, would be surprised, but there's an easy way to solve that problem.
Well, that's the question then. So in terms of, because I know you've expressed some concern about classified information, et cetera, in the past, would you be fine then with the full release of these Trump Epstein files, even if they did reveal an intelligence connection?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, like, it's such a distraction from, in my mind, like what I really care about, which is helping people like live well in Michigan. Just get it over with and get it out.
Can I tell you something, guys, real quick? And I'll let it ride for a minute because I don't want to keep on pausing this in case I fucking go hunt for this video in this live stream. This really grinds my fucking gears when people weaponize this like obscure kind of appeal to emotion where it's like, you know, this is just not really what I care about. I really care about the stuff that really affects people. Like fucking what? And what are you actually tangibly doing to affect that? And why is it impossible for these people to care about more than one thing? You're in the seat right now at Breaking Points. You're being asked the question about this. Answer that. I don't need to hear, like, we can get into your mission and all that. If you could just answer this, bitch. If within the first couple of minutes you can answer this shit, then guess what? We can move on to what you really care about. Bro, it really doesn't want to let my comment through. Is it the alien part or is it the political blackmail part, YouTube? What part? Who are you covering for? So I don't know what it's. So I made you a moderator, Wiggy. So you got the little wrench by your name. So you should be able to like moderate the chat a bit. I don't know if that applies to yourself, but whatever kind of you know, abilities that it would allow me to give, I gave it to you, brother. We went ahead and we just deemed you a knight. We deemed you a knight of the chat. And then Sandor here says it's not even showing up as a hint message, Wiggy. Yeah, so there you go. Well, no, they're on us, Wiggy. Let's not even get it twisted. We've talked about a lot of shit tonight, previous nights. We're on. There's a different list.
You just made the list.
We're all on that one. So let's not get it twisted. We're on borrowed time at this point. Politicians diddle kiddos. Okay, there you go. Well, you got it in. You found, if that's what it was preventing you from saying. I like how you found a way around the censors. So
and this wasn't like my issue. It's still not the thing that wakes me up in the morning and I want to work on. But I think it's okay to say it's a full distraction now in Washington. Everyone's talking about it. So just unveil it, do whatever you need to do, answer the questions, and move past it.
Well, that's the last question then. So there's some accusations here from the Republicans on Epstein here, just about, why didn't you care for over 4 years? I know you asked the question in 2020. You said, I don't care particularly about Bill Clinton, et cetera. I mean, that's somewhat understandable, but, we do have a person, very specific circumstances, let alone, the sex trafficking organization, others. So, why don't you answer that question? Like, why is this now is the time that you do care?
Yeah.
This for real, I'm going to let her go. But this is another thing. This is just another talking point that I really hate. Saagar, and I know he's not representing this as his perspective. He's kind of projecting it. But this idea that, this is like not that big of a problem. And I know there's like bigger stuff and da. It's like, bro, it's an international fucking sex trafficking fucking pedo league of extraordinary gentlemen. What in the fuck is more pressing than that? People who are politicians, people who are involved in, the biggest industries in our country. Why are people downplaying that? Like it's like some kind of like benign conspiracy. Like it's the craziest fucking conspiracy. The craziest thing you could say about a person is that shit. And it's like, it's not really that interesting. It didn't really touch the hearts and minds of my constituents. Like I said, it not being like the number one pressing issue for individuals in their day-to-day, I get. But to say that people don't care about this is an absolute fucking misunderstanding of the fucking public's response. Like, holy shit. Obviously they care. Why are you acting like it's just the internet? The internet consists of people that are online, except the bots. Shout out to the bots. And maybe the bots do care about Epstein a lot, but I doubt it because I think the bots are Jewish. I think the bots are mostly Jewish, if we're being honest about the fucking whole situation with the bots. WikiWom says, it let that through, though. The politicians diddle kid. I mean, I guess it just has to be 100% factual. Yeah, that is interesting. I like how you're just free speeching it and you're just really testing out the limits of the chat, brother. We need that. That's what we're saying. We need chat scientists to figure out, what the algorithm likes and what it doesn't like. What is acceptable and what's not. Sandor says PDF files are a distraction. That's fucked. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, to think that our government, I think that's another reason why obviously Americans should care. Was our government, what we say Mossad, was the CIA involved? I think that's obviously possible. We should run that to its fucking end. We need to investigate that seriously. Because there's no justification for doing that to children, period. Like there's other means to accomplish those ends rather than engaging in black market prostitution with fucking minors. That's fucking wild. So as a government, completely unacceptable. And the people in our government, regardless of what those implications are in the short term or even long term, fuck it. You got to cut that cancer out. I don't give a fuck what the downhill kind of consequences are for that, because there's consequences that I think are unintended for turning a blind eye to that. Obviously, I mean, you see the civilization that we have today, regardless of its kind of like, amenities, there's obviously a like erosion of morality and fucking human fucking decency, or even the ability to communicate between human to human. So it's like, Sandor says PDF files are a distraction. That's fucked. And then Wiggy says, yeah, LOL. What could possibly be worse than you're distracting us from, bro? Yeah, exactly. This is the fucking worst shit. It's kind of like World War III, bro. What else needs my attention here? Exactly. Well, I mean, and this like binary that gets set up by these politicians so they can avoid to talk about something like, oh, well, this isn't like the main issue that I care about. Answer this fucking question and we'll move to the next question, or you bring up your issue or whatever. It's like, just because we're talking about this doesn't mean you can't have an opinion on it unless it's absolutely the most pressing thing in your mind. It's just, it's political speak. It's a politician fucking wrist hold. You know, it's a fucking single leg takedown from a politician. No, thank you. And I hope to see Crystal and Sagar here sprawl out of this position and tell this bitch, no, we're going to talk about this shit regardless of whether it's your number one issue. And the fact it's not ranking high on issues for you is an issue. And also, if you're not able to multitask and address several issues in your position as a politician in this country, well, then that's a problem. We need competent people. I need you to be able to kind of address some, you know, domestic problems in Michigan, like the fucking water. And then still be able to, like, I don't know, take a moral stance on genocide. Wiggy Worm says it's kind of like World War III. Oh, yeah, that was one I already read. And then Wiggy says, I've done burn through my bread in circuses. All there is kiddo diddlers and World War III at this point. The fuck? Yeah, we don't get any fun games. You know what I mean? We get to the bread and circus literally is that I guess we get to talk about these people not being brought to justice. I don't know. In its own way, it's slightly cathartic and also obviously more distressing than it is cathartic. Sandor says there's more important things than your government being compromised, guys. Yeah, by fucking pedophiles. By pedophiles that sex traffic kids like en masse to islands. Come on. Like, what are we saying? Wiggy, how hard is it for them to look at a camera and say crimes are wrong and we should have information? Who did them? It's so sick because it's so straight to the point. It's yes. Like, that's what I'm saying. This question, it's such a weird way to just push past it, to be like, this isn't my number one issue. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, let's only talk about that. Welcome to our show that we were going to interview you, but I guess let's only talk about your number one issue. Do you have a fucking book coming out, bitch? Is that your number one issue? Sandor says, because Iran isn't behind those crimes. Yeah, no, we'll definitely we find some, bro. Months later, they're like, hey, I think that kid in Pennsylvania was Iranian. That's crazy. Like, the Iranians were behind Trump's assassinations. Like, hey, you remember when we didn't fucking look into that kid that tried to kill Trump back in the day? Yeah, it turns out he is Iranian, conveniently. Who would have thunk it? We were waiting to see what he would be. It turns out he's Iranian. Oh my god.
Obviously, it's horrible when you have a pedophile and someone who had a literal pyramid scheme of recruiting 14 and 15
Okay, I promised last time, but wow, what a courageous statement.
year old girls for illegal sex. I mean, it's horrible.
Okay.
At the time, I mean, I sort of saw it as like one of these horrible stories that comes out every 5 months, you know, about somebody. I think the Weinstein thing had happened. There weren't Michiganders, to my knowledge, who were involved. You know,
fucking God, I'm sorry, but this bitch is just saying retarded shit. I don't want to keep stopping it because I hope to pull this in the future and be able to have a video where I'm talking to more people in the future about this shit. But God, I gotta stop it, guys, and I gotta say, what the fuck is this bitch going on about? It's not the number one issue, and then she actually says it's like one of those stories that you hear about. It's like one of those stories that you hear about every couple months on the news about the international blackmail scheme. Right? Remember, like, Weinstein when he was like trying to fuck actresses so they would be in his movies? It's like that, right, guys? No, fucking dumbass lady who apparently doesn't think like this is that big of a deal. Wake the fuck up. No, it's not like Weinstein, who's a fucking nasty pervert himself. But no, a guy like lording some kind of like career opportunity over somebody's head to coerce sex out of them is not the same as a international blackmail pedo cult that, I mean, the main person attached to killed himself in the most fucking conspiratorial set of circumstances that have ever existed. The fucking cameras went out, like Sam Fisher dropped in the fucking prison. The fucking most elite Don't ever fucking sleep on the fucking Splinter Cell. Don't you ever do that. They'll send him in there. He'll take care of your Epstein. Wiki says, did you see our real black samurai in New York? Tamura Blackstone. Oh yeah. I did see that. Wow, black samurai, huh? Both guards having a nap. Did Iran blackmail poor Jeff and his wife into doing these heinous acts? That's a great point. That's right. And then both guards having a nap. Fucking exact. Yeah, great point. Both of them decided to just go ahead and it's not like everybody that's ever taken a nap at work knows you never all take fucking naps. It's not like fucking preschool. If you have the luxury of taking naps at work, it's one at a time, baby. It's one at a fucking time. Unless God knows, oh my God, the guards probably stepped off into a cell to fucking poke each other in their asses. Meanwhile, fucking Epstein's getting dragged out of his cell but by a fucking noose, stabbed in his fucking gullet several times, surely. Or more than likely, just they're like, hey, let's go ahead and walk out of here, buddy. It's all good. Hey, buddy, we cleared it. Trump's in office, brother. Trump's in office. You're walking out, baby. We can't do a pardon. Can't do a pardon. But we're getting your ass out of here. And he walks out of there like Kaiser Soze of fucking child sex.
Women, young girls who were involved. So I kind of saw it as like a horrible moment, but not particularly something that's like going to decide whether someone in my state can buy a house or get a good job. So to me, it was just like it wasn't like a strategic issue, right, for me. And then now it just is like grown. And I think there is a difference between saying some rich guy or a former politician was named in those things versus the president of the United States. That to me is apples to oranges because one of them is leading the free world and one of them's not. So if his name is in there as it appears it is, just like deal with it and let's get on with it at this point. And you know, my 10-year-old nephew understands that the president is trying to dodge, trying to distract, trying to talk about other things. He hates answering this question. Like, we get it. So it feels off to the average person, right? To a 10-year-old, they're like, did he do something, right? So just get through it, get it out, and let's move on to for me, like real economic issues.
So then if piece of legislation comes forward, you would vote for it to support the release of the files.
Sure.
Okay, all right. So then let's talk about future of the Democratic Party. I know that's something you've been interested in. Democratic approval hit an all-time low from the Wall Street Journal. At the same time, we've seen the rise more recently of some anti-establishment candidates, people like Zoran Mamdani. Give us some of your thoughts there about the future of the Democratic Party, and particularly in the context of Mamdani's victory in New York City.
Well, I guess as a good Midwesterner and Michigander, I'm never going to say that what happens in New York City represents all of America. Sorry, we're a big country, and I would never pretend to totally understand New York City politics. I didn't particularly understand Eric Adams. I didn't particularly understand, I genuinely, right?
Sure. This is like what you were talking about, Sandor. She pretends not to understand anything. She can't have an opinion on anything you fucking ask her, because it's not just like basically paying lip service to like wanting to get people houses and this and that. God, it's so fucking, it's disgusting. It really is. It just black pills you. The more you fucking just watch this shit, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Sandor said Ocean's 11 McGuffin style, 1 minute missing from the recording. Yeah, they had a little Chinaman probably folded up inside of his fucking laundry or some shit. Popping out with the fucking spoon. Old Sam Fisher had this wiki. Old Sam Fisher had to save Uncle Sam one more time. No, he truly is a hero to the country. Thank God. Thank God Uncle Sam gets to live another day and collect our taxes and fucking funnel them to the country committing genocide. That's great. I'm glad he did that. Sandor says it was those French bastards at Ubisoft. Probably with Tel Aviv Ted on as the inside man. Oh man, Ubisoft, shout out to them.
But I think the message and the hot take out of that election is actually not terribly dissimilar from what we heard in the November election when Trump won, right? Which is people are still focused on the cost of living and not being able to achieve what they thought they could achieve, right? And then number two, people are looking for a new generation of leadership. I don't think it's hard to miss those hot takes. I can have plenty of disagreements with what I've heard Mr. Mamdani propose, and I do. But that message coming out of that election—
What do you disagree with?
Just, my family was a fourth generation hot dog business. Like, I am here because we live the American dream through capitalism.
Okay.
And so, like, a lot of free stuff, to me, is not the answer.
A lot of free stuff. What the fuck does she mean by this? You know what I mean? Like, this is basically like she's just having some general statement. He pushes back on her. Great job, Saga, by the way, when she just makes that kind of like general assertion. Like, oh, hey, I'm against what he's doing. It's like, well, what are you against? My family owned a hot dog stand. She sounds like fucking Kamala Harris. Sounds like Kamala Harris when she was that shit. I'm an American. Smile big. Like, okay, and bitch, what the fuck?
I don't think it's sustainable. I don't think that it actually fixes the underlying problem. But I can have those disagreements. I think this is I would be thrilled to have that conversation with him or anyone else about like, hey, we agree that there's an economic problem here. What we do to solve it, let's have that debate.
Here also, Sandor, look, guys, if you're seeing this in the future and you're not live, just know, get live with us. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, we're trying to bring you something all those days. And then, like I said, I'm working out something on the weekend where I can figure out a consistent day. But if you're not live with us and you're not a part of this conversation and you're like, damn, they're stopping the video and they're just having so much fun and so much enjoyment with the conversation that's happening live, get live with us. Get live with us on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays for sure. And subscribe. Don't be a bastard. But Sandor here says, I don't understand politics. He. I'm just the heiress to generational wealth. Yeah, and to your point, like what you said earlier, I totally get the kind of like framing that you put earlier, where it's like she's playing dumb or the country bumpkin thing. I get more of that, just where it's like, I can't really speak to this because I don't understand New York politics. Okay. Sandor says hot dog business. Look up her family's hot dog business. She is so full of shit. I will look that up. Also, none of us feel like self-deleting. Oh, yeah, that's very true. Just to be clear, yeah, we all want to stay here and we all love our families.
And adults can debate and not like want to kill each other's children.
Well, let's talk then about leadership. So you just talked about that. We see a lot of that from our show. Some of the Democratic side of our audience is furious with Democratic leadership. I mean, do you still support Chuck Schumer's leadership here? He hasn't given an interview in about a month.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I've now served in the Senate for 6 months, in the House before that. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have hard jobs, like herding cats. It's not fun. I've said for a very long time, long before I got into the Senate and long before President Biden dropped out, that we need a new generation of leadership. You can feel it in. Jesus
Christ. So just so we're backing up what Sandor said, and I'm going to read a little bit more into this while I'm listening to her, but this is just the very top of like the AI overview of when you look this up. I put, Alyssa Slotkin's family business. It says her family farm was part of High Grade Meat Company, founded by her great-grandfather, Samuel Slotkin, who emerged from Minsk in 1900, the year. High Grade was the original company behind Ballpark Franks. We all know Ballpark Franks, which is now owned by Tyson Foods. God, oh my God, the family's rich as fuck. No, Sandor, you're right. So, I mean, when she's like, oh yeah, we like capitalism, I bet Grandpappy loved that shit. People ate up his hot dogs.
And I think at this point, I mean, especially New York, right? You're looking at New York. It's like, I'd rather roll the dice with someone new than have like the warmed over leftovers that I've already known. So I think we have a problem with that across the board. And I think one of the things I can do as the youngest Democratic woman in the Senate, and I'm not young, I'm just young for the Senate, to be clear.
You're young for us.
Yeah. I mean, is push on that and try to give younger leaders a voice in this party in a very real way.
Yeah.
And to me, that's upward pressure. That pressure that you're talking about from the people is good.
So then shouldn't they endorse him? I mean, what kind of a message Schumer
Mom
and
Donnie.
Jeffries,
Mom
shouldn't they
Jeffries.
endorse
They're both from New York.
Mom Donnie?
Yeah.
Just a humble hot dog heiress. Humble hot dog heiress. If she can't be honest about that, she can't be honest about anything. Well, yeah, because she's also using that to do like some kind of like emotional. She's using that as some kind of like relatable, emotional kind of trap for whoever's listening, whoever she's trying to appeal to. Like, hey, you know, I just come from a place just like you. I actually looked up. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Quiver Quantitative, but they have some like net worths on there and things like that. And according to Alyssa Slotkin, this was interesting. In 2020, her estimated net worth was $3 million. Now, that's went down since then, and years active since 2019. So the first year, it grew an additional $1 million, and then it went down. Probably because the money got moved offshore. Let's keep it 100% real. This is what the Democrats want. Yeah, no, I don't think that. No. I mean, I don't think that this is necessarily speaking to the Democrats generally, but you always have to kind of put it in perspective. Who's she running against? What kind of stranglehold? I mean, with the amount of money that she comes from, I'm sure she's a hard competitor to keep up with, is from a spending direction or point of view. Sandor says all her money is sitting in a trust. Yeah.
both New Yorkers?
Yeah.
And what kind of a message does it send if, like, I mean, this guy won the Democratic primary.
Yeah.
He is the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
It was overwhelming. If then the centrist leadership
Yeah.
of the party said, we can't get behind
Yeah,
him.
I mean, you just asked me before we started the exact same question about the Michigan Senate primary, and I'm like, Michigan Democrats don't get involved in primaries. We all are friends. So I can't speak to what they're doing. I think, I hope that they're meeting. I mean, if this person is...
They did.
Yeah, okay.
And
I'm sorry.
Hakeem Jeffries still refused to endorse him. I mean, think about it from this context. Like, let's say in 2028,
Yeah.
a more moderate figure wins the Democratic primary,
Yeah.
and a bunch of progressives,
Yeah.
AOC or whoever says, we're
Yeah.
not backing, we don't agree with you.
Yeah.
I feel like you would have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I will say this: the way that this party works is when there's a coalition that sticks together. That's like a numbers issue. That's a data issue. And so I'm always going to be someone who's trying to find unity. That doesn't mean we all agree with each other. And I think I wasn't in the conversations where they met privately. What they debated, what they talked about, I don't know. But to me, we got to figure out what's common among all Democrats right now. And that's why I focus on the economy, because that is, to me, the cost of living and people not being able to achieve what their parents achieved is the existential issue of our time, is the unifying issue of like all the right wing, left wing, like Americans. I don't even think it's a Democratic Party thing. And to me, that's where I spend my time, because I think 80% of my constituents in Michigan, that's where they live, is like, I just want to be able to go to Disneyland and take my kids the way my dad took me. So that's where I focus on. I'm happy to sit down with any leader. I can't speak to their particular decision to endorse or not.
But,
I'm not endorsing in my own
Right, but just
primary.
yes, the last
Yeah,
question on
but
the
he won the
You have an
primary.
opinion on
right.
it.
That's
Come
my
on.
question.
That's what's different.
in
By
New York-
12,
I'm sorry to
12
ask
points.
this. They have another election though, yeah?
A general election.
general
Yeah.
election.
He is
But
the
it's-
Democratic nominee.
I see. I'm sorry. This is
Okay.
why I'm saying I don't
Yeah.
follow New York politics. And I think you'd have to ask them. I don't know. I know that for me, whoever wins the Democratic primary in the state of Michigan for the Senate seat that's up, that's who I will endorse, regardless of who it is.
All right, that was my last question.
Yeah.
So I'm going to turn it to Chris now.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'm actually a little curious, and forgive me if this is impolite. Like, I'm curious why you wanted to talk to us.
What do you mean?
Well, like,
yeah.
we don't have actually a lot of senators, especially ones who have very different ideology than us, reach out. So I'm curious what your goal was and why you thought to come here.
Well, first of all, I think you have a good audience. I mean, right?
We agree.
If you appealed to like 4 friends on YouTube or whatever, then I probably wouldn't be here. But I think, to me, part of the problem is that people have kind of gone to their corners. And I live this, right? I live on my family farm in a town that voted heavily for Donald Trump. I've never won my town. I've never won my precinct. I've never won my neighbors. We get along, but I never won them, and I probably never will. So to me, I think that the people have gone to their corners, and like people who used to be able to talk about politics and disagree don't even get in the same room together. So I kind of like the idea of your show. Like, it was interesting to me when my team pitched me, right? We go through, and like,
She didn't know shit about their show. Somebody told her there's a right-wing guy on here. There's a left-wing woman on here. You know, like, I mean, I don't know how much in the weeds they got as far as like about their personal stances. But if she knew the show, she would know that she's going to get pressed about these specific issues, and then definitely like the Zoran shit related to the conflict in Gaza. Like you weren't gonna go on this show and also, I mean, this show is also you're like not having, you don't have a conservative on here that's gonna like shill for Israel either. So it's like you're not getting the kind of show that I think that she was expecting. So in Sandor, young people watch it, go on it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're totally right. And, you know, that's a shame for her, I guess, but it's good for us. Sandor says, ex-CIA analyst didn't ask associates about Jeff Epstein. Yep, I believe her. Yeah, she's completely, you know, one consistency, if we're even taking her in good faith, which I'm not. I think she's full of shit, actually, with that. How the fuck are you in the Middle East and you don't know about some fucking sex trafficker from Mossad running some blackmail operation? I mean, that's like kind of like Israel not knowing that Hamas had penetrated their border for fucking hours. You know, it's like that. What I mean by like that, it's unfucking believable, and it's a complete lie. Wiggy said, or build generational wealth themselves and have an American dream. Yeah, why don't you just do that? Why don't your fucking grandfathers start fucking a meat company, asshole? Stop trying to take my money, and why don't your family fucking start a fucking goddamn meat company called High Grade Meat or whatever the fuck it's called. Wiggy Wom says, no, the American dream is to consume, she said. That is a good point, and that is basically what she's saying. She's like, hey, I care about keeping people fucking distracted and fed and I mean housed, which is all fair things to say, but like I said, you're really it's to push away this issue that obviously animates people and act as if, you know, you're kind of like emotionally blackmailing us with the fact that housing is hard to come by in this country. Like, okay, yeah, let's focus on that. But let's focus on the people that are putting us in those situations are completely compromised. The government's compromised. Like Sandor says, like, your government's compromised. It's not that big of a deal. What? You rigged the game from the very, very beginning. I had to Google Mossad. He. Oh, I shovel pig shit and eat the occasional hot dog, and I occasionally sell them at a nice, reasonable price.
No hiding it.
I don't understand New York politics or why people would endorse people that are in their same party.
Lots of people are like, how do we evolve in this new space?
Oh,
yeah,
no,
like that's not
oh my God, we did the mocking voice to her, then she actually did.
You know, it's not that conversation isn't happening. It is, and I think that's good, and to the credit of lots of shows like yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I think your show appealed to me as I was being pitched because you guys don't agree. And like, I am very focused. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. Like, I'm Michiganders.
She's like, I was hoping you guys would argue the entire time and not ask me tough questions.
Want to get back to a place where we can disagree on politics and not have it be so like bitter.
So I hear you on the idea of like you want to talk about the economics and the unifying and cost of living. And I think that ignores a big elephant in the room, especially when you're talking about even Zoran Mamdani. The reason Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer don't want to endorse him is because of his position on Israel. The single most viral clip that he had in that election actually wasn't about cost of living, even though that's what he wanted to make his campaign about. His opponents, Andrew Cuomo in particular, wanted to make it all about accusing him of anti-Semitism and attacking him for his views on Israel and Palestine. So the most viral moment from that entire campaign, I believe, was this moment on the debate stage. Guys, this is E1. Let me go ahead and play this for you, and then I want to get your reaction.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not
as a Jewish state?
No,
as a state with equal rights.
Now, this was considered very controversial when he said it, and I think the results are in at this point that he didn't win in spite of his position there. He won in part because of it, including, if you listen to Andrew Cuomo's numbers, he won a majority of Jewish voters inside of New York City. And so what I'm curious for your view on is, while, you know, I would love to debate you on your healthcare policy, I think we need Medicare for all, you think public option, your housing policy, et cetera. I'm just being really real with you.
Yeah, Wiggy, they were literally asking if he's going to go kiss the wall in the interview. Like, are you going to go kiss the wall? We want you to tell us right now on TV.
I don't really hear what you say if you are still supporting a genocide in Gaza. And that's, for me, you know, I'm speaking for myself, but I know there are millions of other people who feel the same, that you have to at least cross this sort of moral threshold. And what it indicates to people, and I think part of why, you know, Zoran won so many people in New York City, young people in particular, but Jewish New Yorkers, people across the board, is because it was a sign of, number one, okay, you're focused on New York City first and foremost. Number two, you're willing to take the heat on an issue that is really difficult for you, where you're being overtly smeared as an anti-Semite. And number three, there's no, you know, entrenched interest that's going to control. You have a spine, you have principles, you're willing to stand up for something. And so, you know, I'm curious for your reflections on that because of your voting record and where you've stood on this conflict.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the proudest moments that I had in my last election, where I just won on the same ballot as Donald Trump, was that I won a majority of Jewish voters in Michigan. We have a large Jewish population. And I won Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and Hamtramck, the 3 Muslim-dominated cities. Trump won 2 out of the 3. So I think the thing that I would push back on is the voters vote with their feet, right? We have a moment in an election where they get to decide. And there was no issue that was more difficult for me in this last, I would say 6 years, but certainly in this last election, other than this issue, because it's personal. I'm a Middle East analyst by training. And so what I tried to do, and why I think I managed to win both those communities, is call balls and strikes literally up to this week on what's going on.
So let's talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, before they get back into that, I'll read these few comments. And then this, just because this has to do directly with what we're watching here. The Sandor says, well, one Wiggy says, our country is gone, guys. I'm sorry. Which is sad, but I mean, it is tough to see how you kind of, you just see that how corrupt, obviously, and just the difficulty and the systems that are in place to resist this like clusterfuck from being, you know, untangled. You know, there's such interest at play to prevent that it's like, it is tough to not feel like that, Wiggy. So I relate. Sandor says, you didn't know about that, Wiggy? Watch that whole segment. Watch 95% of the panel bow down to Israel and then attack him for his answer. Yeah, I remember that. Is they ask everybody, like, hey, where are you going to go after you become mayor? And then everybody is like, I'm going to go to Israel. I want to visit Israel. And then Mamdani says, like, I want to stay here and represent New Yorkers in New York. And then yeah, he gets pressed on it. It is really amazing that, you know, there's that kind of like over unashamed and just like I don't know, just unconcerned, you know what I mean? Like, to be that overt with it just lets you know how many of the power cards they feel like they hold in that scenario. Sandor says, wow, Sandor, you just said this is when I read the comment, it comes out of my mouth. That's how the process goes. So just, when you put comments, just remember that one, brother. So Sandor says, I would fillet Israel. He wouldn't. I'd cup the balls and everything. He's an anti-Semite. Yeah, that is how they do him. Yeah, our country is gone, guys. That's what Wiggy One was saying. And then Sandor said, let's talk about the panel. Wiggy said, it shouldn't even be a topic of controversy. Of course not. Like, that should have been, he should have answered that question, and they should have been like, fuck, good answer. God damn it. But no, instead, it's like, it's acceptable to question that by saying, oh, you wouldn't go to Israel. You must hate them. Like, all right. I heard they hated him, and it was enough to know he wasn't a giant piece of shit sellout. That's what, what, I think that might be part of why he won, Wiggy. I think it's crazy because it has that opposite effect where it drives up the distrust from, certain powers that be, end up driving up the trust from, other sections. Sandor says, especially for somebody running for fucking mayor of New York City. Yeah, exactly. Like, to be out of the loop on that too is crazy. Maybe a little piece of shit, but not a giant one. Yeah, who knows? I can't call it on that. The only thing, but Mr. Mamdani, how will you receive your orders? Yeah, you gotta go. You gotta go and get them directly. And like I said, I mean, that might be like what Wiggy was talking about in the chat and stuff, where it's like, we need the wall kissed. The wall's got to get kissed. The wall's ready. It's sitting there. It's waiting for people to pucker up. Where are the lips? The wall needs lips.
But I think it's important, right? If you're going to push on me, then I think like there's one of us that's had an election and had to appeal to my voters and win. And so it doesn't.
That just means you probably lied. That probably means that you're saying things that you don't actually believe, more than likely. You've had to pander. So it's like, I don't know what that appeal is supposed to mean. It's supposed to obviously be like well, I'm in politics, so my opinion should mean more than yours.
Surprised me at all that Mr. Mamdani won. Or actually, I didn't know his name. I didn't know much about him until he won. But
I didn't know his name.
Because
Holy
I think
shit,
this issue is motivating people
at?
in a very visceral and personal way.
Yeah.
But it's not the only issue that my voters in Michigan care about.
Of course.
And the online world is extremely, extremely focused on this. But that doesn't always represent the majority. And I think if I can push back, like if we're out on the road every day in Michigan when I'm there. In some communities.
She basically sounds like Trump, right? She basically is pulling like the Trump card. Like, people don't even, she's just doing it in a nicer way. She has a little bit more tact than Trump, but not much more. Where it's like, instead of just saying, you guys are dumb for even asking this, she's going to take the angle of, it's not the number one thing for the people that I'm representing. And that's where I'm focused. She basically is pulling this is diet soft Trump, female Trump. Not literally, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying overall she's like that, but the message she's pushing is 100% parallel to the same message that Trump is, where it's like, this just isn't a big enough issue. Let's move on. People need to be worried about other things. Let's move on. If you're worried about this and you're not worried about the thing I'm worried about, then what's even wrong with you? Sandor, I've heard he's compromised. He's picked up a few establishment people into his crew. Oh, we're talking about Mamdani. Hey, you never know. Honestly, you honestly never know. Well, if he is truly a Muslim, he really doesn't like Jews. He may tolerate them. Holy shit. Oh, I love it. No, hey, Wiggy, these are your own thoughts, brother. I have no issue with them. You know what I mean? I like that. I like that we get to engage, brother. This is, and also you tickled me pink a little bit. If you can't tell with my background being pink, I'm matching it a little bit. Wiki says, well, if he is a true, just funny because it's like, if you can't be a true Muslim if you don't like secretly have like a little bit of a hate for Jews. It's like, well, if he truly is, Now I can't read it. Well, if he is truly a Muslim, he really doesn't like Jews. He may tolerate them, but they will never reconcile truly in a spiritual way. Maybe after the apocalypse, after the trees call him out. There's a Jew hiding behind me. They'll call out to the Muslims to find the Jews. Sandor says, it surprised me he won. Oops. I mean, I didn't know him, but it was a surprise. Sometimes those are the most surprising. Historically, Jews and Muslims get on fine, Wiggy. There we go. There are places that they made it work, Wiggs. Yeah, I said tolerate. Don't take that tone with me. Yeah, there we go. Nice. But spiritually, they will never be compromised between them. And Sandor says, "Shit, I'm Muslim. Better tell the wife." There we go. Let's get back into Alyssa Slock and getting her fucking shit clocked in.
That issue is the number one issue, 100%. And I mean, up till this morning, right? Like people texting my phone and talking about a plan, some of the things we're working on. But I go outside the Detroit area, it's not in the top 40.
But Senator, it's not just a political issue, it's also a moral issue is what I'm trying to get to. So let's talk about those, calling of balls and strikes, if you will. Mm-hmm. So first of all, do you accept that Israel has a policy of enforced famine and starvation in the Gaza Strip?
I think I literally put my name on a letter yesterday or last night that says a policy of starvation, people are starting to starve. And in general, I mean, I served in places like Ramadi and Fallujah. I watched in 2004 and 2005, al-Qaeda terrorists drag American citizens behind a vehicle until they died, right? Like horrible, and then string them up, like a lynching.
Okay.
We still had a responsibility to get aid into Fallujah, despite the fact that we were fighting al-Qaeda cells in Fallujah, and I have been clear about that.
So this is a crime against humanity. Forced starvation is a crime against humanity.
The occupying power has a responsibility to get aid into the war zone, period.
So
by the law of war.
So in addition, do you accept that the Israeli plan, as reported by Haaretz, as discussed openly by ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, as backed by the President of the United States, is forced ethnic cleansing?
I think we have, as recently as yesterday, the Prime Minister of Israel talking about forced migration into certain areas and then potentially out of the country. That is not legal. That is not on any international standard since World War II. And I've been clear about that. So I would ask for a little bit of an open mind.
Well, what I would ask is, listen, I'm a YouTuber. I have my words, that's all I have. Yeah. But you're a United States Senator. Like you're not the president, but you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You have backed Israel, as far as I can tell.
Her fucking posture is suffering right now. She's about to collapse in the chair.
From your voting record at almost every turn, you voted for a definition of anti-Semitism that would, codify anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. You voted as a member of the House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, by your own words. So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So
don't play powerless with me. You're a United States Senator. There are things you can do.
In terms of who runs our foreign policy, I just think it's interesting, right, that there was a ton of protests when Democrats were in charge.
There was a protest in Manhattan yesterday.
Okay. I think it's fair to say, just to be honest, that back and forth, like the number of protests that go on now versus before.
Well, they were part of your political coalition.
Well, not to mention, Senator Slotkin,
that's fair.
Obviously, I'm here.
Yeah.
I was very upset over the Biden administration policy. And as you can tell, I'm very upset over the Trump administration policy. Yeah. So let's deal not in strawman, but me and
but
here
in
and now.
terms of so the tools that I have, the tools that we have in general, to me, the most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get aid into people who are starving. That to me is the number one, because that's the one is urgent and today. And that.
But will you cut off aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity?
There is a difference between a weapon to protect a country from incoming missiles versus other type. Offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you?
You know, I think this is interesting, this kind of distinction that we're making. And I do think, one, it's like, are you claiming that we're not giving aid outside of just specifically defensive weapons? So, I mean, that's obviously not true. So just based off of that, but even then, once again, let's grant as much as we can of the point of view. The defensive weapons is exactly what emboldens the country to act recklessly and offensive in these other conflicts, because they feel like they're not going to receive the same amount of repercussions that you would if you didn't have the Iron Dome and these defensive this defensive weaponry. So it emboldens the rogue state to continue to act in that manner. So absolutely not. We shouldn't continue to support that. And that is the conversation that I'm interested in having with somebody that is, in good faith in support of providing that aid. But anything past that, I think is absolutely disgusting and implicates us in genocide. But this specifically, I think that is the conversation to be had. And I think there's a real argument for it, that even the defensive aid, yes, like something has to be done to force the hand. So let's go ahead and get back into it.
Support offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
That certainly, to me, would be a place to look, but I'm not going to cut off a blanket next sale on a defensive weapon that comes through. No.
I also reject that because, for example, if Senator Slotkin, if you were asked to support defensive weapons for Iran, defensive weapons for Russia, you wouldn't back that.
No, but Iran, but
they're defensive. They're just protecting civilians, right? So how is it different?
But because Israel's being shot at.
So is Russia.
So is Iran. Yeah. So is Russia.
Ukraine's shooting at Russia right now.
Right? I'm sorry. This is the difference between allies, partners, and adversaries.
Why is it an ally then? What are they doing right now, which just makes it an ally?
I think allied relationship.
And hold on, can you never like dissent from what an ally? For example, if the United Kingdom or if France, or name the country, if they're not just blindly writing these fucking blank checks to Israel and subsidizing their defense, are they not also still allies? Is that a part of the alliance? Is we have that sounds like a hostage situation then. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. That sounds like a hostage situation. I have to blindly, fully support everything you do, and I have to provide financial support for it. No, fuck that. How about that? Actually, how about absolutely fuck that? That's not what we're going to do. We're not going to do that when the ally in question is at least being suspected for genocide. So it's like there's plausibility of genocide happening. If you don't land all the way on the issue and you don't feel confident in saying it, like I do and many other people do at this point, then at least you have to land on the side of, at this point, it's plausible that that's what's happening in front of our eyes. So Sandor said that shit on Muslim. By the way, are you actually Muslim, Sandor? Just curious. I love it either way. Just curious, but you did then after that say, honey, you have to wear a bed sheet now. So I'm leaning towards it's jokes. Sandor says, starting, get the fuck out of here. That has to do with the starving is like starting. She referenced that once again. It's all like soft language around it. She's softening all of this, and that's just let you know kind of like where her loyalty lies. Not to say that she's not loyal to America necessarily, but there's clearly a dual loyalty to Israel in this case. And I think just to blindly treat them as like there's nothing that they could do wrong because we have alliances with them is just absolutely, this is fucking dumb. So we have to move past that. We don't have to blindly support anything that another state does, especially a client state that doesn't even actually have the ability to do this independently. Once again, they're like blackmailing us into being involved with all this. It's Epstein tactics happening again. Sandor says, nice little implication that Palestinians are bad, and that was when you had Slotkin kind of compared it to people of Fallujah, like we still had to feed them even though they were savages. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's the same. I don't think that maps on exactly. Wiggy says, I mean, what would you call a prophet in today's age? I'm not entirely sure anymore. I guess it would just be a person that tells the truth in the end. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I mean, in modern day prophets, and then like, you know, I guess at what point does somebody become a prophet, and you know, what level of legitimacy, and where does the legitimacy have to come from in order to be deemed, you know, a prophet? I guess, you know, the Pope, obviously, but I was fucking around. But no, so I mean, that is an interesting question, and what that would look like in today's age, and like how accepting we would be to anybody who maybe, if you are spiritual, like somebody who truly was prophetic. And I guess a prophet doesn't maybe even like, I don't know that a prophet has to entail something that's like divine necessarily. So I don't know. That's an interesting question. I think that's something bigger that would probably take us too far away from this this video in particular. Sandor says, I watched people get dragged to deletion. We still had an obligation to send aid. So what is she implying about Gazans? She can get fucked. Yeah, Sandor, I agree, actually. I would call him the God Emperor Trump. Wiggy says, yeah, that's why he is the false prophet. And how dare you fucking call him the false prophet? Never do that. Wiggy says he cried wolf at the right time for the wrong reasons. And Jeebus sent Trump to us because he saw how good at business Trump is. Jeebus, watch The Apprentice. Yeah, I don't know if Jeebus might have got fired if he was on The Apprentice. From Boss Man Trump. Big boss man. Wiggy, starting a chain of events that the world will never forget in the end. Absolutely. If we're talking about Israel in that case, totally agree. And I think that's the danger. It's like it has this ball rolling, and it's rolling in a direction where they won't be able to sustain it on their own. And there's this kind of just unspoken or maybe spoken and explicit implication that we're just going along for the ride wherever it goes. Biggie Wom says it's now truly the age of Aquarius, by the way. Hey, we're heading in that direction. I don't know if we should dance about it or cry about it. Sandor says, why does Israel even need aid? Let Zionist billionaires fund the colony. Yeah, good ideas. Sandor has good ideas. It might be time, Sandor, brother, maybe our time's just over and it's time for the great empire of New Zealand to rise. It might be time. So just remember us as friends. I'm hedging my bets. I don't know that it's likely. I don't know what those odds look like, but if I had to pick, you guys would be towards the top of the list. You guys seem like some swell guys over there. Fuck it. Put them in charge. Let's see what the New Zealanders do. Give them a crack at it. Wiggy of the 26,000 year cycle. Fucking great. Yeah. Cycle us back through, I guess. Why do you think they are billionaires? I guess we're talking about the Zionist billionaires specifically in that instance. Wiggy, do you think there should be billionaires, brother? I'm just curious. We'll have this conversation more in detail another day, but I'm just curious your stance on that. Do you think there should be billionaires? And Sandor, I'd love to hear your opinion on it, but I have no idea where Wiggy would stand on that. Sandor says, Wiggy, you're going to get us all deleted. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Sandor says they're literally gold digger. That baby trapped you. You have to put the baby in the bath and then go have a smoke. You guys are on the good list. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. I'm ready. Wiggy says, I don't think Catholics do prophets anymore. There was only one, and everything else is a saint. Yeah, you're right. I was just fucking around when I said that. Because I do, but the question still stands. I wonder, what exactly makes a prophet at what point, I know there are people that are considered like modern prophets, like, fucking that had cults based around them and shit. I'm not familiar. I can't reference them by name, but I've like, done like little rabbit hole, fever dream research in the middle of the night on this, and remember reading about it. I guess that's an arbitrary question, ultimately based on how we define our wealth in today's currency, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in today's understanding, and obviously there'd be, I guess, room to adjust that based off of, the value of the currency, God forbid. Sandor says no billionaire has ever made his money without treating people immorally. So just to make it concise for us, Sandor, and any of the people that are following at home, then you're saying that you don't think that there should be billionaires, or is it possible that there can be negatives that societally that we feel from, billionaire class or whatever, and there still are positives that, lead you to believe that they should exist, or just based off of like freedom, in America, that's sometimes that's the justification, brother, really, honestly. And sometimes it really is that thin. Sometimes it's like, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. But then you consider, like, should we get rid of it? You say, fuck no, freedom. We just let that shit ride. And it doesn't always work out in our favor. Obviously. Holy shit, we're burning here. Wiggy says, like, I don't hate the idea of wealth accumulation. I hate when people do stupid, greedy shit with it. But then wealth accumulation, there's a question to, at what rate is it unreasonable, and it has a adverse effect on the society as a whole. I'm just curious your opinion on that. But not that you're not giving me a good insight. It's just I could kind of derive, that conclusion that I just said, as far as like where you're kind of saying, like, look, I think a lot of billionaires are retarded and what they do is wrong. But then at the same time, I believe that, those people should be able to be that. So I'm just, you could just interpret that, is all I'm saying, a few different ways. It's kind of like my perspective. What you're saying reminds me of like my perspective with like government spending, when like I've had some debates with conservatives on here or just on other podcasts even about like taxes and things like that. And I always get put in the position where I'm the fucking guy that's like, yeah, I want the government to take my fucking money. It's what they try to make it sound like. But it's like, really the argument that I usually hear is not that people are not for social programs or whatever. It's usually a logistical kind of fear mongering around, well, how are we going to pay for that? How are we going to pay for that? I think usually if you could break through that, then people are usually more open to it. And it's not really offending their sensibilities past that kind of general concern. So, let's see here what else we have. So Sandor said they made their money though through exploitation, but we have them. That's fine. They need to pay their share though. Okay, yeah. And I totally agree with your point, 100%. I don't think that you reach that level of wealth without obvious exploitation. And the sad thing is like in our system and many other systems, the system's so rigged against the employee that they have no leverage to negotiate a fair situation. So the exploitation is legal in a lot of these cases. In a lot of cases, it's not. When you reach billionaire status, there's a lot of cases where they're not, staying between the lines. But there's a lot of cases where, guess what, they are, and just like predatory business practices, a lot of them are. They let that fly in America, as long as nobody's complaining loud enough, that is. So Wiggy says, for instance, beautiful public works, pushing the envelope on space colonization, but for real, and not like our billionaires doing it. So corner future industry. Yeah, I agree with that. So it's like, but you kind of can't trust the market to work in that way. In my opinion. But I totally feel you on that. And I think that, I wonder what kind of possibilities when you're talking about, things like space colonization, if that's something you're interested in, how much of that could potentially, in a more healthy government, from a financial perspective, maybe things like that could become big, like, projects from a just a human standpoint. But that's interesting. That is interesting. I see those kind of like effects, whether unintended or otherwise. So Wiggy says, ultimately, people know how wealth was accumulated. We ask, what did you do with it? Rome was a city of bricks, and Augustus left it a city of marble. Nice. I like that. I guess they played by the rules of the rich. Yeah. And then your state has right to work. Why the fuck is your state advocating for corporations instead of people? Why do billionaires need that protection? No, I absolutely agree. And I ultimately have like battled with this idea a little bit. And I think I've come down on the side of that. Generally, I think billionaires are a net negative to society, honestly. And to think like $1 billion, especially when we're putting in that framework, like, to think that is the threshold that we're talking about. I mean, obviously, any of us imagine $1 billion. So it's like, to have $900 million. I mean, you could still, if you want to, explore those kind of things that you're talking about, especially when it's wrapped up in your business and you just don't have to claim it all as profits. We're just talking about taking home the actual profits and not spending it back into whatever kind of industry, or they consolidate, raise prices, and cut jobs. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the era we're moving into, Sandor. That is the era that we're moving into. I mean, we just have not taken the time as a society to set better protections for workers. So when the worker isn't desperately needed anymore, then they'll be dismissed. At the end of the day, the employer, or this owner kind of class, and not necessarily talking about small businesses, but it's like, I think when you're talking about billionaires, there's absolutely a predatory aspect, and you just don't get to that point without leveraging whatever position that you have. And for workers, we're losing that leverage every day, and every day we get closer to like AI being fully functional in some kind of like physical way. We lose that leverage. And I think that's why all of the kind of push in the industries that there has been this push to protect the humanity and the human labor in it. I think that's a great thing, and that's a great move. And this is the era where I think that is the most important, and a issue, by the way, that is swept under the rug. That's why this Slotnick lady, which we got to get back to her, but we're talking about like the biggest issues of our time. We're talking about housing right now. Yeah, that's great. But what about when your employer doesn't owe you a job anymore? And they never did. They never owed you a job. That's just not the relationship. They don't owe you a job. They owe, I need to make more money than I did last year, so my stock price go up. I have a responsibility to the shareholder of this company, not the employees of it. Like, that's just a system that's fucked. And I know you agree in a lot of ways, as far as like, because I know you have a lot to say about the Federal Reserve, Wiggy. So I think we have a lot of agreement here. But yeah, it's just like, this is an age where I think this is the issue of our time, in all honesty, like workers' rights and the right to be able to provide for yourself and the ability to do so, is going to be called into question, probably more than it ever has in history. We've had jobs disappear, of course, but it's like, we're talking about sweeping across industries, something. Wiggy says wealth was only ever forcefully redistributed. Hey, look, sometimes that's got to happen, brother. Literally ever in history. No, but I feel that. I feel you on that. But one thing I would say, as far as like force, I mean, there's always some kind of level of force that's being exerted from, whether it's like protecting property rights or whatever. There's always some kind of like system of force that exists. Even if you're enforcing laws in itself, that's a level of force. but I mean, I feel what you're saying, but I'm saying honestly, I think if it's for the greater good, I'm not saying to seize all means of production. I'm not taking it to that most extreme extent. But I'm really just talking about like better fucking laws for protections for the workers. I mean, we're not anywhere near really as far as like even getting deep into like worker co-ops and things like that, which I think those are all things that can be discussed without a full-on kind of distribution of wealth being the conversation. You know, I really, when we're saying as far as like should there be billionaires or not, you know, I don't know. It's like kind of like what Wiggy was saying. You're right, and I guess that addresses head on your concern about the force issue, where it's like we have billionaires, so now going forward we kind of have to deal with it. And I think that may be the way, like a progressive tax plan, something like that. Maybe that's a way to deal with it without outright saying like, hey, we're coming to take your shit. You know, maybe there's a way that, you know, you make it impossible just based off the tax structure to be a billionaire. But I think that I think the pushback there is definitely, it's good, and I like that. So wealth was only ever forcefully redistributed. So I think that's fair. Not counting generational trade loss throughout history from east to west and back. Wiggy says even work itself is a force-driven redistribution of wealth. Yeah, that's fair. That's a great point. And I think when you start to look at it like that, I think that's an excellent point. Very interesting. And then Sandor says, and your healthcare being tied to employment is so absolutely fucked. Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, something that we're kind of, I mean, not numb to, but, you know, that's just is what it is here. And it's, you know, since I was able to work, that's been what it is. So, yeah, but you're totally right. For that to be associated as if like, hey, as long as you're a working person, then you're entitled to this healthcare. That your employer has to offer. Sandor says worker co-ops have been shown to be very good for everybody involved. Yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously a lot of benefits for the worker specifically, which I think is just there's not a lot of stomach, I find, for that conversation for obvious reason from the corporate standpoint. There's one time, and I mean, I'll get into this more in detail at another time. But there was a point where I was in a like managerial position with a company, and they were concerned about unionizing, and they literally, and I was the head person in the store at that time. And I remember they literally gave me and every other person who was a general manager the day off, well, not the day off, like stay at home and then get on this web call, and we're going to basically just talk about union busting all day, and like all the things to look out for, this and that. And it just was amusing to me to observe like the things that they were afraid of and how much it scared them to kind of like, to lose that control, and to lose that leverage and upper hand in the relationship that they had with the employee. And it lets you know that that's a North Star, and that's the direction that we need to move into. And unfortunately, I think that kind of awakening in America, I fear that it's too late for that awakening to be taking place in America, because I do think that the AI issue is imminent, and when the other shoe drops on that, then it's like, I mean, what are you going to do if there's not jobs at the same level? I mean, you'll take whatever the system is going to provide to you at that point. And that's where I think really it's funny, because almost in that way, a way to avoid authoritarianism, or like some situation where maybe it's not communism in the States, like holding all the chips, but like the only way to avoid that is to protect the rights and the power of the working class, who don't wield their power through money, and they don't touch shoulders with the donor class and all that. How they do it is through just like sheer numbers, and the problem is that the organizational aspect isn't there. So, it's hard to get those numbers to actually matter when people are just completely, disenchanted. Yeah, that's their plan. No, it is it's interesting. Yeah, because at that point, like I said, if there's no negotiating power from the people's perspective, it's like, yeah, okay, listen, we're going to allow you to live, and you'll have enough money, and you'll have enough food to feed your family and work for the state and whatever like bullshit kind of thing that we can find for you to do or whatever. I don't even know what it would look like, but it's interesting because like the way to like continue to work would be to protect those workers' rights, to keep them in the workforce, because for the employer that's never going to be the more profitable option. So just kind of crazy. Sandor says, and there would be lots of people that would get off the web call thinking he made some good points and unions are bad. Well, yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, the thing is, I almost feel like you are right that people are like, oh, we have to protect against that. But I remember a lot of other people who were general managers that were just like, that was like uncomfortable and weird, because they were just trying to get us to get ahead of and like how to deal with like a union rep if they showed up and wanted to talk to people and shit like that. But it was just interesting the amount that they were willing to, because everybody that was out of the store that day, they had to be replaced with somebody else. So like payroll was higher that day to accommodate this, and they were happily willing to spend that for like just to avoid the long-term unionizing. But I even remember one thing, like I said, I don't want to get too much on a tangent because I will, because this is one thing that kind of radicalized me. But I remember them saying, like, basically giving us talking points, like, hey, you can have talking points and you could talk to your staff about this. And they're like, tell them that, because in Boston they had unionized already, and this company worked in several states, and so yeah, their Boston division already unionized. So they're like, so tell your people like this: in Boston, like if we want to give somebody a raise, we have to pass that through the union. We have to pass that through the union. We got to get approved, and everybody has to get raises or whatever the fuck exactly they were saying. And basically like trying to get, speaking to people that I'm like, bro, you're going to avoid giving the people raises this year. And they did many times. Or, the classic stock options. But if you leave, then you don't get the stock options, kind of bullshit. So more blackmail, more indentured servitude. They're trying to stack the deck as much as possible in that way. But yeah, it was a disgusting experience. And like I said, like, oh my God, we might want to give you a raise, but we can't because the union. Okay, yeah. Sandor and there would be a lot of people, yeah. And that facts though. A bunch of goyim, but real goyim. And then Wahim says that's their plan. It's a sick fucking thing. They want to delete 2/3 of gene pool for sustainability purposes. Damn, like Fallout type shit. Sandor says, if that is the plan, Wiggy, I wonder who would be the people in charge. I'm getting into that. I'm about to uncover the truth in the chat. Wiggy says, hope y'all didn't take the vaccine. I don't know if I want to say on camera, and that should answer your question. Let's just put it like this. My DNA is untampered with, Wiggy. No. Yes, I had to or lose my job at the time. Damn. Oh yeah, I'm fucked. Early heart attack or something. Yeah, I was. Oh man. See, if I felt confidently that we could speak freely on this, I would. Because there's a lot of shit I could tell you guys about that time. There was wild. But actually the same company I worked with too, they had a whole time period. Remember, I'm in Florida, so they had a time period where they were like, hey, give everybody this portal and try to get them to send whether or not they're vaccinated, send their vaccine card and all this shit. And they had this back and forth because they were afraid to do it based off the liability in Florida. And I will say, for me, a lot of people died in Florida over COVID, of course. People died everywhere. But I will say that's one thing that I appreciate, and I don't say this often, because it's seriously fuck DeSantis. DeSantis is a fucking bitch who wears fucking high heels. This man, and he's a man. And you wear high heels as a man, I just can't respect you. You can go fuck yourself. You're not my governor. But one thing I do respect, but it was convenient for him politically to do this, was that he did push back against mandates of the vaccine. So, they ended up pulling back on that for the company I work for because they just weren't legally protected because the state wasn't mandating them. So they're like, well, fuck, if they're not going to take the fall, then we're not going to demand it. So if he dies, he dies. Yeah, but thank you for your concern on that, on the vax. Wiggy Wom, shout out to you, brother. And I know for a fact, since you're asking, you got that clean blood. Sandor, unfortunately, in New Zealand, they were not fucking around with any of that shit. They didn't want to hear any of that fucking non-mandate shit. It was take that shot, you're gonna starve. Heart attack or starve. You choose. You choose. Wiggy says, boof, you are now marked for the mega plague. Oh, fuck. They hit you with the mark of the beast, bro. Gotta be careful about that, Sandor. Seriously. All right? Be a little bit more careful about that, brother. You got marked with the beast. Oh, yeah, I'm fucked. Early heart attack or something. And then Sandor says, straight up, I know what I've done. NZ was absolutely hysterical during COVID-19. Yeah, I remember it. How were you feeling, brother? You just, being from a different country, I wonder your perspective on it. You seem like, at least now, you seem like you're a little bit more lax on it. So I wonder, in that time, were you, or is it more like hindsight? I know, I was freaked out as well. And I think you said that you worked through it. We talked about the essential worker bullshit. But I was out here working the entire time. It was the most stressful fucking bullshit. It's just not worth it. The fuck was I doing? Sandor said, excess deletion on the increase since the vaccine. Pfizer documents sealed for 75 years. I'm already deleted. Yeah, Israel just has to activate your shot and you're fucked. If at any point they can hit the button and activate your fucking vaccine, like you're fucking a member of the Suicide Squad, do your ass like fucking King Croc or whatever the fuck. Let's get back to this video we were watching, boys.
It's just like Lithuania right now. Like an allied relationship or a partner relationship is a long-standing relationship of information sharing and diplomacy. And that is, to me, it's not a like every day we decide Lithuania is our ally or not. We're allied or not. And sometimes we have big breaks with allies, right? Sometimes we have difficult moments with allies. Sometimes it goes the wrong way with allies. But an allied relationship is a long-term relationship.
Let's just not blindly support it, dumbass. That's all we're saying. We're not saying to fucking bomb them out. We're not saying to invade Israel, you dumbass. We're just saying, can we not be like directly involved? I didn't buy all the BS. It was absolute BS. Was it real? Yes. Was it deadly for 95% of the pop? No. Hey, I'd fucking hell yeah, Sandor. You were in the middle of the trenches. I'm sure it was extra tough for you, man. Like it was tough the opposite way in Florida and Texas. I'm sure it was the same, Wiggy, as far as like, like here, it was about like 3 weeks in. If you were wearing a mask, people are looking at you like they fucking hate you. Like I said, I was managing people at the time. So it's like, I had to fight with these fucking cunts about wearing this mask, which God bless them. They probably are going to have lifelong respiratory issues from that. So, I hope they get whatever they deserve from that fucking company. Let me join the fucking civil lawsuit if you guys are out there and you guys are also having the same issue I'm having. But yeah, the fucking masks were a just weird ass issue here. Vaccines, like I said, that kind of got cleared up sort of quick from a mandate standpoint. So people felt how they felt, and it was pretty divided. I would personally just I would keep it to myself because I'm like, why the fuck we got to sit here and talk about this shit? But I mean, there were other people, like I said, Gates Open Media, actually, that I've talked with. He hopped in the comments. I worked with him during this time, and he was just so fucking funny and hysterical. He was big anti-vax. Big anti-vax. Gotta have him come on. Still a Trumper to this day. That puts it in perspective. If somebody's still riding out with Trump all the way to Epstein Island, God bless them, because I fuck with Gates Open Media. But brother, if you're riding it out with Trump, Trump's got one destination at the end of this fucking ride. And that's Epstein fucking Lolita Express. Sandor said, we had just been approved for our home loan. COVID crashing the stock market wiped over $10K of our deposit. Damn. Bank wouldn't give us any more money. Had to take a predatory loan. I really wish I didn't need my job at the time. Yeah, no, 100%, brother. I feel you on that. That's the position. Yeah, I get it. I'm glad you guys got that home though. Around that time, we actually did the same thing. But I'm currently, as I said earlier, trying to sell this bitch. So if you guys want to live in the Sin Politic house, send the fucking offer through. But yeah, I got other places that I'm trying to be as of right now. With my family, though, of course.
It's hard for me to understand why we should ally. Like, I'm sure you believe in, or claim to believe in liberal human rights. Why would we ally with a nation that is committing a genocide and live streaming it?
Can I ask literally, like this, I think about this from the mirror image way, because I do not support the things that Donald Trump is doing, right? Mm-hmm. But
I think about it from Israel's perspective.
I'm an American. So do I want other countries to look at America and be like, we can't stand Donald Trump, so we're going to end any longstanding relationship we have with the American people. We're going to cut off any support we give them on information sharing or intelligence sharing. Like,
this is directly related. Is the problem with what she's saying and why it's a bullshit response. Because if we were actively genociding some people, and then I don't know, the United Kingdom, we wouldn't need them to get involved. But if they decide to say like, hey, we're not going to go, or even France. I mean, France decided they weren't going to go to Iraq. Fact check me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure France said fuck no. So it's like, were they wrong? Looking back, I mean, were they bad allies, or could we maybe have like sat down and maybe heard that perspective? They maybe would have made a little sense if we would have considered God forbid, the French perspective.
We are not just our elected leaders. And I think that's the thing that's been lost in the conversation.
So B'Tselem and another Israeli human rights organization joined the Global Consensus, Amnesty International, some 800 scholars. There was a piece from an Israeli scholar in the New York Times in saying this is a genocide. Do you accept, even Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday came out and said it's a genocide. Do you accept that? And if you do, I mean, what responsibility does a United States senator have? This is a nation that, we send every year billions of dollars to aid that you have, voted for and supported. Like, what responsibility does a United States senator have to prevent genocide and to stop genocide that we see ongoing?
We have a responsibility up till today to ensure that food is getting in.
Is it a genocide?
People don't starve. I don't know that I'd use that term.
Why?
But it is violating the law of war.
Why don't you use the term though?
Because I think, it's, to me, do I think it's ethnic cleansing, which is what I think of in genocide? I don't know if it meets that definition.
Didn't you say it earlier that it was ethnic cleansing?
At least
they wanted to force it.
Like I said, if you're being charitable, you can at least say that. They're literally kicking the people off the land. Like they're saying, it's in Israel's own words. They aren't even actually denying that. They would deny it from a propaganda standpoint and say, oh no, I disagree with that word. That's a blood libel saying that. But yes, we do want them to leave.
I mean, this is open from the Israeli government. Like,
That's
they're
crazy.
saying it. Their
And
Minister
from Trump,
of National
too.
Security, they come out and they're like, we don't need shells. We need shells, not food. And we need to encourage migration. They're saying
you're not going to get me to support what the Israeli government is saying right now. Right. I think the point I was trying to make is it's not just about, like, we have relationships with nations over time, regardless of who their leaders are. We have really tough moments. We have easier moments. But that doesn't, so I'm not willing to say that, like, I hate everything ever.
Sure,
into
but so
the future.
even if you accept that they're committing a genocide, you still wouldn't cut off their aid?
I think that defensive aid and offensive aid are different things. And I think at this point,
So
what
if
they're
Nazi
doing
Germany,
every single day
if
is
Nazi
doing,
Germany said we want defensive aid, I mean, it's just you have to see.
Come on, bitch. What are you saying? What do you mean, come on? Crystal, fucking finish her bitch ass. I'm done. Sandor says CR deposit was tied up in our Kiwi Saver, which is super. They let you withdraw it before 65. Oh, okay, but only for home ownership. The week it was to be transferred, it was still trading. That's how the stock market collapsed, wiped over 10K. God damn. Why?
Where they're all weapons that are being shipped. You know, in another context.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. What she was saying. Yeah. Yeah. If you just already back to what we were saying, but it's like, if you have an ally that is doing something to the extent of ethnic cleansing, genocide, whatever you land on, or even if you land on it slightly, maybe not that, if it's even questionable, it's like, you got to not directly enable them to do that. That's the thing. You have to just not be an enabling factor to that.
the weapons that they're using right now, I mean, to be honest, if you look at what's happening on the ground, the military part of this conflict is, for the most part, over.
Because they flattened the whole fucking thing?
What they are doing,
Senator,
every single day is a
Listen, okay, so the military thing is over. So if you mean that they're not dropping bombs at the same level, it's because they already fucking collapsed most of the buildings in Gaza. And then the military thing, I don't know, does the military thing have anything to do with fucking shooting starving people while they're trying to get food? I mean, I agree that it's hard to actually consider that military action, but those are people that are in the Israeli military doing that. That's the thing we're taking issue with. I think everybody agrees. Yeah, the military part is over. Should be. Hey, all good, brother. Oh man, definitely do that. Wiggy says phone's dying. I'm out, buds. Gonna do some gaming before it's too late, brother. Always throw us on with the gaming. That's the right way to do it. To be completely honest with you, if you're listening to this and you're not fucking, you don't have a controller in your hands, then I'm like, what are you even doing, brothers? But I appreciate you rocking with us for so long, and you already know I'm gonna be back on here tomorrow, so you're welcome to hop on here if you'd like. I'll definitely drop the link. I dropped the link earlier, but I don't know if you knew that or not. But you're always welcome to go ahead and click that link if you'd like. But I appreciate you adding to the conversation, the comments. It was very informative, titillating. I mean, I had concern for my well-being. Yeah. See y'all next time. Hey, shout out, man. Fucking the Texas way. Enjoy that before you guys become Little Israel, Little Tel Aviv. Sandor says there's nothing left untouched. Is every building Hamas? Exactly. There's a little area I was watching a small like flyover video today where they're like, hey, this is basically the last standing area of Gaza, but that's why everything that she says, Slotkin, this fucking shape-shifting cunt, everything that she says is like a misdirect from what the direct question and answer in reality is. It's like, will you condemn this thing specifically? Oh, well, look, listen, the military action's over. Condemn what? It's over. Oh, what about the fucking killing people? I wonder if that's going to be the response. That would be mine. Like, the military action is over. People are getting starved to death systematically and shot at the fucking places to receive aid to then deter people from going to get the aid, presumably.
Around aid, and they are hurting people.
They have
around
slaughtered
the
over
delivery
1,000
of
people who were starving people just trying to get aid.
That is
I
not
know you
high,
know this.
That's not high intensity bombs. That's not the weapons that we were talking about 2 years ago. It's just not. I'm sorry. Every single day, the military reports that I read, they are traditional. Like, this is a military that has a bad strategy. It is not the bombs that we were seeing 2 years ago.
She's just a hot dog farmer, brother. Nothing to see here. She's just a little old hot dog farmer. Yeah, right. You fucking daywalker. We see through that shit, bitch.
It's not a military that has a bad strategy. The strategy is forced starvation
That
and
is-
ethnic
that is
cleansing.
not a-
That's
that is-
their strategy, and they're accomplishing it very effectively with the full backing
Oh
of
my
the
God,
United
look at
States.
this. Hold on, I think I might have stumbled on something in this video. I feel like she looks at Sagar because she's like, "Hey, conservative guy, what the fuck, bro?" Like, conservative guy, you're not gonna hop in here? What do you hear? What the fuck she's saying? Blood libel.
Military that has a bad strategy. It is not the
I
bombs
promise
that
she
we were
looks at
seeing 2
Sagar
years
like
ago.
It's not a
and she's
military
just
that has a bad
gassed.
strategy. The strategy is
tag
forced
him.
starvation
That
and
is-
ethnic
that is
cleansing.
not a-
That's
that is-
their strategy, and they're accomplishing it very effectively with the full backing of the United States government, including sadly Democrats.
Well,
And so
She's like, I thought there was going to be a conservative. She's like, I was told there was a conservative on this fucking panel. What happened? Which is sick. That's why she's diet Republican, basically.
a couple more questions
It's
that I know
worse
you
than
have
that. It's
to
worse.
run.
It's even more of a creature.
I'm curious why you condemned Rashida Tlaib for using the rally chant, from the river to the sea, something she said for her evokes equal rights, and you have not condemned Randy Fine.
I hate her active listening bullshit. Stop responding to every single word. Some words are just like filler words. They don't require a yeah. Bitch, are you active listening? When you see the response, you know that she's not actively listening because she's like, all right, talking point number 1. Dialogue tree option number 1. I thought the Zionist blonde lady was going to be interviewing me. Yeah, no, they fucked up. I think she tuned in on the wrong video.
Who said that Gazans should, quote, starve away, who floated that the Gaza Strip should be nuked, who called Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib
She's about to
and
say that she doesn't know this guy.
as well,
She
called
doesn't
them
know anything
Muslim
about anybody
terrorists.
else. Just Michigan.
Where is
I have
the
no
concern
problem
over him?
condemning. I have no problem condemning Randy Fine, who I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know who that person is. I have no problem condemning someone who talks like that.
Senator, we have to ask your last question because your staff is telling us. Do you think AIPAC
Yeah, the staff. Could you imagine behind the camera? The Mossad agent, her handler. He's like, close this
should
shit.
register as a foreign lobby?
AIPAC, foreign lobby.
I don't know the answer to that. I think that I know plenty of people who think they should.
What about you? I hate that she's done this too, where she's like, yeah, I know there's some people that say that. It's like, lady, do you know about anything, and can you answer whatever your opinion of it is? The thing I respect about people on the internet, even give me an answer that you at least believe it's wrong, for fuck's sake. Answer wrong. It's better than just you obfuscating and just being like, yeah, no, I've heard people that have said that. Bitch, what do you believe? We're interviewing you, Slotnick. See how I flipped the end disrespectfully? And then Sandor says it's just a few bad eggs at the helm. Crystal, yeah, Crystal.
I
It's
don't.
kind of a cop out answer, don't you think?
Cheeks in
I mean,
Yeah.
I literally, I just guess I'd have to look at the definition. I certainly have had my tough moments with that organization, and
So you stop accepting their funding?
you gotta get your facts straight. I have not been endorsed by AIPAC. I have not. I'm sorry.
What facts are not straight? I like how she says that because she wants to. She's looking at any way I'm about to be out of here. She's like, how can I discredit this interview before I get the fuck out of here? You got to get your facts straight. But everything she's been saying has been facts.
Sorry, I was the first Jew
You were
elected to the Senate that was not endorsed by any Jewish group. AIPAC, J Street.
You've been the
by
recipient
design.
of their funds.
In 2018, when I first ran, people who were members, yes, but I've not been endorsed since then. And I
People who were members.
just got to be honest. Like, I think that this is where facts really matter. I've had very, very difficult conversations with my colleagues in that organization and made a choice back in 2021. So that was the first time I was up for re-election. So I understand that there's a sort of, like, again, cornered position, but to me, like, I call balls and strikes as someone who served in the Middle East.
I have one more question I have to ask you.
She's like, shit, is there water in this? Alcohol, please. Yeah, I take issue with fucking basically everything she's saying. And it's all just absolute bullshit political speak and trying to just like kick the can down the road a little bit, get out of this conversation. I have not been endorsed except that time I took their money Get the fuck out of here. Well, I mean, and she's like, oh, I didn't take money directly. I took money from people that were members. But this is the thing. They've even, just to even be talking about this, they've kicked the ball down the field quite a bit from what the initial question was, which is, hey, lady, a very simple question. Should they register with FARA? Are they a foreign entity? Or are you going to really like allow that, you know, the fact that it's like Israeli American or American Israeli, you know, like, let's be honest, what they're advocating for, though. Whether it's people who are American, like how many people in that group are, you know, like we were talking about earlier, have dual citizenship, or just regardless, what they're doing, what the purpose of the group is they're advocating for another nation, period. Why is that something that you can't look at and say, or just say flat out, say no? My problem is she's not even saying that. Say no, say, hey, they're American Jews that are in that organization. And I support their right to fucking not go through that kind of regulation. I think that would be wrong, but I'd at least be able to respect that more than sitting here tap dancing around like, oh, I don't know. Some people have, but then I had a bad experience. The fucking check didn't clear. What the fuck happened?
You know, we do the show. I really do my best to try to uphold, like, you know, basic human rights, Palestinian humanity, oppose the killing of innocent civilians wherever that happens. And I have to tell you, like, I feel really guilty that I'm not doing enough. I think all the time about, I'm a mom, I think all the time about those moms who can't feed their babies. Mm-hmm. Those babies are starving to death. And I just want to know, like, you're a United States Senator, you did vote for some of the bombs that were dropped on refugee camps. When kids have been sniped in the head, tents firebombed, people set on fire. The entire Gaza Strip turned into rubble. And now we're seeing these emaciated bodies of babies starving to death every day. And I know what you can do. Does it eat you up? Does it eat you up? Do you think, like, what more could I do? Do you regret any of your votes?
She was about to ask for a donation. She said, I know what you could do. And then Crystal said, yeah, fuck all that, what I could do. Do you personally feel like you're rotting from the inside for how you're complicit in this? You disgusting genocide enabler is what she's saying. I spit on you. Sandor said that guy, Jonathan Ben Gurion, that delivered the cash. Yeah, he works for AIPAC. Some nice people just have some nice people just gave me money from AIPAC. Get the fuck out. Yeah, I think it's fair. Yeah, it's definitely suspect. But then even I could even do without the connection, you know, which I think you're fair to question that. I think just at the very least, you can look at this and say, this is a weak ass politician, very lukewarm answers, like unsure of herself, where you stand on things, and honestly, just pleading absolute ignorance. Like, oh, I don't understand how New York politics work. So, therefore I can't have an opinion on why other New York politicians wouldn't support the person that is of their same party. Is that tracking? I don't know. I'm trying to follow, and it's really fucking retarded when I say it. So I'm like that's a thing that it's simple to have an opinion on. And if you have an opinion the other way, at least have the fucking balls to say, hey, I feel like he's a fucking disgusting communist and Republicans would be better, so I'm going to support them. Or if I was in their position, I don't blame them. Don't support anybody, because at the end of the day, a Republican would be better. I would at least respect that. I know that wouldn't be like probably politically advantageous for them, because they obviously want to appeal to their base, but that's real. And it's like, this is not, when people watch this, they can see through this. This is bullshit. If it's not legitimately some like intelligence agency fucking bullshit speak, and what isn't that sick to imagine? And I mean, is it really that far-fetched? But imagine that we have people who are retired members of, you know, the intelligence agency. And are you ever really truly retired? I don't know. You ask fucking Alyssa. See if she gives you an answer.
Let me tell you what I was working on this morning. A group of Jewish rabbis and Muslim community leaders came together with a proposal that we are working on just getting, like, if we can't get other aid in, at least get baby formula and nutritional supplements for children in. Let that be kind of a green light.
Maybe we can convince the Israelis to not starve the babies. Still starve everybody else, but maybe we can get baby formula in. Maybe. Think about what the fuck she's saying right now. Lady, take a fucking stand, you coward. You fucking coward. Why would you? Why represent anybody other than yourself if you're going to be this cowardly? That's the thing. Why get into representative government if you literally are going to be this much of a fucking cowardly puss? The same thing, once again, to reference what I was saying about Trump earlier and MAGA and all that shit, where it's like, okay, if you're going to say that's an acceptable excuse that Donald Trump is afraid of dying, get the fuck out of the president's chair. I need my fucking president to be a cold-hearted fucking killer. In the opposite way. Cold-hearted person willing to die. Because just believe in something bigger than themselves. They have to believe in something bigger than themselves. You can't be so egocentric where you're like, hey, I'm going to allow pedos to fucking influence international politics because I'm afraid of like the threat that I can undertake, even though you have the most access to security and all that as the American president. Give me a fucking break. Like, there's just no excuse for it. So the same, but honestly, same for this lady. She's being a complete fucking coward.
Never has a problem. No one's trying to eat baby formula other than a baby, right? That is.
If you starve them, they might. That's the thing. If you starve them, yeah, maybe they will be fucking drinking baby formula. Are you happy with that?
The proposal that I've been working on all night and this morning. So in terms of what we're trying to do, there's not a moment that goes by that this isn't something that I'm working on and something that my own community, not online, but my own community has practical things that they want to do. They're willing to raise the money. They're willing to buy the formula. They're willing to do whatever we need to do to get it shipped in. That's how I spend my time.
But you're not willing to cut off aid to Israel.
That to me is the most effective thing that I can do today.
This is a subtle question. Your staff is telling us you absolutely have to go. So we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming.
Senator.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you guys so much.
Like, let me get the fuck out of here. By the way, I just wanted to look this up because I was curious. So baby formula. Most infants typically stop drinking formula between 12 to 18 months. So there you go. There you have it, guys. After 12 to 18 months, you're officially a terrorist. After 12 to 18 months, and if you're in Gaza, you're officially deemed a terrorist and no longer worthy of being fed. So we're going to work really fucking hard to get baby formula and no other food. And if you're above the age 12 to 18 months, it's just got to be fuck you. And at the end of the day, you're a terrorist if you're 2 years old. Once you hit 2 years old, it's kind of like, I don't know, eat rocks or something. You know? Maybe there's like some, maybe you can find some wildlife there. I don't know. Just wandering around. If we haven't already hit those with fucking bombs. Any of the possible wildlife that lives in Gaza also. What's the count there? What do they have out there in Gaza? What's some indigenous animals? Animals. Let's see here. In Gaza. I'm afraid if I look up animals in Gaza, what's going to pop up? We'll really see if Israel has okay, holy shit. There's some weird animals over there in Gaza. I mean, at the end of the day, they might fucking eat them in the current situation that we're in, but we got this thing that kind of looks like a Pikachu, not a Pikachu, a fucking a Pokemon. Oh, Pikachu, I gotta share this with you guys. If you guys were wondering what pops up, if you search animals in Gaza, just to bring it home. The fuck is that? So if there's any of these left, maybe skin them fucking Red Dead Redemption style and make it work. But yeah, the animals aren't doing great in Gaza either, to be honest. I'm looking at some of the pictures. It looks like a fucking middle of the night ad trying to get those African babies fed. Remember when we cared about the Ethiopians? That's yeah, the animals are life in Gaza is shit for everything that is living. Let's just be clear on that. So lady, we need more than baby formula. It's going to take a little bit more than baby formula, and I think let's just stop the funding on the missiles getting sent over there. Maybe let's stop sending them money to buy their own fucking military food. Imagine all the meals on wheels that the fucking Israelis have enjoyed. Fuck them for that. You're on the money. How can you take part in government and not have a clue? Absolutely. It's a complete just miscarriage of fucking government. You fucking bitch. How could you do this to us? No, I love it. If there weren't terrorists, why would they live in Gaza, bro? Exactly. Especially once you hit 2 years old. If you're 2 years old and you're going to stick around, you basically are a part of Hamas. If you're going to still sit around in Gaza and you're not going to get out of there and join the IDF, even though they won't let you leave. If you're a 2-year-old, I need you to sneak into Jordan. I don't give a fuck. Cross the desert and the rubble and the dead bodies. I need you to get to Jordan. Maybe ride one of these animals. Maybe that's what we need. We need something to happen. So maybe this is where the Messiah is born out of. They fucking ride one of these. I don't know. I mean, that's what kind of are there lions in Gaza? Holy shit, they have lions in Gaza. That's not. Is that real? Come on. Lions in Gaza is another fucking level. They have lions to worry about? Holy shit. Imagine you got to worry about the Israelis at the same time you got to worry about fucking lions in the street. Holy moly. I will say these lions don't look like they're eating either, though. Maybe that's where we draw the line. Maybe that's finally where we draw the line at. Maybe we can get some of these congressmen to see the humanity in lions starving at that point. Total failure. Oh, Slotkin, she fucking blew it. What a horrible appearance. She embarrassed herself. She embarrassed her granddaddy's hot dog stand. He's just fucking in heaven or wherever, you know. Just dabbing his tears with his little fucking hot dog cart napkins. God bless him. Tell the Hulkster I said it's still going okay down here. We're still America. We're still America, goddammit. That's all I could say. We have that. Until we don't. Until we become the United States of Israel. That might be our new it has a ring to it, we will say. And it's almost more honest at this point. Sandor says well, they do call them the terrible twos. Exactly. I mean, at that point, make a choice. Make a choice. Get the fuck out of that country or you're a terrorist. And like I said, it's time for the pilgrimage. We need to see the Messiah lead his people through the desert to the other side. Into some shithole. And then to never be heard from again, hopefully. And then the Jews will have some fun. Hey, maybe Donald Trump will head over there and get into some real estate development. Big potential over there. Big potential. The biggest potential. The biggest potential you've ever seen. I'm telling you. Big things for America. That'll obviously all benefit us. I'm sure it's going to be good for us long term. I'm sure our kids will be in a better world because of it. Obviously, that was a shellacking. Shout out to Breaking Points. Absolutely embarrassed her to be that uninformed and out of the loop in politics, to be unwilling to engage in the conversation. And like I said, the consistent, like, well, that's not my number one issue. That's not the biggest issue. People are going to be homeless. Yeah, we need you to address all those things in your community and still be able to take a stance on this Gaza issue, which, by the way, why the fuck just not answer the question honestly at the very beginning? You know what I mean? Just if you can look at it morally and just be honest and even say, like, I think even the ally talk that goes down a lot easier if you could just be upfront about it from the very beginning. And I don't think that's a hard position to take. Personally, I mean, I don't know. You'd have to, obviously, I try to put myself in their position. And I understand there's other influences from the outside, like her handler that's probably on the other side of the camera telling them, wrap it up right now. They're about to drop them. Kablooey from the sky. If another question gets fucking asked, this whole studio's up in flames. So you gotta stop there. Guys, I am gonna be live tomorrow. You can catch me tomorrow. I'll be on here having a great time. We're going to definitely talk about Shannon Sharpe because Deuce really wanted to talk about that. And he said, he said he wanted to get on here and talk about that. So that's something that for sure we'll dig into. We might get into the NYC shooter a little bit. I have other videos to talk about, react to, so we might get into that. So keep an eye out for me tomorrow for sure. We'll be vibing. Hey, good time, Sandor, for sure. This was a great stream, brother. We had a good time. And also shout out Wiggy. Shout out to everybody that watched. We had a decent amount of people watching for most of the stream, so I appreciate everybody that watched, even if you didn't get in the comments. All good, but definitely make sure you subscribe. Or if you're already subscribed, make sure you hit the bell. Because if you hit the bell, then you'll know when we go live. Well, you supposedly will know. I'm finding, and Sandor did let me know, like sometimes those notifications come pretty late. Like I said, I experienced that today. You told me about Sandor, and I got my own notification late from my other account. So I was like, wow, fucking that's bullshit. But hey, we're fighting against the powers that be. We're trying to tell the truth here all the time. They didn't say it'd be easy, baby. So it is what it is. We're in for it for the long haul, and we're going to keep on chipping away at it. Subscribe, help us hit 1,000. We're on our way to that. And once we do that, I think that'll also, that'll be big for us just in a lot of different ways, as far as connecting with other creators and just as far as exposure generally on on YouTube. So definitely subscribe, be a part of the journey, be a part of telling the truth here and vibing. Truth and great vibes. Those are two things that we hold at a premium here. Sandor, shout out to you, my brother. You have a great day, night, all of it over there. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow. For me, actually today. It is already today, so I'll see you later. Oh, but Twisted Metal. Guys, watch Twisted Metal. I'm going to go watch actually an episode of that before I go to sleep, right, babe? Hey, babe, Twisted Metal before you go to sleep. One episode. Hell yeah. Twisted Metal just came out today. Go check that out. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow if I'm super excited about it. This season's supposed to be really true to the video game. They're going crazy. So Twisted Metal, go check it out on Peacock or whatever you watch it on. Much love. We're out. Hey, show some love. Sit in Politic. The boys were in here tonight. And it was tight.